Okay. Good morning and welcome to the Lawrence Douglas County Planning Commission orientation meeting. This is a public meeting. The public are welcome to listen, but we are not taking any comments. It's an opportunity for commissioners to interact, to learn from staff and from each other. And with that, we will start the meeting. So do we want to, Jeff, do like a round table, kind of get questions from the commissioners?
We can. We'll let Drew do the
Sorry,
statement real quick.
Sorry, Drew, sorry. Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Drew Gilby, a planner, and I will be helping to facilitate the Zoom video portion of the meeting. We will work alongside the vice chair to facilitate the meeting proceedings. I have a few housekeeping items for this hybrid meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Public comment will not be taken during this meeting. The chat function for the public meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat to me. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting, and I'll turn the meeting back over to the commission.
Thank you. All right, with that, do we kind of go around the table and ask commissioners what they would like to consider for the day? Is that how we want to start?
Yeah, and if there's something you would like to know, is it about a code? Is it about the comprehensive plan? Is it about how the meetings are run? If there's any kind of questions that you have that you're hoping to get out of today, this is the chance to put it on the board so we make sure that we can kind of tick those off as we're going through. So it could be like, how strong does PDS make their coffee? Those kind of things. We can help, get those questions answered quickly for you. So if anybody have any of those, we'd be happy to write them up there and then try to meet those expectations throughout the day. So.
And I would add to that we've got, you've got your agenda. You can kind of see what's on tap for today. If there's any questions that you have now, we'll touch base. We'll look back at this again at the end of the day as we wrap up. And if there's anything that we didn't answer or discuss throughout the day, that might be a time to do that. Or a lot of times what this ends up being is topics for next year's mid-month. So this is kind of an idea just for us to kind of collect what's on your mind, what questions do you have, that kind of thing. And I'm going to try and capture those. Don't make fun of me. I am a really bad speller. And if I don't capture your thoughts correctly, let me know too, and I can change it.
I got one to start with. So this is something that Commissioner Hayden often talks about. It's the schedule and running late. So, what are the options to have either meetings not run late, or if they do run late, just something to be thinking about. Can I capture that?
Yeah, thank you.
Sure. Go ahead. Commissioner.
I'd like to get an update on the work plan, sort of what's in the queue. And that's probably more than we can cover today. It'd be great.
Excellent.
Commissioner Eldridge, you had a question about the general calendar. I don't remember what the specific question was.
Thank you. My question has to do with the amount of time we have on a Monday meeting when information can still come in at noon that day, for both the commission and for you, for the staff. I think that's too short, but I'd like to have a discussion about that. And I do have a second question, and if I may.
Please.
And I would like to know about minutes. I used to and prefer a little fuller minutes than the action and the result. But I'd like a discussion about that, if possible. Oh, I've got one more.
Yeah.
What is the work plan?
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to answer you now, but I'm not going to.
Okay, that's all right.
I'm so tempted, but I will.
That says, what is it?
I reading this, perfect.
I was also looking for a work plan update, so that was my question.
And we can keep adding to this throughout the day too, but,
I had something just off of what James said as well. Also, so sometimes it's a really tight turnaround from getting a packet, and there's a lot of other stuff like going on. And so, is it possible to look at information beforehand? Like sometimes we get information, emails from the public. What is that process for looking at information about a project before the full packet comes to us? I have another one. I'm also curious as to some of the maybe internal proceedings for like how we get what we see. So there's so many different governmental entities involved in this, with it being a joint planning commission, that sometimes it's hard for a layperson to understand who's been communicated with, like when has a township been involved, when has the county been involved, what entities within the county have been involved, and like are their comments being represented, and so I think that'd be an interesting topic to talk about.
you're touching on a lot of stuff that I think we are gonna be able to get to today, so that's pretty
Yay. I love it when I can check something off of my list.
My handwriting is terrible, and it's getting worse as it's lower on the board, sorry.
Well, don't worry, because I can't read it from here anyway, so. The smaller you get.
Intentional.
I didn't know if we were working our way this way,
I didn't
and
either.
you were ultimately going to get to.
What happens?
So I am one of the election people out in Marion Township. And so after our October 23rd meeting and October 24th meeting that went on, the numbers of people that approached me on election day that said, this is terrible, that we would meet that late, that we had, that I had another 500 pages to look at when I got here. And I think people have spoken to those issues, but I think in general, the people in the county that have spoken to me are very concerned about that happening. And somebody even mentioned, and I am not up on this, is we are a quasi-judicial body, and I'm still not quite sure what that means, but that were we asked to vote that night on some things when we did not have a chance to thoroughly look at the information that was given to us, is there jeopardy attached to that had we voted? And people were very concerned. One of the other big concerns that people said was, is it possible for the, Pedro, is it possible for the Planning Commission to discuss the possibility of this present county commission not voting on the regulations until there are 5 commissioners? that was one of the topics that was brought up. So I'd like to hear something about that.
And just a reminder for the commission, an orientation is you can't talk about items that are live before the body, so it'd have to be kind of more general about it. If there's something pending before you for consideration, that would not be able to be discussed today.
Jeff, as a follow-up to that, and to clarify, we're also not able to discuss items that might come back before us, regardless if they're technically active or not. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. So in discussing examples or experiences, we should be more hypothetical based than actual, like, do you remember when this CUP came through?
Right. You wouldn't want to necessarily talk about specific applications, but if there was a process or an event during a meeting that you'd like to bring up, you can use those discussion points. But if it's something that may come back to you or coming before you, this meeting is not eligible for that kind of a discussion.
Great.
Is it okay to say during this applicant's presentation and reference a specific thing, this came up, is that okay to say, use a specific night or something like that? You
can use examples for that. If it's something that's kind of come up and you want to kind of use, like, this is something I've seen in the meeting and highlight it as part of that, as long as you're talking about the procedure of the meeting, that's okay. If you're talking about the actual case of an item, that's a different discussion point.
Along that line, can we talk about an application to do something that we recommend denial, the city commission has not acted on?
No. In that instance, it may be remanded to you in the future, so that would be a case of a pending case potentially.
Thank you.
I think it's okay to talk about, like, the essence of the meeting and the operation, like, why are we doing certain actions that we're doing, or what constitutes, and Commissioner Thomas, I hope I'm paraphrasing right, and if not, stop me, but, what constitutes the quasi-judicial? How does that change the way that we go about our business? That is absolutely in the game for today. And so we can talk about those items and kind of parameters around it, if that helps.
I'm also interested in kind of how the staff report gets put together and includes, like, the history of not just, like, sometimes there'll be a list of, like, back in 1973, this property had a TBU or a CUP, like, come before it, and kind of list the different things. But I'm also interested in what is the interaction with, like, what's happening with a piece of property, and how that may affect, like, a CUP or something that is before us. And so I don't know, I'm specifically thinking of something that we had come this year where there was a TBU that was involved in a similar, in parts of the property, but adjacent to the CUP portion of a piece of property. And so what was happening with those two, even though they're two different types of applications and they come through a different process, they were very connected together. But the Planning Commission was only presented the portion of it that dealt with the CUP. And so I'm just kind of curious as to how those interact and how we can feel comfortable knowing that we know what's really going on with this picture of what's happening without attending every county commission meeting.
We can't all be like Jim Carpenter.
No, I just lucked out having to be at that one.
Vicky, I have one. So sometimes in the staff reports, it'll say something like, no, maybe I'm getting this wrong, but no fiscal impact to the city or something to that effect. How is that determined? Like, I just want to learn more about that process, like what goes into that.
I didn't hear the first part of that question. What was the note?
No fiscal impact, like no financial impact.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm writing this down.
Oh, here, thank you. Thank you. Please.
And related to that is the Plan 2040 that just says strong welcoming neighborhoods. It's not,
Sure.
I'd like a little fuller explanation of what that
Yeah.
is.
Sure.
We've got candy on the table for you.
Do we need to be sweetened?
I also put a plug in for the coffee. Let me know when those run out, and we'll go make more. So, don't be shy.
I always tell people I do the best thinking 5 minutes after the meeting ends or this closes. So this will be up all day. So if something else fires up and you think of it, we will keep having this throughout the day. So don't feel like if it's not up there now, it's not up there at all. We can keep adding as we go along today.
Well, in all fairness, I've got 2 questions that are already accounted for in the agenda, so. So congratulations.
I have another one. I think I've used up my quota, but I have one. Sorry. So oftentimes we'll hear, and I don't know how theoretical this is or how real, but the Planning Commission is going to be sued because the decision was made based on something that wasn't a land use specific question. So I want some, have there been cases where the commission has been sued? Is there some history of that? And just to sort of expand on, I think Randy will talk about this, but just kind of that, our role as a land use body versus have we gotten in trouble when we haven't been about that? Just some discussion on that, I think, would be helpful.
Hopefully that didn't bleed through.
No, you're fine. You're good.
Well, if at any time also just kind of housekeeping items too. Anytime that you guys need to take a break, personal break, go ahead and do that. And also feel free to get up at any time and refresh with refreshments.
I thought Jeff was bringing that around. All I had to do would go. And
Yep, absolutely. You do that, I'll bring coffee. Don't worry.
So I guess I do have a question on that. I know we can get refills from the pots, but do the pots get refills?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have,
So that's not all there is.
no. We have staff on standby. We will be, yeah.
It is very important.
I've already been put on notice. We will have coffee available all day.
Is that in our bylaws?
I wish.
I have to admit, I sent an email asking.
To be fair, it's departmental policy is that coffee shall be available 8 to 5, Monday through Friday.
That could be a condition of extending our meetings beyond 10 PM.
Yeah, there you go.
Refreshments must be made available, yeah.
Could I just ask a question?
Please,
Because as I recall,
please.
it's the vice chair working with staff who, plans the orientation. I'm curious, heading into this, what were the kinds of things on your mind that you wanted us to explore? I know stuff
Yeah.
ended up in the agenda, but is that okay to ask this now?
Oh, absolutely.
What was your kind of process in arriving at the agenda?
So a lot of it was just going on walks with prior chairs, specifically Gary, and looking at what we did last year and kind of remembering what was valuable to me from last year's orientation. And I'll just bring up the thing that was most valuable was hearing what the county commission and the city commission thought was useful from our meetings. And I remember a specific comment, I think it was Lisa that said, she really liked how Chelsea kind of voiced how she deliberated before she voted. And they thought that the most useful part of our meetings was the discussion and not necessarily the voting. So just kind of using that as a framework, just kind of, that is kind of where this is based on, right? So trying to think of like how it was useful to me and kinds of things that we've run into over the last year. Yeah. Is that useful?
Yeah. thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
I'm going to think of it too, is I think some of these topics we might have covered at our last orientation, but if you're like me, the more experience you get, the more it sinks in a little bit more. So just kind of another opportunity to touch base on some of those, maybe dig in a little bit deeper this time, and you might have more questions or more discussion at this point based on the the meetings you've been to so far. I'm looking at you, but I'm not looking at you.
No, it's okay.
And we're hoping,
You've been to a lot of meetings.
and we're hoping the two of you will kind of like share your knowledge and experience, and because I'm still a freshman, still in the first year, so.
Well, I'm eager to get into the history of planning and everything. I mean, as you know, one of the things that I've wanted for years is like a bus tour of Lawrence, where we actually use different neighborhoods to exemplify how planning has manifested itself in the built environment. We're not going to cover that today, but that's
It's
also
still on the mid-month list, and I feel like that's maybe something we'll have to look into getting done before, here shortly.
Happen before June.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And if
That's
not,
right,
then
we almost got to it, and
Yeah,
then it
we
was
almost
pandemic,
did.
didn't it, cancel it?
Exactly.
Yeah,
put
It was
a
going
wrench
to be in
into
April
it.
of 2020, I
that's
think.
right.
We're within days of getting it.
Sorry.
We were within days of getting that one on the thing.
This breakfast is lovely. Thank you very much for doing that. When I first heard of the Planning Commission met on Monday nights at the Eldridge Hotel and had dinner. It wasn't until the League of Women Voters said, well, hey, that's a public meeting, we can go. So some of us would sit around the edge of the room and watch the planning commissioners talk about the upcoming agenda and eat their dinner. And then pretty soon, the dinner got moved to this room, to the city commission room, and Monday nights were spent, staff and commissioners discussing the upcoming agenda, and commissioners could ask questions about the staff report. And then the meeting was on Wednesday. It was kind of a nice pattern, I think, if you were a planning commissioner. For those of us who watched the eating, it wasn't so much fun.
So they would do this over dinner? They would.
Yeah.
Wow, that
Yeah.
sounds.
Monday
fun.
night was just the study time only.
I see. But
And-
over dinner, though.
But over dinner.
That sounds fantastic.
And the dinners here were not as nice as at the Eldridge Hotel.
Sure.
It tended to be sandwiches or pizza.
Sure.
But it still was kind of nice to have a dinner then.
Well, thank you. I think that's a nice history to think about, because sometimes, particularly if we're going to talk about the time and whatnot, I think sometimes it can seem like you feel rushed, or people think that we shouldn't be taking as long as we should on that study part, that discussion part. And I mean, it's just interesting to me that there used to be an entire evening that was just the questions, just learning about it, just kind of being able to ask staff, go through it, and then have the public comment and the decision making later, which really tells me that we do need to think about our schedule, because there's a lot going on that we're packing into a short amount of time, and that study time and that questions with staff is a really important time, and the time to review all the material and whatnot. So, and I would have loved dinner at the Eldridge.
Well, I think that might be a perfect little segue into, Catherine is going to be helping us with our next topic on the agenda, and I think she's going to touch on a lot of these items that I would imagine that she will take comments and or questions at the end. Yeah.
And I just was wondering, I know, I see Gary is on, I haven't heard anything from him, is he just listening, or do we need to make sure if he has a comment or anything?
Maybe he's just listening, I think. He's listening.
Okay.
I'm listening, I'll contribute if I feel like I can, but otherwise I just want to sit in.
Okay, great. I just wasn't sure. I didn't want you to get missed.
Gart, where's my share screen option here on this?
Oh,
Oh, you know, it's one of those buttons.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. It said show cap. Oh, here we go. I got it. Yep, see it. Thank you.
Sure.
Very helpful.
There you go.
All right. Well, good morning, Commissioners. Most of you have seen me before. I'm Catherine Week. I'm one of your planners over in the Planning Department. I am usually shepherding things through the Board of Zoning Appeals, so you may not see me as often as some of the other planners here. But today, I think I'm giving Jeff a break. I'm going to go through Planning 101 and just some general information about planning. And kind of cover a lot of the things I think that you talked about in your questions. So if not, chime in and we'll go from there. So Planning Commission, what is Planning Commission? It is a joint commission. It's authorized by Kansas statute. And those duties that you have, the duties and authority that you specifically have as a joint commission are outlined in our Land Development Code in Article 14. So what's the difference between commissions and boards? As you know, our city commission is our legislative authority in the county. The Board of County Commissioners is the legislative authority in the county. You all kind of fit in there. You are the entity that is going to be proposing codes, regulations, long-range plans, and then forwarding those on to the legislative authority, who ultimately will adopt them or choose not to adopt them. And then similar, another board is the Board of Zoning Appeals, and they take what you all have recommended and the legislative authority has adopted, and they apply those codes. So that's kind of the difference between the three boards and commission. What is planning? I mean, why are we here? So planning is the process through which we are taking well-considered decisions. And why do we do that? So the community and county have adopted guidelines and goals, strategic plans that they use to guide all of our regulations and planning throughout the county. The Planning Commission is there to guide that development in a manner that is consistent with those goals and strategic plans, and then ensure that those plans and regulations are consistent throughout, so that you are kind of that equalizing authority is recommending for what is the good of the whole community and how do we meet those goals. And ultimately, it can kind of be synopsized down into a 5-step process, and it's a continuous process and it's a long process. It's not something that happens immediately. And what are those 5 steps? The first step would be that we are identifying a problem or an opportunity within the community. And we're going to consider those problems or opportunities. How do we do that? Well, step 2 is to collect a lot of information, and we get that from various places, whether it's community engagement or research. Staff typically does a lot of compiling information for you all to consider when you're collecting that information for consideration. And then step 3, we're going to compare alternatives. We're going to talk about all the information that we've gathered. We're going to kind of weigh the options, pros and cons, work through constructively what those alternatives are. And then we're going to hone in on selecting a plan as step 4 and then putting it to work. And then step 5 is after we have a plan in process or a plan that's been adopted, we're going to monitor. How is it working? Does it need changes? Is it working as we intended? Can we tweak it to make it work better? So that's kind of the synopsis of what planning is. And there are 2 end results from all of that planning process that we've gone through. Those are plans, and those act as the guide, and then the other product is regulations, which come after the plan, and those act as the tool. So you have the plan to guide you in your decisions and development for the community, and then the regulations are going to be that tool that helps you maintain those plans and make sure that they're working as intended. And those key documents, basically a plan could be in the form of comprehensive plan, an area plan, sector plan, and then the regulations or the tools that you're going to use are going to be the zoning regulations or subdivision regulations or things like design guidelines for specific things. And so a little bit about comprehensive plans. They are going to consider a lot of information. They're going to talk about neighborhoods, downtowns, industrial areas, roads, highways, bike trails, parks, open space, recreation, the environment, farmland, historic resources, floodplain management, you name it, it's going to be in the plan, or hopefully it's in the plan so that we have all of that information going forward. And then the zoning ordinance is going to be, it's going to consist of a map showing our whole area, whether it's in the county or in the city. It shows all of those designated zones in a visual representation so you can see where they are. And it's also a text of regulations. And the map is a tool to kind of guide you as to where those things are so we can see them in a broad picture, you know, where they're adjacent to each other, how do they interact with each other. And then the zoning text explains every zone on that map and describes all of the regulations that are going to pertain to each use and development for the properties in that zone. Some examples of regulations would be, as you're familiar with, minimum lot sizes, things like, you know, does it have access to infrastructure or right-of-way? Those are things that you see when items like plats come before you.
One thing I'll put a plug in real quick is your comprehensive and your specific area plans set the tone and tenor for your subdivision and your zoning ordinances. Yes. And so what you see in the current code today for both, a little bit for the city, actually, excuse me, a little bit for the county, more for the city, is you're seeing a reflection of the 1992 Horizon 2020 plan. You're seeing that reflected in the zoning code today. And so one of your updates you'll see later today is about the new land development code coming online that will reflect what you've seen in Plan 2040. So just as a kind of a prompt for your future thing a little bit later today is you're going to get to see that, how we're going to reconnect those two together again. So just put in a plug for that for, you know, stay tuned.
And then subdivision regulations, those are going to set minimum standards for things that are impact your land divisions and how you're creating subdivisions. Things like the placement and construction of streets. Again, as I mentioned, whether proposed lots in a subdivision might have access to public right-of-way. It also governs the location and sometimes the shape of lots, as well as any street patterns, park patterns, or parks, locations, and then any public land that's going to be within those subdivision. And then there are other tools that the planners and planning commission have that also impact the planning process, and those are like the capital improvement plans that are going through the city commission process. Those sometimes have impact what's going through the capital improvement plans on what we're doing in the planning phase of things. Whether there's any plans for acquisitions of land or annexations, if there's any special areas like historic districts or floodplain management locations, agricultural lands, preservation of agricultural lands, and any cultural interest sites. So all of those things are all other tools that help guide us in the planning process and coming up with comprehensive plans. So the planning, we have some legal foundations for planning. And as I mentioned, the Planning Commission, it's a commission that's mandated by state statute. Specifically for our Planning Commission, we are what's called a Metropolitan Planning Commission because we are a joint commission. We also do planning for the county, which is why we're called the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission. And this statute is the guiding document that creates the form for a planning commission. The governing body of the city by adoption of this ordinance is authorized to create the planning commission for a city or a county or joint entity such as we are. And then that planning commission shall be composed of not less than 5 members. And when acting as a planning commission for the county, at least 2 members of such a commission shall reside outside of the corporated city limits. So they should reside in the county itself. The governing body shall provide by ordinance resolution for the term of the members of the Planning Commission and filling of vacancies, and the members should serve without compensation. So this is just kind of the legal formation of of your body.
Part of your resolution that allows you to exist is from 1969, and it establishes 5 and 5 as your membership in that realm there. Your ability to sit is governed by the governing bodies. So if you're a county appointee, there is a resolution the county has that sets the term limit. If you're a city appointee, there is a similar resolution that also sets that term. So while it's not in your bylaws, it is set by the governing bodies, and you both are pretty much on equal footing. It is 2 terms that add a total of 6 years in a sitting, unless you're filling a partial term, and then you get the bonus points, and you may be able to go up to above 6 years for that time span. And there's been one commissioner that got close to almost reaching 9 because he filled a term that was almost a full year in advance of getting his first term. So Commissioner Culver may have the record as the longest planning commissioner ever for just on that luck. So while it's not in your bylaws or in the codes, those do exist out there, and they're in your packet today if you'd like to see them. So we have that information in there.
So Jeff, it's 6 years total?
Yeah, so it's each term is 3 years, and then 2 terms maximum, I believe, is what both have in their resolutions.
So as the Planning Commission, you have some legal roles, and Randy's going to talk a little bit more about some of the legal aspects. I'm just giving you the basic synopsis of your legal formation here. And those legal roles and authority that you have are outlined in Section 2014-01. There's also legal precedents for specific review criteria, or what you are probably familiar with as the golden factors, and that comes out of a court case, Golden versus the City of Overland Park from 1978, which sets forth non-inclusive list of 8 criteria that should be considered when you're looking at things before the zoning body. To aid, for instance, if you get in trouble, to aid the court in determining whether or not you acted with reasonableness in the city's decision. And so that's why it's very important for you when you're having your discussions and when you're making your determinations or recommendations that you base your reasoning behind those criteria points. And that way, it's very clear, if we have to look back at it later, to see that you've acted with your legal authority and you've made reasoned decisions based on those criteria points.
Can I ask a question on that?
Mm-hmm.
Where does the line is drawn when it comes to that decision? Because, yeah, sometimes the criteria, you check all the boxes, but we had in the past here that in your guts and like in your common sense as a human being, you know that it makes no sense. So how do we draw that line and says, well, yeah, I check all the boxes, but still no?
So I'll let Jeff elaborate a little bit on this. It's an easier question to answer for something like the Board of Zoning Appeals, because the Board of Zoning Appeals has to really set their opinion aside and only weigh in on those criteria points for what is on the code at that time. The Planning Commission and the City Commission have a little bit more wiggle room, and I'll let Jeff talk about that, particularly the City Commission because they're elected officials.
Yeah, so in most instances, and it kind of goes to one of the questions that I can't see this now in front of me here, is, just realize the flaw in that plan, is, I think one of the questions was, where are you at on the line, and the questions about litigation and how that fires up there. And really it is the decision points in Golden is what you use for rezoning, special use, and in the county conditional use permits. And those are your details that you look and carry through on.
Could you
Now,
say that one more time? You said that really fast.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Rezoning for both city and county, special use permits in the city, and conditional use permits in the county. You will see this as the decision factors that are in the codes for those are Golden with maybe 1 or 2 additions depending upon which one we're talking about. And the question before you, and as a recommending body, you are not the final authority on any of those. They would all, make a recommendation up. It is the governing body that makes the final decision on that. And part of what Commissioner Barreto highlights, I think, is one of those things that as staff, we don't fully understand because we don't get an opportunity to sit in your seats and weigh the evidence the way that you do, is which of these factors is more important in this instance? And you may look at that and go, it's hitting 7, but it's not hitting this one. And this is the golden factor, I think, is critical in the instance. It may be the comprehensive plan. It may be the neighborhood. And that is part of that deliberation, that conversation that the governing body is looking for when they watch your meetings. And I will tell you, they all watch your meetings. So you're always on their YouTube channels for the most part. So that's part of that discussion, is understanding is why did you find it to be, this is the golden factor, is the utmost importance, and why? And that's part of that deliberation and discussion that you all have very, very frequently and very well at the dais, I think, is you might look at it and it might be hitting it, but you just look and go, that there's something here that is just not clicking with this one golden factor, and I can't get past it. And here's why. And that is an okay dialogue to have. That is exactly the conversations that the governing bodies are looking for. Now, there are instances where you are the decision makers, and there are very few of them, but the big ones are you are on equal footing with the governing bodies in terms of a comprehensive plan amendment. The three of you must agree on the identical language of an amendment for it to be adopted. So you'll see as we subtly will change those things. Instead of saying we recommend approval, we actually write in there approve an item. And that is usually our indicator to you, is that you are on a little bit of a different footing. And so that's when we make those changes in the upfronts of your staff reports and that top headers. That's what we're talking about. So back to your question, it's really going to be up to, I think, the 10 of you, is what is that factor? What does it look like? And other commissioners have expressed in the past to me is when you look at that and you're looking through those golden factors, is you go through it and you're like, well, I need to look at the comprehensive plan. I need to look at my sector plan. I need to understand what I think this is telling me. And if I have a question, I'm going to bring it to the other 9, my fellow commissioners, and we're going to discuss it at the dais here, because I need to understand how we view it as a community, how we all see it. And that's, I think, where that decision making really becomes powerful. So in a roundabout way, it's a little up to you. Okay. It's just in that context of those factors, though. So it's, my all-time favorite one is, I don't want to vote for it because it's pink. Well, that's probably not going to stand up very well in court, because there's not a color condition in golden. But if you look at it and go, this is not working with 2040, and here's why, A, B, and C. That is a sound decision making on that criteria.
Fair enough.
Yeah, this is, go ahead.
Can you give us the site to Golden? Or is it in our packet?
It should be in your
Yeah,
packet.
it's in your packet.
The full opinion?
Oh, the full opinion?
I think there's a link to the,
I just
yeah,
wanted
to
to
the
get
number,
this
and you
to
can
pull up later.
pull it up and
Yeah,
get the
the full opinion is Golden v. City of Overland Park, 224 Kansas, 591, 584, 1978.
584?
584. Yep,
Thank you.
not a problem.
Jeff, I think that there have been some cases that have followed Golden, but you tell me if this is wrong, because I think the understanding is that Golden is and I think you said it, non-inclusive
Correct.
list of factors. So it's okay that you check all the boxes, and you still have another factor that is driving your decision.
Yes. And we can clarify. My understanding is that cities could tack on to Golden. So as long as you have the 8th, you can add a 9th and a 10th in there if you want to do it. So you can keep adding to it. But if there's something that is, like you said, it is non-inclusive. So there may be something out there and you look at it, it's, 1978 couldn't have predicted 2020. I'll just skip it, 2024 effectively at this point in time. And you go, well, that's just no way that could have been carried and conducted. And you may see that in the comprehensive plan or a sector plan, and that's where you can kind of draw that in and have that conversation too.
Yeah, and a good example of that would be for like a PD overlay zoning. So there would be the 8 golden criteria for rezoning, but then you also have some criteria points that you have to meet for a PD overlay. And so you'll see those criteria points outlined in the staff report as well. So that's a good example of where you've got your base criteria points, and then there are additional ones that are also included. And I was also going to say, too, that Jeff brought up a good point where you all have the authority kind of to weigh which criteria, maybe through your discussion, is a higher priority, or several criteria is a higher priority. Occasionally, when you're acting in the role of, for instance, for a variance, there are 3 criteria for issuing a subdivision variance, and those are inclusive criteria. So it has to meet all of those. You can't weigh which one is more important or not important. Those 3 criteria points would be the review criteria, and it has to meet all of those. So that's an example of where that changes a little bit. But and then we're also going to talk, I think Randy's going to touch on all of these items later today. The other kind of legal elements of planning is procedural in nature, and those are like ex parte communications, abstentions, deferrals, your COMA and conflicts of interest, your bylaws, which govern your how you all operate, attendance and quorum, and then taking notes and prejudging items. So I think we're going to talk about some of those later. And then a little bit more about the powers and duties of the Planning Commission. Jeff kind of touched on this. There kind of are two roles that you all play. In some instances and for certain applications, you have a legislative role. In others, you have what was mentioned earlier as a quasi-judicial role. And I'm going to talk about both of those. So you're forming recommendations. You're considering all research and information when forming a recommendation and weighing those criteria points. These are kind of what you are expected as your duty as a planning commission. You're, respect all views and treat everyone evenly when you're reviewing those criteria. Planning staff and the planning commission should be giving citizens meaningful opportunity to participate in the discussion. And then you all are focusing on the bigger picture. So you're focusing on the larger policy issues, and your direction should be related to planning items that are goal setting for the commission, and then long-term accomplishments to achieve. So mostly you're a recommending body when it comes to setting policy. The recommendation goes on to the governing body, be it either the city commission or the county commission for whichever type of item it is. And some application types, you're sitting in a quasi-judicial role. And I'll talk about that in a minute. And again, you want to make sure that you are, when you're discussing your items, you're keeping with your purview of what is your purview on that item. You don't want to step into the role of what the city commission would be talking about or reviewing. Your purview is the land related issue, be it either long-term or specific, which we'll talk about in a minute. So the legislative authority of the Planning Commission, legislative items look to the future. So as Jeff mentioned, those are going to be like comp plan amendments, text amendments. They have the ability to change existing conditions for an entire zone or for an area or a large number of individuals. So that's kind of a cheat sheet on when are you acting in a legislative capacity. It's when you're looking at something that impacts everybody in that zone or district. And again, those examples, comprehensive plan and text amendments. Quasi-judicial, what does that even mean? So the Planning Commission acts in a quasi-judicial role when considering things like zoning requests, preliminary plats, special use permits, conditional use permits, and subdivision variance requests. And the Kansas Supreme Court has described a quasi-judicial proceeding as one that involves the consideration of policy, the weighing of evidence, and the balancing of the equities. The application of rules, regulations, and ordinances to the facts of the resolution of the specific issues. So basically, you're kind of acting as a judge. So you're kind of weighing those items and acting as a judge. Quasi-judicial is also defined in our bylines for the Planning Commission. And that definition is that a Planning Commission is expected to act like a judge or function in the quasi-judicial capacity when reviewing matters that affect a specific party's land use. So that's another cheat sheet. When you're in a quasi-judicial role, you're looking at somebody's specific rights on their property. An action that involves the application of adopted policy to a specific development application or the land use decision that applies to a small number of individual or a single property. Examples of those are going to be rezonings, special use permits, conditional use permits. So the special would be in the city, conditional will be in the county. And when the commission sits in a quasi-judicial role, you need to have an appearance of fairness, so you need to be weighing those things fairly. Proper notice of the hearing is required, and a proper hearing process is required, and a decision that meets the legal requirements and is based on the record. So that's again where you have to really focus on making sure you're reviewing it based on the criteria for the specific application. And when reviewing issues that affect a specific party's land rights, the Planning Commission is acting in that quasi-judicial role, but also of note that the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution is where it will apply there. So people are expected to have a set given amount of rights that are outlined in the 14th Amendment. And Randy will probably.
Excuse me, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
In this packet that we have, do you have these things outlined? I've found some sort of outline about the development review process and the non-administrative review process, but I.
Yeah. At the very end of the packet, I think my slides are in there. They're not full page, but they're like four to a.
Thank you very
Yes.
much.
I was actually going to ask if we could get a full page. Like, I'm taking notes, but I love the idea that you think I can read this. But so eventually, because this is very helpful.
What we always do is we will put this packet and the materials online, so it's available throughout the course of the year. So you can load up, but we can also get the full page slides out of that thing too. Not a problem.
Yeah, I can access it online if it's there.
I can't access it
talk a
online.
little
I'm
more
just
about
an idiot when it
balancing
comes to that. I don't know how to blow these things.
Yeah, so that's, you basically want to treat a consistency of that. So if you're looking at an application that is in a quasi-judicial role in one way, you should be looking at that for another application the same way. And the criteria should be laying the outline for you to do that. So you are treating every application equally that comes before you. You're not like weighing who is the applicant or what is their business plan, or, you know what I mean? You're basing your discussion on the criteria points and the process for the meeting for everybody, for all similar types of applications, if that makes sense. So that's your balance of equities. So everybody's equal when it comes to their opportunity to bring an item before the Planning Commission.
So is there a sense of how we're doing as a commission? Can we get feedback either from staff or, like, are we being fair? Are we, are there some
I'm
areas?
going to let Jeff answer that one.
I know it's very sort of, but where do we get, how do we get evaluated? How do we know how we're doing on, you know what I mean? How we.
It's an excellent question.
Yeah,
I'm trying to replay about 12 months of meetings in my head real quickly as I'm going through it here. I can't recall an instance where I've seen you as a body wander too far beyond the bounds of your scope. And there are some instances where a public comment may draw you beyond your area, but you all seem very good about drawing back into is this is our role, we're here for land use, this is what we're looking at. Now, the one thing I will mention is when you really have to do a hard gear change is when you're sitting as the Planning Commission and you're reviewing a case and you have to then all of a sudden flip gears and go to a plat variance. And that is a very hard thing to do, and I recognize that because you go from having a little bit of golden is in there a little bit, and then you got to go to, like Catherine said, you have 3 inclusive things, and if it could hit 2, but if it doesn't hit that 3rd, you can't give it. And that's a hard thing to do. And when you're in the Board of Zoning Appeals, it's very easy because you don't get any wiggle room. The easiest way to describe the Board of Zoning Appeals or a variance is you are there to adjudicate the code at hand. End of story. As the Planning Commission, when you sit, you have a little bit more of an ability to look at it and say, I see this in the context of Golden. I can initiate a text amendment. But when you're sitting in a variance proceeding, the law of the day is the law that you can consider, and that is what you can apply. And that is a hard gear change. And I recognize there's a reason why we try to not have you hear a variance, do a case, hear another variance, because steam would come out of your ears, rightfully so, as we start shifting gears real fast. But I think as a body, you all do really well about staying in your lane and keeping with, this is what we can do, this is what we can't do, this is a step into the policymakers' world of the governing bodies that we can't come into. Some of the times you hear people will bring financial decisions into that, and that's not something you can usually weigh. I hear what you're saying and move through, because you can't take those in the way that the governing body can, because they have the ability of the purse strings. So I think you all do really well, and it is a challenge, and staff recognize it, and that's why we don't try to structure your agenda where we make your Advil budgets go way high as we do the night meetings there. Yes, Commissioner Thomas.
Is there any more consideration to a consent agenda?
You are reading my mind. I feel like we have a link here. Yes, we are looking at that one very, very thoroughly, because there are considerations of what you can and can't do under a consent agenda, because some things you do have to have a public hearing. Some things you do are not public hearing items. So you should not be taking public comment on those items so they can go on the consent agenda. So staff is looking through that and figuring out what that would look like at the end as a process. Simultaneously, we're also looking at the subdivision regulations as part of the land development code update, because when we ask you to do some things, we're asking you to do the work of municipal services and operations. Rights of way width variances. Does an alley need to be 14 or 16 feet, which is my all-time new favorite variance request that you see? It's those kind of things, you know, most places would leave that to the discretion of the city engineer because they would know best, they would know the details that are coming and let the experts lie. For some reason, your code asks you to do that and asks you to sit in the seat of the city engineer and make that determination. So there's some things that we're looking at to kind of say is like, let's put this in the right spot for you to do the right amount of work, and not to say we're not giving it its due time before the board, but also making sure that we're not asking you to do something that is maybe a little bit beyond on your realm in some respect. So absolutely.
Based on, I know I can't list specific things, but if you had to put a percentage to it, let's just say the last 12 months of the recommendations we have made to either city or to the county, how many times have they gone against those and said they did something stupid, something wrong, so we can't go that way?
Ooh.
I don't know if we have that number, but we do have what happens if that happens later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't point to something where they've said that you all have not, they may not have agreed with your call, but I wouldn't say they've pointed to anything and said there's a procedural issue there. I think what they've said is we're seeing it in a little bit of a different light. So I think it's more about the semantic of it, not so much about the operation of the Planning Commission.
What is the consent agenda? What does that mean?
A consent agenda is, usually you see it on the governing bodies, they will put things on the front of an agenda where it's passed by one motion. And so if there's a lot of things on there, you make one motion and adopt all three. And in old Planning Commission agendas from about 20, 25 years ago, the items were on there were your preliminary plats, because they were things that are non-public hearing items. You just, you know, does it meet all the technical requirements? You'll hear Randy say this phrase, and me too, is your ministerial functions can be potentially a consent agenda item, where if the applicant has met all of the code requirements, they get the plat. So those could be on your consent, is what we're thinking at this point. But we're studying that to make sure, because the Planning Commission abandoned the consent agenda sometime in the early 2000s. The state laws changes have occurred over that time, and so we're just making sure that everything still reconciles correctly for that to be a possibility.
And that's something that can feed into the time issue too, is if that is able to be adopted, that can really help. If we find ourselves boxed in with this time and we can't figure a way out, that's going to help us.
Well, and if we're taking a bunch of time with stuff that we really don't have any discretion on, right, then that time can be spent on the stuff where there is actually.
Well, and I'm not sure if this time slot is the best time to discuss this, but I mean, I would say, rather than a consent agenda, it seems to make sense to me to move more of those things to staff decision. Because if the main function that we play with respect to elected officials is deliberation, then what's the point of having a consent agenda?
Good point.
Just give us more time to deliberate.
Well, as an example, I mean, when I was on school board, our consent agenda may have 5 items, it may have 50 on it, because literally we had to approve every hiring, every promotion, every raise, all of that. And those things that if a board member said, no, that shouldn't be there, can we discuss it outside? We'd pull it.
Right.
But if we had to discuss every one of those, 8 hours from here would have been 15 hours there.
Yeah, you weren't here when we had short-term rentals as part of
So I, you know, again, I'll put a plug in for later. I think you're going to hear that discussion when we talk with Clarion, the consultants for Land Development Code, is about, you know, does that diagnostic get the things correctly? You know, what should be administrative? At one point in time, site plans were not administrative. You guys would have been processing and quite a number of site plans. And if you saw the number of site plans that flow through the planners right now, your Monday meeting would end on Thursday. That's that diagnostic about is like, what is that value the community wants, you know, the expediency versus that review, And that's part of that conversation we're hoping to have with y'all later a little bit, is exactly what Commissioner Carter's highlighting with short-term rentals that I still have. Yes.
Before you move to the next
Yep.
topic, you gave a definition of quasi judicial, but I don't see it in the slides. Could you just give me where you got these? So the Supreme Court has defined quasi judicial, and then you read it to us, but I couldn't get it all down. If you just
Yeah, we can probably send it to you. I know they have it for the BZA item. I'm pretty sure they have it somewhere else as well. We can get that for
You
you.
wouldn't just send it to me later,
Yeah.
that's fine. I just,
And Jeff might have it right there.
Yeah. Article 7, Section 1 of your bylaws defines a quasi-judicial conduct. So that governs what the Planning Commission will be doing in that sense. So that's the one that Catherine mentions, the second one there. We can get you the one from the state Supreme
Yeah,
Court.
and that
though.
kind of encapsulates what that Supreme Court one says. So, but yes, we can forward that to you.
That'd be great.
Jeff, whatever Chelsea wants, I want.
Absolutely.
And so there was a good segue in there too, before we go on to like what happens behind the scenes before you even see anything. When we talked about those additional tools and where Jeff mentioned you sometimes are acting like, why are you seeing a variance when MSO should maybe weigh in on whether or not a variance for a street width is appropriate. So these are the other tools that are available to the Planning Commission that we'll talk about later. Staff should be getting you information on when they're reviewing items and bringing them for you. And that, again, those are like capital improvement items. Public infrastructure policies and procedures is the one that would be related to when you're seeing variance requests. We should have that kind of information for you. Transportation planning, and then other items that you will see, we'll be trying to get you, like if there's preservation guidelines that need to be taken into account, or floodplain management things. So that will get us to what happens before things come to you. So review and recommendations, just briefly before we get into the application process. You as the Planning Commission are able to approve items that come before you, approve them with conditions or modifications, or deny or not approve items that come before you. And those are the three basic actions that you all have.
You
And-
also, in your bylaws, have a fourth action. You have the ability to defer items.
Yes, that's true. Yes.
So that it does not show up in the code, but it is a allowance in your bylaws.
And then just keeping in mind, again, when you're taking these actions, you should be making clear motions and recommendations based on those criteria points. Again, so in case they need to be referenced back, we can do that.
If I could just interject,
Yeah.
because you mentioned deferral.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been a number of questions about when we can defer. I mean, in terms of this list of questions, when we can defer, who's deferring? Is it?
That's a good question.
The submitting party defers, when the planning commission defers? What happens when we do that in terms of staff and appointments? That's something that's come up in this last
Do
year.
you have that handy, or you want me to answer?
I can
Okay.
definitely. So your bylaws allow for 2 instances of deferrals, and I'll speak to the second one first in the way that it works. You have the ability under 2A, or sorry, excuse me, I can't read my own screen here, 2C, to table an item. And it says the commission may table or defer any item, including after the public hearing has been closed, when it has been determined, when it is determined by the commission that such action would be advantageous to the commission for responding to issues raised and for gathering adequate information to make a well-informed recommendation. So if you hear an item and you get to a point and you're like, yeah, I need more, there needs to be something here. We don't have enough to do. Or you're hearing something like, this needs, I'll quote another planning commissioner, this needs more time to bake. Like it's not quite done yet, it needs another couple, minutes to figure through. You can defer the item. Now, the one that you've seen more recently has been what is Section 2B of your bylaws, which is the deferral requested by an applicant. Now, it is very explicit about that process, and it says a deferral request may be made to us in writing, but if it occurs before the posting of your packet, staff can just defer the item as it is. If your packet is published, then a second deferral procedure takes hold, and that's why it has to come to you to see if you want to defer the item. And so what you will see is staff will work very diligently to make sure that if somebody wants to defer an item, they have that opportunity before we go to that publication so that you all don't have to see it and then they don't have to bother coming to the meeting and they can keep working on the item. There are some instances, though, where that just, the luck of the calendars, and sometimes that doesn't work out. And so we will usually bring those to you, and we always bring them under your communication section of your agenda, kind of that very upfront piece. And you do have to take a vote on that as if you want to defer that item. And most of the time you'll see us is it's probably more of a calendar issue than anything else. And that is why you're going to see us usually make that recommendation to defer, because it's unfortunately those things just happen in the world. And somebody's not available for a phone call or isn't available for an email, or in one case I had an applicant who was on a plane and the plane was unexpectedly delayed, so he couldn't call or email to let us know about that. And so we had to bring it to the board for that reason to do it. So those things happen in the real world, and the bylaws sometimes can't picture that, but you have that deferral ability, and the applicants also have some deferral grace in your bylaws too.
How much before our meeting does the applicant, how much time is there between the application and the meeting, usually?
For the deferrals?
Like how much, what I'm saying is, let's say the applicant is debating whether they should defer or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
How much of it, is that weeks between when they submitted the application, it got onto our calendar, and the actual meeting? How much,
So
how much before the meeting is the schedule made, is what I'm asking.
So when you adopt your calendar, you're setting that kind of the running schedule for the rest of the year. And what the planners will always do is they will reach out to an applicant and just before they get through some things is go through and say, hey, here's where we're at. Let me know if you're ready for this to proceed, yes or no. And so it's usually the question we always run with the applicants is, are you ready for this to go? Is there anything that you need to move? Do you have a conflict or a travel thing? So before we go to publish, we're always asking people, are you sure this is ready? Are you really good? Because we don't want to have it published and then find out that they're not ready to bring it to you. Right. So we're always checking in throughout the entire process. And as you all know, is you work on a 60-day calendar. So when you see something this month, it was submitted to us in October. So the planners have been working with individuals and design reviewers for quite a while. So we have a pretty good sense of when something may not be quite ready to come to you.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So what happens, or has it ever happened, if say after Thursday, after the packet's been published, applicant comes and says, I'm not ready, can you defer? And the commission says, no, go ahead, we're going to talk about it.
I can't think of that ever happening, but I mean, procedurally, if that would to happen, is you would take the item as it is and go through and approve with conditions or a denial. So in certain boards, because you have the ability to table an item, so you could hear an item and then still table it at the end of the day. Like in the case of the city's Board of Zoning Appeals, they cannot table an item. If an item runs on an agenda, they're either going to approve it or deny it that night. They cannot stop an item. It is going to run to some fruition at the end of it. So you have an ability that some don't to table. I have not seen that happen, but you could not defer it at communications, but then hear some of it and then defer it ultimately because of what you've heard during the meeting.
I have a thought about that, and so I think one reason too that is a thing is that there's a cutoff after that agenda posts. That's another form of public transparency, and the public has been informed that this item is going to be on the agenda. If for some reason they were allowed to defer that between the posting of the agenda and the meeting, that would basically just kind of disappear for those people, so they wouldn't have any notice that that item has been deferred. So that's another means of public transparency, so they can see that that item has been deferred. And then, given that they have already been through that process for X many weeks, months, I believe that's why the Planning Commission has the authority to say, nope, you've been through the process, it's posted, not that this happens, but we're going to hear the item. Again, I think that's part of being publicly transparent for other people who are.
That was the reason for my question. Let's say there's some big item coming, and then they say, no, we're not ready, but 50 people show up for public comment.
Yeah.
It's like, to the benefit of those 50, we should consider whether or not we're going to defer it or not.
Is it correct that if we defer, we don't have to say a date to which we're referring?
you don't have to say a date, but we will usually ask you for a date because we don't want it to be an indefinite deferral.
Well, it seems to me we create an opportunity for forum shopping, basically. If we've got an election coming up, if we've got changes of planning commissioners coming up, there may be people who want to defer until that policy change has occurred. And it would seem to me that we want to be very careful about not creating those kinds of opportunities.
That's something I think the commission can consider as part of that. It's, there's always that calculus to it. The other thing is to consider is that when you defer, it's very unlikely that you're going to see it in the next 30 days, because for staff to turn it around and get it on a legal notice is probably going to be 60 days out. Because by the time you're having your meeting, we've already sent the 20-day notice for the meeting coming up next. So it's very rare that when we get to a point of, like, if, let's say you defer in December, you're very likely going to see that in February, because by the time staff would be able to go through the noticing procedures that the code requires, it would not be able to be done by January. So there's that kind of differential in there too.
So if we see it in October, but there's a deferral, that might get us past an election.
It could, just on the calendar. And if the applicant may also be in a position where they're not available in that next meeting, so they may ask for an even longer deferral. And we've seen that before, where somebody's flown in, it was deferred, and then they knew they couldn't come back in that time frame, so they asked for a bit of a longer time to. So, I mean, there's all kinds of things that could run into that one.
And I also just wanted to remind, this is a discussion on when an item's been posted on the agenda, what that procedure is to defer. The applicant can defer before it's posted and not have to request for that.
Yeah.
No,
But the same concerns that Jane raises, though, still come into play. It's just that it becomes a staff decision instead of a board decision.
Just to mention, staff has no authority to deny their deferral. So if they request a deferral, we say, fine. I mean, we don't have the authority to say, no, you can't defer.
Yeah, there's nothing that says we can't defer. If they tell us we're not ready to go, we would not send it, because the applicant's discretion on that in some instance there. What is in your bylaws says is we will not send you an application that is not compliant with code. So if something is not compliant with code, we won't put it on your agenda. If it goes, as soon as it goes compliant, then we tell the applicant, we think you meet all the codes, these conditions, if there are those, would help us get to meeting those codes. Are you ready to proceed? That is kind of how we go behind the scenes and have those discussions.
And I think that's a very important point in terms of deferral. If we say we want to defer an item, there are lots of consequences for that. So it needs to be very seriously considered. It's not just something we can say, oh, we just want more time for this. We really need to think about, do we need that much more time? What are the consequences going to be? If it becomes 30, 60, even further days out.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, well, we're going to kind of move into what happens prior to all of your discussions, and that is the application process. And typically, those are triggered by what we call a pre-application meeting. And any applications that we have in our system that require a public hearing, so that would be one that came before you, or the city commission, they are required to have a pre-application meeting, and it's required to be done at least 7 working days prior to the time that they plan to submit. So if they have a submittal schedule, we reiterate that they need to get that pre-application meeting scheduled so that we can discuss the relevant project and any contextual issues that they may need to work out before they submit the formal application. And even sometimes prior to the pre-application meeting, we have what are called public inquiries. So people will just call the planner and discuss a little bit about the project before we schedule a formal pre-application meeting. And that's kind of just to get, am I looking at the right zoning district here? Will this use fit here? Those general questions we can sometimes answer through general public inquiries. And then we say, yes, you're going to need a public hearing, or you're going to need a pre-application meeting because this is a public hearing item. And we actually do pre-application meetings for all of our applications, even site plans and administrative ones. But they are required for the public hearing items that go before the public for consideration. The next step after the pre-application meeting, and I should mention, the pre-application meeting, when we set those meetings up, we will try to schedule it with any staff that is relevant to that project. So that would include MSO, fire prevention, building safety, any outside agency. If we can get KDOT in there, if it's something that's related to KDOT, we will get them in the meeting. So we will try to get everybody who is relevant to that project or the context of that site in the pre-application, so we can address those issues before they submit, kind of the context issues before they submit the formal application.
So at this point, have you suggested that they talk to the neighbors and or not? Is that too early?
Yes, no, we talk about that in a pre-application meeting.
Okay.
That's typically where we tell them if they haven't already enlisted the services of a design professional, you're going to need a design professional for this application. You need to, give the neighbors a heads up, start some neighbor engagement. That's recommended. Some of our applications require that. So that's where we give them all of that general information about what they need to submit a good submittal, one that's going to, work its way through the review process without having too many hiccups. That's what these are geared towards.
Do you recommend that they contact, if it is outside of the city limits, do you recommend that they contact their township at this point?
Yes, that's a good point.
We've never
Yeah.
had normally it's only much further in the process that the township has been asked to weigh in on anything.
Yeah, usually we will start notifying the township once an application has been submitted, but if there's a context issue that, the planner does an initial review and says, hey, there's a major drainage issue here, we're going to get the township or the water district involved, the rural water district, we will invite them to the pre-application meeting and try to get their input as well. But typically, it's going to come at this next stage, which is the application submittal, where they're going to submit their application, any associated documents that they have, whether it be, their construction plans or all of their property ownership lists that they've had to get through the county for the notification area, all of that documentation, the ownership authorization forms, everything for a complete submittal should be submitted with the application. And that is where we start the process. It will get logged into our system, our review system. We'll plug it into the scheduling. We'll start assigning all those reviewers, both in-house and out-of-house. Maybe the township is involved, or the county surveyor, or we need KDOT, Midco, Evergy, whoever needs to be in on that review will get assigned. There's literally a list of about 15 reviewers or review types that go with almost all applications.
One thing that happens when an application comes in is at every week on Saturday going into Sunday is our planning submittals map and webpage will update. And so anything the office receives as an application will show up on the map and that. So you can see all the applications that have come in the last week for PDS, both in the city and in the county. So everything will show up on that map. It updates basically Sunday morning. So if you look at 8 a.m. on Sunday, you'll see the latest information.
You keep getting about 5 slides ahead of me. Jeff is used to giving this presentation, so I think he's like pinch hitting for me here.
Okay, first I need to turn off my microphone.
Is this also at the point that, and it usually is like the rural fire department contacted?
Yes.
Because I know the city fires, we often hear about them. I'm sometimes wondering whether or not the rural fire department has been contacted, and there have been a couple things we've seen where they've come and said that they weren't contacted. So I'm just trying to figure out what their
Yeah, they should be. If it's an application that has impact for them, then yes, they should be on for the township or rural water. They should hopefully get a request to comment. And I should note that they're not automatically in our review system. There are outside agencies like the rural water districts and townships and rural fire that we send an additional email. So Denny, when that application comes in, Denny or Jordan or whoever's logging that in will send out a email to all of those entities, and it will have all of that application material in it, and will say, if you have comments, please forward them on to the planner, whoever's been assigned. So they should have that initial opportunity. That's a good point. If they're not seeing that email, maybe we need to check and see, is that list updated? Are they getting that email? So that's a good point. Something we can check to make sure.
Catherine, quick question.
Yeah.
So if there's a federal agency like FEMA or FAA involved, how do you guys decide whether to put the application on the agenda or wait for clarification from FEMA or FAA? How do you make that decision?
I might let Jeff answer that, because normally we're not contacting FEMA unless MSO is doing that through the like hydraulic studies. Jeff, you might know more about that, and the FAA maybe for the airport, things that are happening out at the airport.
So typically with airports and things like that, there's going to be an advance notice that comes from municipal services and operations, and they're going to be flagging that. In other instances, one example comes to mind is typically anytime you have a tall tower, so a cell tower, radio tower, something like that, part of that concurrent processing that the applicant is responsible for is going through the federal permitting process. So what we would do is simply ask them, have you begun that process? It's not incumbent on us to notify them. It's incumbent on them to notify those federal departments for that instance and information. FEMA, Corps of Engineers, a couple of the other ones, they're a little different because we will engage with them when we receive an application, is either the county or the city, because we need them as our reviewing partners in some of those instances. So if something is, say, close to the levee in North Lawrence, we will immediately get with MSO, and then they will immediately get with the Corps of Engineers to begin those discussions, or the drainage district, or whoever needs to be pulled in as part of that discussion. So MSO will pull that as part of their reviewing set. The standalone there is if it's at the airport, which is owned by the city, we will definitely be pulling in people because we own the airport and we know that reviewing, so we will pull that in a little separately. But if there's anything that's a concurrent process at a different level, that's incumbent on them to begin it. Now, you can ask questions about, have you done that process? But I'm not sure you'd have the ability to hang it up and say, we can't give you an approval because the FAA hasn't. That's not inside your laws to say that. Your ordinances say is, do you meet these land use regulations, yes or no? It's incumbent on them to meet the federal requirements, and if they don't get it, then ours would go moot after 24 months. So there's a bit of a multi-channel situation that can occur. And it's okay to ask are you aware of the FAA regulations? But to decide that you're not going to give something until the FAA gives something, that may be getting a little outside the bounds of permission. So, yes.
I have a question about notification, as it kind of relates to this, and that is if neighbors within the notification area have received letters saying this is going to be on an agenda, does that need to stay on a regular agenda, or is it possible for the neighbors to go to the meeting and discover, oh, this is on the consent agenda rather than a regular one?
Well, that won't happen for your commission because we don't have consent agenda. That would, and ideally no, because if it's a public hearing item, it would not be on the consent agenda. That's something that's it's already gone through the process. It's typically administrative, and then it's just the governing body that has the last public hearing element, and so that's why, like, City Commission would have a consent agenda for these items.
Okay.
So you won't see that.
So if I get a notification, it doesn't mean that it's going to be a public item on that agenda. It just, on the...
If you get a notification, yes, it is a public item. So you're talking about those letters that go out.
Right.
We're required to send those out 20 days prior to the public hearing. And it could be a consent item, it could be a public hearing item. So basically, that's the heads up that you should look at the agenda and see where your item is going to fall on the agenda.
Okay.
So that's kind of your heads up, but it is a public item.
So
Both consent and non-consent items are public items.
So as we're thinking about that as you're thinking about that for the Planning Commission, I just think I might be upset if I got a letter thinking I was going to a public meeting and then I found it was on a consent agenda.
That's part of the thing we're looking at, is we don't think there's a lot of stuff you hear that could be on a consent agenda.
Okay.
So that's part of the thing we're studying to look at, because a lot of the things that you would see, and I'll pick on the governing bodies, they can put a lot more on a consent agenda than you would be able to. So that's that diagnosis we're trying to do with that appointment.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so we're kind of getting into now what the question was asked,
Sorry.
Oh, another question.
Oh.
A further point, and these concurrent things that are happening with some applications. One thing I've noticed is that if there's, say, with a lot of the gravel pits, there's the wetland permitting is necessary, so that's a federal agency. Another agency, that is a condition on, and so given that they get the proper permit for that, so that's something that if it's not in the conditions of a permit, conditions of a decision we're making, we can add that. But I generally find that that's the staff has always has that as one of the conditions, that there's a concurrent process that needs to happen.
Yeah. And quarries and mining operations have a little bit of a different construct in the codes for conditional use permits, and that's why you see a bit of a ranging set of conditions that you wouldn't see. It's because there's a little bit more in those use regulations that we're pulling from, or things that we know that we've seen either in the instance in the application before it, because most of these times they're going to have another CUP that we're looking at too. And so it's just carrying conditions on. So some of those you run into exactly that, is we'll put that condition there because that could affect some of our potential that we have in there. Some of the other ones, though, we don't put in there because they may be so far beyond us, outside the realm of a land use situation, that we just can't lace them together in a way.
So is it fair to assume then that if there is something on our agenda that has a concurrent, let's say a FEMA requirement, that you guys have thought about it, waited and said, this is something that potentially could go forward, versus if it's in a, for sure, a floodplain, and you just say no. So in other words, can we say, you guys have done the due diligence, and this is something that has a potential that FEMA will say it's okay to do if it's reached us, Versus like you ruled it out completely and said, this is not going to happen because it's in a flood. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we wouldn't lean necessarily on FEMA at that point so much. We'd be leaning into the regulations that we'd be applying, which may or may not be FEMA. They may be local regulations that we have in our floodplain standards that we'd be looking at. So usually when we're taking that, we're giving it a pretty good review against all the things that we can put it in that rubric and evaluate against. So we always make that promise to y'all, as in your bylaws too, is if it's not code compliant, we're send it with that item on there. So if we don't think it's meeting all the marks, or there's an outstanding question, either PDS staff has or zoning and code staff has, it doesn't matter. If there's an outstanding item for review, we wouldn't schedule it for an agenda till there's either a comment or we see a resolution on what that conflict happens to be. So that is kind of how we operate on that pride.
Thank you.
I just want to, sorry, before we get to, I don't want to, this is really good conversation, I don't want to squelch it, but just be mindful, we've got about 15 minutes left here before break, and I think Catherine looked like she has about 10 more slides to get through. So we do have this afternoon, we'll be talking about another opportunity to continue this conversation, have more questions. There's not a formal presentation at that point, we've got a lot more time.
I did want to just say real quick, I have something for the list, just so I don't forget it. And you don't have to write it down now, but this made me think about, I'd love to talk about the specificity of conditions that's come up a couple different times at a couple of meetings, and then who is the enforcement agency, and then are the conditions specific enough for proper enforcement, or too specific, or how that works. I'd love to hear more about that later this evening. Or this afternoon. Hopefully we won't be
Hopefully not.
After party.
So luckily, most of these slides are what's happening behind the scenes, so they shouldn't take too long to go through. And basically, just tying into one of your questions earlier about how long do applications kind of work their way through the system before they get to you, we're already now at 21 days, and we've only had a pre-application meeting and a first round of review. So we're at 21 days already, and so this is where the opportunity is for the applicant to make any revisions that might be necessary, address comments. And during that, when the application is being checked in, it immediately gets an eye for the schedule, which you all have probably checked the schedule many times to see when's the deadline and when's the next meeting, or maybe you don't, and you just wait till the packet comes out and say, oh, our meeting is next week. But we are looking at the schedule probably every day, just to see, when those applications come in, where does it fall, what's the timeline going to be, and how do we get it through the system. And speaking of applications, we have a lot of them. So what planning staff is doing behind the scenes, before it even comes to you, is these are our administrative list of applications. There may be a few that I've missed, but this is the gist of them. So we have final plats, minor subdivisions, site plans through the city are all administrative. We have 3 different types, minor, major, and standard. Final development plans, certificates of surveys, floodplain development permits, written interpretations, non-conforming use registrations, home occupation registrations, accessory dwelling unit registrations, design review permits for historic resources, and sidewalk dining permits that are a form of a site plan. And then we have even more applications. We have the non-administrative ones, which are the ones you're going to be familiar with that have public hearing elements. And those are going to be annexations, rezonings, preliminary plats, preliminary development plans, special use permits, which would be within the city limits, conditional use permits, which would be in the county. We have text amendments, comp plan amendments, and subdivision variances. And then we also have site plans that exist outside of the city limits or in the county. Some of those are administrative if they're minor enough. The planning director has authority to approve those. But if they're not minor enough, and there's a state of criteria that staff is looking at to see if they're minor or not, they do have to go before the Board of County Commission. And then hardship variances go to the Board of Zoning Appeals and also administrative appeals. So those will go to the Board of Zoning Appeals as well. So planning staff is doing a lot of things behind the scenes, and we're working all of these things through some sort of schedule. Again, this is just a kind of a synopsis of what the schedule looks like. It goes from pre-application meeting to the application submitted, the review process starts, and then we get into scheduling and making sure if it's a public hearing, we get it on the proper agendas. This gives us deadlines for staff reports and notice requirements. So notice for all public hearing items is 20 days. So we have to send out those letters that the neighbors are getting at least 20 days prior to any public meeting. So that's where it gets tricky in deadlines. If things change or deferrals happen, what has it met, the deadline for notice, that kind of thing. We have to keep those in mind when we're looking at the timeline for working things through the system. And then it'll go on to Planning Commission, which is where you all are going to see it. And this is kind of a slide to show you what are the approval levels for the different types of applications that we have. This is where, again, we talk about the legislative authority versus, the quasi-judicial role. Items that can be approved by the Planning Commission, for you all, that's preliminary plats, variances for things that are involved with certificates of survey, minor subdivisions, or preliminary plats. And the thing to keep in mind about variances, if they're land action variances or subdivision variances, those are probably going to come to you. If they're hardship variances, those are going to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals. You won't see those. And then items that go on to be approved by the City Commission are going to be annexations, city rezonings, special use permits, preliminary development, should be fine. Yeah, preliminary development plans, text amendments, the right-of-way easements, they will get also carried on. I noticed on here, so I carried this from somewhere else. Appeals of administrative decisions, actually that should say appeals of commission decisions, those go on to the City Commission. Appeals of administrative decisions, or those by the planning director, actually go to the Board of Zoning Appeals. Comprehensive plan amendments, things that the county are going to see are going to be those county rezonings, the conditional use permits that are out in the county, and again, appeals of, this should also say commission decisions, so. And then they're also going to see those comprehensive plan amendments.
Well, Catherine, I think
Yeah.
the appeals and administrative decisions, that can also mean that, our site plans are administrative.
Oh,
They can
that's
be
true.
appealed, and if they're appealed,
Yes.
then they go to the city commission.
That's true. So maybe it should say appeals of administrative applications, yes. There's two types. Pardon, go ahead.
Variances, and then you said variances, and then we see some, and then you said hardship variances.
Yes.
And they go directly. And would that then have to do, sometimes we hear arguments about it'd be hardship, financial hardship, and that's why we should have this variance, and that's not something we can consider, like, if that's what they're arguing, does then that go to a different, they can still argue that, it's just a
Yes.
different location that handles.
So I'll talk about that at the end. I have 2 slides for that because I didn't know if we were going to get into variances, and I'll do them really quickly. They're right at the end of this presentation. There is a difference between a subdivision variance, which is also a hardship variance, and just a straight hardship variance for individual property owners for like development items. And I'll talk about those briefly. And yes, you have two different forms of approval for those.
Who approves the major subdivisions?
So that would be a final plat. That's administrative. So once that preliminary plat has gone through the Planning Commission and City Commission level, the final plats, if they should be consistent with what was basically approved for the preliminary plat. Those are administrative, so they can be approved by the planning director.
So Planning Commission is the first in the two-step
Yes.
process. If you approve a preliminary plat and it conforms to the requirements of a final plat, staff will administratively complete the final plat.
Okay, so that,
And this is just an arrow that, what happens after you see it. We still have it could be as short as 2 to 3 weeks. It could be up to 4 or 5 weeks before it goes on to the governing body's agenda, and that just depends on, what is the falling of the approval? Is there a meeting at the end of the month? Who has purview, if it's a county or city, as to how fast it can be heard after you all hear that item. And then it goes on to permitting after complete review. And this is just, again, when we're reviewing those applications, not only are you looking at those criteria points, but planning staff is also reviewing the golden factors and/or any specific criteria points for any specific application, whether it's a special use or a conditional use that has specific criteria points for those specific uses, or if it's like a PD overlay that has additional criteria in addition to these golden factors. Staff is looking at all of these as well. And that's kind of how we start formatting our staff reports, which I'll talk about in just a minute. And the permitted roles of the commission and city commission, as well as staff, are outlined in Article 13. Article 13 covers all of our processes and our applications and tells you what each entity can or cannot do. This is an example from the rezoning section. It tells you what staff basically needs to do is to prepare a report to provide that to the Planning Commission, then what the Planning Commission can do once they receive that. And then there's another section that's much longer for the City Commission as well, but this is just an example that we are acting based on what the code tells us each party is supposed to be doing in the review process. So we each have given roles. And then what is the role of planning staff? Well, planning staff is here to serve the public, and that includes you. You are all part of the public as well. We are supposed to be providing technical assistance in the fields of transportation planning, historic resource planning, any mapping or GIS elements, FEMA floodplain management regulations. We're supposed to be compiling all of the information that we can give to you to provide the guidance to the commission to accomplish the goals and strategies of that comprehensive plan in complete, clear, and accurate information. So we also are trying to give citizens meaningful opportunity for participation, and we are behind the scenes managing day-to-day tasks relating to all of the planning activities that go on within the county. And then what is the role of the applicant and the public? Well, the applicant should be mindful of timelines. They should provide adequate information for that complete review of the project. And they should discuss the development with the area, nearby property owners. Be mindful of timelines for revisions and deadlines for public hearings. The public is expected and hopefully to participate in the process. They're encouraged to give input to the project. They have the opportunity during review. As Jeff said, all of our planning submittals are posted online as soon as we get to the end of that week, they get updated. So they have the opportunity to contribute from really the beginning. As soon as that application is submitted, it's public information, and they can have access to any of that public information, and they're encouraged to give input if they want to contact staff and ask questions. Staff is very receptive of answering questions for the public. And then notice is required. The reason for notice is so that they can participate and they know what the deadlines to expect or when meetings or public hearings are happening. And again, we have deadlines even for additional comments all the way up into, which we might be talking about later, the day of the meeting. So that's the anticipated role of the public, is to provide that input. And that's the end of the formal presentation. It sounds like we might have some more to discuss. Oh, I was going to touch just quickly on the, you asked about the variances. There's two types of variances. there is a variance that is specific to a particular property, and it would be like zoning regulation variances for like setbacks or access width or something. Those are the ones that you are not going to hear. Those are going straight to the Board of Zoning Appeals. And they, again, the Board of Zoning Appeals acts in that quasi-judicial role. They're dealing with a specific property or a specific item. It's not an overarching kind of legislative decision. The subdivision variances are those that are specific when a land action is happening. So you're going to see those when we're doing plats, because that impacts how that land is being either split or combined. So it's kind of like two categories. We've got the land action variances, and then we have the actual development action variances. And you all are seeing the land action variances. And each type of variance has a set list of criteria points for you all. For those subdivision variances, you have 3 criteria points. And I think former Commissioner Carpenter was very good at reminding everybody that they have to meet all 3 of these criteria points. You can't just be one or the other. You can't weigh the criteria as to which one is more important than the other. It has to meet all 3. And that's the same with the BZA. They have 5 criteria points for those hardship variances, and they have to meet all 5. So it's the same thing for those types of variances.
And is financial consideration not allowed?
It is not, and that is because we have a specific definition for unnecessary hardship, which is one of the criteria points. It has to meet this definition. And the definition, actually, the very last sentence, if you see it down at the bottom, mere financial loss or the loss of a potential financial advantage does not constitute an unnecessary hardship. And I give examples of this to the BZA. You can have a hardship on a lot, let's say, where it might have an easement going through the middle of it. And that's a hardship, but there might be opportunities to design around that. So does it rise to the level of a necessary hardship? And so that's what you all, kind of the same thing when you all have to consider hardship variances for subdivisions, and typically I think you all see them as right-of-way variances. Would it be an unnecessary hardship? Does it rise to the level? Would it impact everybody, regardless of whether or not it was this individual subdivider or this plan? Would everybody have the same hardship, no matter what was coming before you with this land action? If it meets that, then it probably meets the definition of unnecessary hardship. And an example would be like a right-of-way. So basically, they're asking for right-of-way width. It's typically because the right-of-way it's already in existence. They're not planning any capital improvements. There's no plan in the future to widen that street. If you were to make that subdivider widen that street just for that particular run of property, that is really acting arbitrary and capriciously and really giving them an unnecessary hardship, because everybody else on the street row does not have to meet that same level of
The way to think about a variance is you're trying to equalize the rights of a property. So somebody by design of the plat may not have an ability to do something, and that happens. And so what you're trying to do is not give them something in excess of other people, but to bring them to the same level as other people would enjoy and participate. So there's a differential in there, and Catherine and I could do variances all day long because she's got my old favorite job of being the liaison of the Board of Zoning Appeals.
I'm just following Jeff along.
But it's one of those things where, there are very specific conditions in which you can do it. There's very specific avenues in which you can do it. And a lot of what the Board of Zoning Appeals can and can't do is actually structured by state statute. So there is not a lot of wiggle room in the way that they can operate. So if you ever watch the City Board of Zoning Appeals, they will motion and vote to open and close public hearings because they will operate in a fully quasi-judicial state at all times. And so there is motions and votes all over the place because of that instance of how they choose to operate and function.
So that'd be kind of why you talk about, if it's like a sidewalk variance or something, about what the other sidewalks in that neighborhood are. It matters because it'd be a hardship for this particular entity to go into a 1960s
Correct.
Sidewalk and try to put in 2024
Exactly. And there may be instances where somebody wants the variance and it is not a hardship and they just don't want to do it.
Yes.
And that is a different variance discussion to be had at a different point. So yeah, it's exactly what you're doing is you're trying to find out, am I equalizing the rights among the parties because somebody just happens to have a quirky lot that has a condition or a feature that others don't.
And the idea would be, for financial part, would be that you can do it, it just costs a lot of money, and you can make the decision whether or not you want to spend that money, but a variance isn't appropriate.
Correct. That is what the definition is getting to. Yes.
So if an applicant argues, if you don't permit this variance, the cost of the house is going to increase. That's also the same kind of, it's not
That's a fact.
It's a fact,
But it's not an unnecessary hardship.
It's not a necessary hardship.
definition.
Yeah.
It is a hardship,
It is a,
but it is not an unnecessary one. Yeah.
BZA spends a lot of time talking about the difference between a
Yes.
hardship and an unnecessary hardship. And that's a hard line to kind of wrap your mind around sometimes as you're having the discussions.
Well, and unnecessary is such a normative word. It sounds subjective, but it actually has an objective definition.
Yes. Correct.
Could you give me the sites for the variance criteria that you list and for the?
Yeah, they are actually in our code, in the land development code, but we can send you the code sections. The ones for the BZA are in 1309 and 1311. Ones for PC, I want to say 1308, but I might be wrong.
It's
Yeah.
Division, they're 813, I think.
813.
813, okay.
20-813 for subdivision. It's 2013, I'm going to say 11, and I think I'm wrong.
That's
And Lee, as I say it.
administrative appeals. I know that one.
I think it's 1309 then. It's 1309 is for the other one.
Quiz each other on this,
Yeah. Every 30 days, we do a pop quiz around the office. Quick, where's sidewalks?
Yeah, I'm sorry, for the variance criteria, what is the site for that?
For the subdivision?
I think that's what the variance criteria is, yeah.
Yeah, if it's for the one with the three of it there, it's 20-813.
G.
Okay. It's 20-813 what?
G.
G. Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Somebody's going to get a gold star for these
And then-
numbers.
Then the unnecessary hardship that's the 2013-09?
The definition of an unnecessary hardship is in the terminology section for both in the subdivision regulations or in Article 17 of the Land Development Code.
Yeah, Article 17, I think, is the definition section, isn't
Yeah.
it?
I think we're
Unnecessary hardship is a defined term.
taking a break, guys, for 15 minutes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to run make more coffee, so who will help me finish?
Nope.
Yes, it's more.
At your discretion.
Okay. We are getting ready to start back up. A reminder that this is a public meeting. The public are invited to listen, but we're not taking any comments, no public comments. And with that, we are on to the next item in the agenda. It's the, is it the Land Development Code update?
Yeah, we've got Elizabeth Garvin with Clarion, who's our part of our team that's helping us go through the code update. And just kind of let you all know, there was a steering committee meeting last night, and Commissioner Rexroad is your appointee to that committee and has been there for quite a while previous to Commissioner Carpenter being there. But the process has been going on for, well, probably close to 2 years now, as time's kind of fluid. And so you have seen a little bit of this probably if you've been sitting through the meetings and in some of the discussions, but the code is going to be a complete look from beginning to end and figuring out what that looks like. And Elizabeth will give us kind of a overview and introduction a little bit and probably some of the detailed dive, and I don't want to steal too much of the thunder for that one, so I'll turn it over to Elizabeth.
Are there relevant pages in our packet?
Don't believe so. No, there's nothing in the packet about this one specifically.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd be happy to share the PowerPoint with everybody afterwards if you're interested. It's pretty high level, so let's get going. And I think let's hold questions for the end so we can get through it. The land development code is one of those topics that will expand to take up every molecule of oxygen in the room, whether you want it to or not. So let's get going. Hold on, I'm setting up on my end so I can see you guys. Okay, so this is an overview of where we are in the land development code. And wait for this bar to go away. So we have 4 goals in the project. We are identifying opportunities to meet city goals, including the goals and strategies identified in Plan 2040. And we have Plan 2040 Plus. We have a variety of city plans that can be implemented in the update to the land development code. And so as we get to different sections of the code, we look at different plans and or plans that are in progress to figure out where we're going. So we've been looking at the Climate Action Plan, we've been looking at Transportation 2050, we've been talking about the pedestrian plan and the bike plan, a variety of different plans that the city works on and adopts get implemented through the land development code. We're also updating the code to create more predictable development outcomes. We want both developers and the city to know that when they move into a project, what they think they can get through the regulations should be pretty close to what ends up being built. We are simplifying and streamlining development procedures. That was one of the big things that we heard about early in the process, and we are getting to that point in our drafting. This goes with predictability, and it also goes with how does the city get the development that you want to see as recognized in Plan 2040 moving forward. And then finally, along the way, we're redrafting the land development code to make it more user-friendly. A code has lots of users. Could be you guys on Planning Commission, could be the City Commission, could be a developer, could be staff. And we write to a variety of different users and try to provide information that they need to understand what's going on in the regulations. This is our project schedule. So as Jeff pointed out, we started in June of 2022. And we are coming up on our 2nd year in the project after the holidays here. We did project orientation and community outreach. We drafted a code assessment. If you're new to Planning Commission and you want to have a deeper understanding of why we're making some of the changes we're making to the code, we recommend that you look at the assessment. It's available on the project website. We've been drafting since February of this year and working in 3 modules. So we drafted the zoning districts and the uses. We have drafted the development standards. They're currently on the project website and they are open for comment, anybody's comment. And next up, we'll draft administration and procedures. Then finally, we pull it all together and we start making edits across the document and moving it into the adoption process. So this is kind of a high-level summary of the updates in the regulations. So first off, the project has 3 key topics. And these are cross-cutting topics. Every time we draft, we're thinking in terms of affordable housing, equity, and sustainability. So some of the changes we've made in terms of affordable housing. So first off, just to make sure we're all working from similar definitions. So when we speak about affordable housing, we have housing that is affordable generally to residents in Lawrence, and that is, we sometimes refer to that as lowercase a affordable housing. So that means your household is spending no more than 30% of their income to live in this particular house. Then there's capital A, affordable housing. So this is defined as affordable, and it's housing that has some kind of income restriction on it. It was built through public support or receives a subsidy, such as public housing, HUD housing, or LIHTC, low-income housing tax credits. So this is housing for which someone needs to qualify to live in it. Lowercase a is housing that we want to provide that you qualify because it fits within your household earnings. So some of the changes we've made within the Land Development Code to help the city provide more affordable housing in both categories is shifting from on-street minimum parking to off-street maximum parking. I'm sorry, off-street maximum minimum to off-street maximum. We'll talk about that a little more in a minute. Parking can take up a great deal of a lot. It is expensive to provide. So we are recommending moving the code toward requiring less parking. We've included flexible residential design standards to encourage and fill in redevelopment. We're allowing dimensional adjustments for some projects that provide local employee or income restricted housing. We've added provisions for courtyard and small lot development. We have a little more detail on all of these coming up. In equity, so equity is ensuring that the code itself, the code as it's written, doesn't discriminate against residents in the community because of their income, because of their race, because of a variety of classes and descriptions, so some legal classes and some categorical descriptions that zoning codes have actually discriminated against in the past. There's a growing recognition that either overtly or covertly zoning can be used to prohibit people from opening businesses, from finding housing, and from generally functioning in the community. So we look across the code for equity. We're going to talk about this a great deal more in the procedural section. That's where we can make a lot of changes to reflect a more equitable approach to zoning. In the draft so far, we have reduced the site design standards that place limits or prohibitions on redevelopment and reinvestment. Keeping businesses in the community, keeping people in their homes, allowing reinvestment to take place is critical to providing equity within the code. Sustainability are the key topic. So bringing all of these together, equity, sustainability, and affordable housing, is not always a great mix. Sometimes one pushes against another. And so some of the conversations that we've been having include, where are we providing open space when we're providing housing? Are we providing housing to the exclusion of open space? How are we letting people that live in multifamily housing access open space and outdoor amenities that make the community sustainable? If we require mobility, so if we require sidewalks or bikeways, are we adding costs that make housing construction unaffordable? So these are some of the really more challenging questions that we're working with the steering committee on. And in terms of sustainability within the code right now, we have looked at expanding the use of cluster development for the conservation of environmentally sensitive areas, incorporating mobility and connectivity standards to increase multimodal transportation. So that's a long and very jargony way of saying, hey, can we get people out of their cars? Or can we reduce the car travel? Can we have people moving around by walking or by bicycles or other less intensive and less polluting methods of transportation? Public bus system would be a great one. We are recommending improvements to the city's bicycle parking requirements. If you want to ask people to bike, you need to give them a place to park their bike safely so it's still there when they finish whatever they're doing. We have added some baseline electric vehicle parking requirements and incentives, and we've been having a really interesting discussion within steering committee about, is it the city's obligation to ensure that EV parking is provided, or is that something the market needs to do? In addition, we've added some basic sustainability requirements for new development. We've introduced some stormwater management standards to limit the impact of development on natural resources, and added standards for water-wise landscaping and tree preservation. So these, again, are all in the draft that's posted. If you want to take a look at that, feel free. So some of the bigger updates that we've made so far, just highlighting these at the front end, so if you want to tune in more carefully to any of them as we go through. We've made more housing types allowed in all residential districts. And that is the more politically correct way of saying we have moved the lowest permitted density to 4 units on a lot, to 4 units per district. So we've moved the city away from single family zoning. This does not take away single family zoning, and it does not require the construction of the 4 units. But if a new development is going in or redevelopment is going in order to help the city get to the density that it may need to get to, and density is really at its core just number of units per measured area. It's a neutral concept, even though it comes out like a 4-letter word, but we'll keep talking about that. We've drafted the code to allow more. And so this will be something that comes up in discussion assuredly through the adoption process. The code has a range of smaller lot residential development types. So not everything, even single family, is necessarily going to be on a half acre or a quarter acre. You can get down into some really small lot development. The benefit of this, in addition to providing more housing, is this helps the city maximize the investment that you've made in infrastructure. There's infrastructure already in the ground, streets already out there, and they're paid for. And the extent to which you get every dime out of that infrastructure, and that is by putting more uses on it, putting more housing on it, that's to the benefit of everyone already living in Lawrence, because that's who's paid for it. Let's see, moving on, more areas in the city will be zoned mixed use. It simply means that you can do residential development and commercial development, and some light industrial in some cases. So it's divided up by scale, so you can't put a new Target in the middle of a residential neighborhood. It has to be something that is about the same size as the neighborhood. But this allows, supports that sort of walkability, bikeability idea. Renewable energy systems at user scale, so not utility scale, not the big farms, but what I could put on my roof or in my backyard are allowed as by right uses and accessory uses. And I know that there's been in the community wind farm discussion. So we want to flag this because we don't want to conflate the two issues. This is somebody on their lot doing their thing. We are, with steering committee, having a discussion about, as we think forward about energy, what do we need to allow at a neighborhood scale? And there will probably be some changes to the code to reflect those discussions. I focused already on bicycle transportation connections, and parking are now required. Bicycle parking is currently required, but we've changed it up, and it may result in more bicycle parking. We moved to the minimum parking requirement being eliminated and replaced with a parking maximum. We'll spend some time on that in a few minutes. We changed out the way that planned development projects can be designed So moving forward, if someone wants to do planned development, that's no longer a way just to say, I don't like the rules in place. You can get planned development, but you need to provide a specific public amenity. And so those amenities reflect the city's goals in Plan 2040. We'll talk about how they work in detail in a minute. And then we're working to add stream buffer requirements. That sounds lovely and small, but it actually impacts development because we're moving people out of some of the previously developable area on the property. Okay, so within the zoning districts, we look through the existing districts and based on Plan 2040 and the feedback that we've gotten from the steering committee and the public, we've right-sized the zoning districts. So sometimes consolidated to existing districts that really weren't getting used and sometimes adding new districts to create a broader range of lot sizes and use mixes that align with Plan 2040. So the zoning district lineup works to implement the comprehensive plan. In terms of user friendliness, we've drafted the document with a common page layout across the zone districts, so you can see the image here. All of the zoning districts have a purpose, a graphic image of the types of buildings that might go there, but this does not tell someone how they have to design their building. It does tell you how the buildings get measured at what locations, and then the standards that apply within that zone district. We also went in and simplified some of the lot standards. We focused on the necessary measurements. Sometimes over time, land development codes increase in the amount of measurements simply because we did something on one project and we thought for whatever reasons it might be useful on every project thereafter. So we've been talking to staff, we've been doing regular meetings with staff to talk about which measurements don't actually provide any meaningful input or measurement about the project, and we've reduced the number of things that need to be measured without changing how the development takes place. Within the residential zoning districts, we've introduced the new minimum lot standards specific to the residential use type. So if someone wants to do townhomes, the code will have standards for townhomes. No guessing about what the standards are. This is one of the ways that we make it clearer within the code how to get to that range of housing types. We've added a range of layout options for infill and redevelopment, and I've got slides on those right after this. And we've introduced minimum density requirements. This is to implement Plan 2040. If we say the city wants more density, but we don't push the floor up, we probably won't get to more density in a variety of places. So we took what was adopted in the plan and reflected it in the land development code. A couple of the questions that we've been discussing with steering committee and with the public as we do outreach is how do we address neighborhood density change? And this brings up questions and probably some concerns, usually formatted in the terms of like, hey, if this house in the picture is my house and you want to put a 4-unit and a 4-plex in next to me, is it going to be big? Is it going to, hover over my house? Is my neighborhood going to be doing something different here? Where's all that parking going to go? So these are the questions that we're identifying and working through in terms of updating design and thinking about parking for the most part. Other questions we've gotten as our steering committee and the public look to the future is, we have a fairly suburban development pattern. As you get outside of the core of Lawrence, it really starts spreading out. That's reflective of development design over the last, 40, 50 years. It's fine design, but it doesn't maximize the use of that infrastructure. It makes walkability harder, it makes bikeability harder, and it probably needs to be offset in some ways with more compact development. I'm gonna stop there. There are always going to be people that like to live in a suburban pattern. We're not saying in this code that it goes away. There are people that like to live in a more urban pattern and want to see more of that in new development. So we're trying to make sure that there's a way to accomplish that within the regulations. There are also people that like rural development, and that is kind of more of a county issue, a Douglas County issue, so that's not something we're super focused on in this code. Okay, so adjusting the residential lot sizes and layouts to get to more types of development. So this is in Article 9, but it relates back to the zone districts in Article 3. So city already has cluster development. It's in the subdivision, it's in the joint subdivision standards, city-county urban subdivision standards. And so we took it out of subdivision, and we're looking at ways to make it more approachable to applicants. This can be a great way to conserve open space or to hold land that won't be developed for topographic reasons or whatever hazard reasons. And so this allows an applicant to take the number of units that they would otherwise be allowed to have and move them onto smaller lots than would be allowed in the zone district that they're in. So this is a blend of still being able to make the profit that the applicant was thinking about and conserving some open space. We have standards for what we're calling a courtyard development. It could be, I think actually we changed that name along the way. So some of the stuff we're still talking about, it is essentially a compact development. It is houses fairly close together. There is shared common open space. You may not have the yard size you would otherwise have. You may have, in fact, a very small yard. In some communities, these are also co-housing or co-living arrangements. So you could have, 5 or 6 houses and then shared common space that the community could use. It could have a kitchen in it. It could have a dining room in it. Parking tends to be moved off to one part of the development. And the goal here is to add more housing. As you can see, as it's drawn, we have some single-family housing and some duplex housing. We've also seen communities do this with triplexes and multifamily. So we're working with the steering committee and the development community to figure out ways that this can be allowed either as infill or as part of a new project to get that more compact development going. So we have a section that we call local employee residence unit and affordable housing. And these standards allow an applicant who wants to do affordable housing to apply to the city for a density bonus. It is, in other terms, if you're familiar with inclusionary zoning, it's voluntary inclusionary zoning. So we take all of the benefits in terms of adjustments to code standards that an applicant might ask for if they're doing inclusionary zoning, and we make them available on a voluntary basis. There are standards related to the amount of affordable housing that needs to be included, and this section will also have to have guidelines with it because we want to make sure that it is focused on the provision of affordable housing, and that's primarily workforce housing. So that's where the local employee resident comes in. We have some standards for small lot development. This can be something where we're doing maybe fewer units than you were doing in the courtyard development. Maybe you have one lot and you can turn it into 2 lots. The city is already doing some of the small lot development for affordable housing, and actually they're doing 2 units on 1 lot, so I'll talk about that in a minute. But this is, hey, we have an area that hasn't developed, or we have an area where it would be reasonable, to fit 4 or 5 units in, and that can be small lot development. Finally, the last residential lot adjustment change we have in here are regulations allowing 2 detached dwellings on a single lot. So where there's access and where there is sufficient lot size, someone who has a larger lot could put a second unit on it. Along these lines, the other thing that we expanded in the use table is allowing ADUs, I think in every residential district except the very high density residential district. So you could, under these provisions, do 2 primary homes, and under the ADU provisions, you could do your primary home and an accessory dwelling unit. Okay, so we have changed up some of the commercial zone districts to make them mixed use. You can see in the table here, when we go down and look at the combinations, we have a mixed small neighborhood, a mixed large neighborhood, a mixed corridor, so that would be like along 23rd Street. We do have commercial center. We kept that straight commercial, so in case someone is doing commercial development and isn't mixing, that's appropriate in there. And then there's the downtown commercial. So in all of the mixed use districts, you can have residential with commercial. It doesn't have to be commercial on the first floor, residential on the second floor. Sorry about that. It can be some fully residential structures, some fully commercial structures. The mix can be horizontal or vertical. One of the things that we want to talk about as we get further into the drafting is whether there are areas that really should be, areas outside of downtown that really should be primarily pedestrian oriented. And in that case, we might put in that ground floor commercial requirement. Within the use standards, there were a lot of design standards. We cleaned those up and took them out, and they're consolidated into their own article along with the community design manual. In the industrial zoning districts, we talked about how to more efficiently make use of the IBP district, Industrial Business Park. We had initially recommended retiring it, so saying it could stay as is but couldn't be expanded. And after learning a little bit more about how the district functions, we understand that it was created with future subdivision in mind for the creation of smaller lots. So we're digging in to see what we can do to maximize the use of IBP. We also have learned that there are light industrial uses, those industrial uses that really have no external impact, that could be just as simple as, I make candles, that might be appropriate downtown. And so we're looking at allowing a wider range of mixed use, commercial, and some industrial in some of those mixed use districts. Industrial that you would never know is industrial, essentially. Coming around to the special purpose districts. So here we've taken general public and institutional GPI and hospital H, combined them into civic and institutional. The goal here is to allow the community civic and institutional uses to include housing. Oftentimes these kind of cornerstone uses within the community have more land than some of the new builds do, and they can add housing. So the image we have here, this is from New Orleans. It probably doesn't feel like Lawrence design, but you can see the church on the left took their extra space and put in housing. I think this church actually might have converted an underused elementary school for housing. And so we want to make sure that that possibility exists for housing for the community, for housing for the institution. In some communities where the prices of housing have gotten high enough, we see hospitals and schools putting in housing to house their staff, right? The teachers and the assistants and the doctors, nurses, and everyone else that works within a hospital. So these are some of the changes that we're seeing on the horizon, and we want to make sure are available within Lawrence. The rest of the city's open space will be Zone P2. We're carrying forward University and Urban Reserve. There are some overlay zoning districts within the code. They're listed in the orange down the left side here. We have the airspace overlay, the floodplain management overlay, the historic district and the historic landmarks, and we have the urban conservation overlay. We aren't making a ton of changes to those. We are doing some refinement within the airspace overlay in the airport, but we are recommending changes to planned development. And that is by pulling forward a set of amenities that an applicant needs to provide the community to be allowed to do planned development. So if this is completely new to you, and some of the commissioners are new, and I'm sorry, I don't know what your background is, but let's jump into this. Planned development is kind of a make your own adventure zoning district. So I would come into the city and say, I would normally be zoned commercial 3, but I wanted to have, more buildings with really weird design that doesn't work for the community, and I want to put all my housing underground and all my parking on stilts. Hopefully nobody calls me up to design the projects, but the city could say, okay, we're willing to entertain this. If you need to do planned development, we also need to see, so there's a big and here, either the commercial meets the sustainability goals that we've identified in our code, the project meets our historic structures and sites standards that we've identified in the code. It provides affordable housing at a level we've identified in the code, or it is a master plan development and it meets the criteria for that. So this is fairly common across the country to do this type of request for amenities. Essentially, the city is allowing the applicant to work outside of the code, and the toll for doing that is providing something the city wants to see. Okay, the use table is in Article 8. It looks like this right now. It won't end up with so many colors and bolds and footnotes in it, but we're trying to let anyone who wants to understand the changes in the uses follow that by just reading the document. So you don't have to flip it back and forth from the old code to the new code. So we have a clip in here, which actually I think I took from an earlier draft of the code. This has probably changed a little bit, but you can see across the top, we have the current zoning districts. The darker yellow line before that is the proposed zoning district, so you can see that conversion. There are a whole lot of instructions in the update key telling you how to make sense of the colors and the bolding in the cells. And then we have the use categories, and then each use and how it's allowed in each district. So some of the things that we've been trying to do within the use table is add modern uses as the code needs, clarify a process to have many, if not all, uses approved administratively. We don't want to necessarily hold up projects by requiring additional approvals for anything except uses that will have significant impact on the community, allowing more housing types, just being more generous with uses. We know that within Lawrence, we're seeing a different mix of uses than we might have seen in the past. I believe, is it the Great Heron or the Great Blue Heron, coffee, fly fishing, and bookstore? That's like Nirvana. It's awesome. In an older code, you might not have been able to match those up. And we want people to be creative. We want them to get going with uses and businesses in the community. So we try to be generous with this. We recognize that structures are what stay, uses change. So we think about structures a little differently than we think about uses. Let's go down. Oops. Okay, so here are a couple clips, and this is in looking at how we want to get to more housing. So we pulled this out to show you. So we've got dwelling attached. So those are like townhomes or fourplexes or triplexes. Maximum up to 4 units. Those are now a permitted use in R1, which was previously RS40, RS20, and RS10. So same thing across R2. The thing I want to hit on again here, it doesn't change the existing homes. It doesn't take away existing neighborhoods. Nobody has to go put 3 more units on their lot, but they can. And so that's a discussion we want to have with the community. Is this a change we want to see? If you don't follow sort of all the weird and obscure and not so obscure planning discussions going on, this change was initiated most at the biggest level by Minneapolis. They started with this probably been 7 to 10 years ago now, and they're still working through what does it mean, what does it do. And so it is out there, it's kind of in the news. We'll have citizens that want to talk about it, certainly have steering committee members that want to talk about it. And so this is a fairly significant change. It's significant change and can be a good change. We anticipate pushback. It's a change that changes neighborhoods, and we want to have a higher level conversation about that. Okay, Article 8 is our uses, and use-specific standards. One of the big changes we made in here is we took out a whole bunch of floor space, size-based limitations. So some of the uses in the current code can only go into X amount of floor space. And if that use closes, it can be super challenging to find some other use that qualifies for that. That is an uncommon approach to regulations, and we think you'll function fine without it. So we took it out. We're going to use other tools to get at what's the right scale for development in different parts of the community. We also took principal and accessory use standards and separated them and grouped them. We've got kind of a flow going here with principal uses, principal use standards, accessory uses, accessory use standards. We kind of want people to think, hey, is this the big thing going on a lot, or is it a small thing going on a lot? Because it matters how it impacts the neighborhood, what it's doing on the lot, and we want people to be a little more clear about that. Article 9, these are our site and structure standards. So all of the small lot development that we talked about earlier, the cluster development and the courtyard and the small lot and the second units, those all live in Article 9. That's where their home is. Article 9 includes design standards for residential uses, for residential infill uses, and mixed use and non-residential. We've pulled in the community design manual. Our goal is that the community design manual is given a proper funeral at the end of this process, and it's done. It doesn't have to be a secondary document for people to look at. I think we're letting Jeff come up with the funeral arrangements for that. Yes. We have added some new standards, and we've also been working through some additional adaptive reuse standards. So trying to sort of crystal ball read, where's the market going, what are we going to see, and what standards do you need in place to let it go through smoothly? So what kind of design standards do we touch on? We talk about building siting and orientation. So when does the front of the building need to face the street? When can the back of the building face the street? Where does offsite parking and garage, where do offsite parking and garages get located? We don't think by taking away the minimum parking requirement that parking is going to go away. It is not going to go away. So we are still addressing parking. The question is going to be how much parking gets provided, and are some of those parking lots reused for other uses? We talk about a mix of dwelling types, massing and form. So how big are the structures? How are they laid out? How do they relate to each other? Both in terms of how the buildings relate to each other and in terms of how do we as humans relate to our environment. When I was in planning school at KU, we were in the architecture school, so I only learned enough to be dangerous. I'm not even going to opine, but I'm sure some of you know better than I do, how we think about the people and the structures. And then the relationship of structures to adjacent dwellings, particularly as we might see more height in certain locations, and we want to think about how that height translates across lots. Mixed use and non-residential design, fairly similar. We look at and think about site layout, site amenities. So what kind of public or civic spaces are you putting in your development? How do we make it inviting to people? What are the focal points of the development? What's your facade articulation? So basically, what does the front of the building look like in terms of openings and spaces where we have doors? Sometimes we take that around to other walls. How do we transition into neighborhoods from higher intensity, higher scale development? What do entryways look like? So could be an entryway to a mixed use neighborhood, could be an entryway to a more commercial development. A little bit on color and materials and some standards for parking structures. We are looking for feedback on all of the design standards we have here. If you have experience from projects you've lived as your time on the Planning Commission or in other places where you've been involved in the community, please feel free to jump in on the draft that's on the website. It is set up to take comments. So we'd love to have recommendations for improvement. Article 10 is our mobility and connectivity. How do we get around both in our vehicles and on our bikes and our scooters, our mopeds, our those skateboards that have the one wheel that I would kill myself on, but other people are more talented. So in here, we're talking about requirements for new development to provide connections to existing and proposed modal systems. Wow, I must have been deeply into planning speak when I wrote that. Existing and proposed trails and streets and ways that we move around a community. And then we have standards addressing internal site circulations for pedestrians, bicyclists, and vehicles. Why do we care? First and foremost, this is a safety issue, right? If we have pedestrians, bicyclists, and vehicles in a parking lot or on a site, we have all the pieces we need for someone to get hurt. And that is something we really don't want to see because we set up the zoning code to make that happen. So we kind of have a hierarchy of what we're thinking about. Safety is pretty high on that list. Then in our next level of hierarchy is kind of that connectivity. If we want people moving around on their bikes and walking, we've got to make sure that they have safe ways to get there. So this was a subject of a lot of our discussion last night at our steering committee meeting. And the question that comes up here that we need to think about as a community really is who's responsible for the cost of providing this infrastructure? We talked about it in terms of bike lanes in particular, but the city is in an interesting place. We're seeing, that we want more of this. It's not all there. So there's some deficit in the existing infrastructure. And when we require it of new infrastructure, we have a period of time where we have that, proverbial sidewalk to nowhere, which ends up being an election issue, which is not ever what we want it to be. We want it to be a sidewalk to somewhere. And so we need to understand what kind of gap filling we're going to do and who's going to bear the cost of that. So that's a conversation to kind of have at a policy level and to have at a code level. I've got short sections on a few articles here. We don't have big changes. We have some changes going on. Subdivisions and improvements are in Article 11. We've moved some of this out of the joint Lawrence Douglas County urban subdivision standards, urban area subdivision standards, because we're thinking about how it's going to work for redevelopment and new development within the city. So we'd like for you to look at it within this version of the Land Development Code. We're just kind of reserving judgment on how we put it back together. Again, we will figure that one out later. We have an article on environmentally sensitive lands. So this is standards to protect floodplains and stream corridors, steep slopes and ridge lines and natural areas from development impact. And then we're carrying forward the landscaping and buffering standards, talking about minimum landscaped areas and street tree standards, have plant materials requirements in there, and the buffer yard requirements. So where we talk about what kind of buffering goes in between different intensities and scales of development. Just to let you guys know, sort of our drafting take on buffer yards is smaller is better. On the whole, if we want to see more development within the city, we don't want to space uses that are not necessarily good neighbors with a lot of land. That's how we did it in the past. So we said, hey, if you're putting in your light industrial and it's going in next to commercial, you have to be 100 feet apart. We can build stuff closer together and buffer differently. So we can have more of an opaque buffer, we can have a berm. So some of what we're talking about is just reducing that. Okay, so let me see where I am. I am not super far from done, just to let you guys know. So parking is a big change that we're recommending with the support of the steering committee. The key concept here is currently the city requires minimum off-street parking. And I'm sure if you've reviewed one development plan, you have had to deal with an off-street parking requirement. 10 development plans, you've probably seen it at least 9 times. So we're proposing switching that to a parking maximum. This allows the applicants to think about how much parking they need. I think it will result in a variety of interesting discussions. But Lawrence is not the first community to make this switch, should it make it through the code. In fact, Fayetteville does it this way. So if you're looking for sort of a peer community that you want to dig into and take a look, you can take a look at Fayetteville. I also think Bloomington, Indiana does it this way. Austin, Texas just switched to this approach. So this is cutting edge, and we're not sure it's going to land here, but the way to have this discussion is to show the community what it looks like. So it's in the code, drafted this way right now. You can still provide parking. You can provide every single space up to the maximum. So if you're a developer and you decide you need all that parking, and the maximums are not super far off from the minimums where they are right now, there's some correlation in there. We brought a few of them down for things that were probably overparked. And that would be like, you know, to pick on Walmart. Walmart's usually overparked for reasons. They want that parking to be there for their busier shopping days. So this is going to change the tenor of the discussion in terms of how much parking is needed. Here's a map with some of the regional communities that have done some parking reform. So you can see around Kansas City, at least in the city center or in a downtown district, they've done parking reform. And what this map means is they probably reduced or eliminated a parking requirement. Let me see, we've got some citywide parking changes. Can anyone tell me who the community between Wichita and Salina is? Salina, sorry.
McPherson?
Not important. It could be McPherson, okay. Let's see, we've got some changes going on downtown in a lot of places, in Kansas and just over the Missouri line. So just to let you know, we're doing something new, but we're, I'm sorry, wrong map. There it is. But we're not putting you out on the bleeding edge of new. This is something that communities have been experimenting with, and we're putting this out for conversation. One of the things you see on the bottom picture is allowing reuse of a parking lot. And so we may find that some people with extra parking put more structures on it, put more space for business or housing, and some use it just to enhance the development. Oops, okay. There are some bicycle parking requirements and design standards in the code. We took our standards for that from the Association of Pedestrian and Bicycling Professionals. There's an organization out there that studies bike parking and bike design requirements, bike parking design requirements. And so this is based on knowledge gained from other communities. Again, we're still open to conversation about how this works. We have heard a couple times that downtown bike parking done on a per unit basis or per tenant basis might be challenging, particularly for some smaller tenants. So that's something that we'll look into providing, some exemptions for. What about EV parking? And so we know EV is coming. There will be changes in the new energy code requiring some construction of EV conduits. So looking at putting the lines in to get you to that from the outlet to an energy panel. But our research working with Jeff and your building staff is that we don't think the code, the new building code or the new energy code, is going to specify how many spaces will be required. And this is a small topic that gets people really round or extraordinarily passionate, depending on how you want to look at it. There is a cost of providing EV parking. And the question, the way I would frame the question is, who bears that cost? Is it the applicant or the property owner? So are we going to only require it of new development? It is less expensive to install EV parking with new development or when you have the parking lot pulled up. It is more expensive to install it if you have to get in and redo the parking lot. Or is this something that the market will provide? Will shopping centers provide EV parking? Will residents provide EV parking at home? one thing we honed in on is that it's likely, just thinking in terms of equity, that places that have more tenants than owners will have the least amount of EV parking provided by the ownership. And that is probably apartment buildings, multifamily structures. So if there is one minimal place where we want to talk about putting a requirement in, that might be it. But we're out at the beginning of this discussion. So we've put a placeholder in, essentially, EV parking for parking lots with 50 or more spaces. And we'd love to get some feedback on how to bring that down and make it applicable in Lawrence. Finally, exterior lighting, in terms of development standards, we changed out the regulations to put in LED standards and the lighting requirements from the community design manual. We clarified what light trespass is and how it's measured, and what nighttime lighting is allowed. The goal of these updates is to make the lighting plan easier to read and understand, or the photometric plan. And so not necessarily to just go in and change out the city's lighting requirements. The goal for this is clarity and applicability. So some of the discussion topics that we've been hearing in the community and with the steering committee, and we're not going to go through these, but we're letting you know what we're hearing out there, and if you want to add to the list, we'd love to hear it. Concerns about the scale and design of infill and redevelopment housing, particularly in existing neighborhoods. Just for your background, one of the bigger concerns is that some of the newer neighborhoods, newer in terms of, since the 70s, built in Lawrence, may have private covenants that prevent some of the more dense housing patterns. And so infill will get pushed off to some of the older neighborhoods, or some of the neighborhoods that were, smaller and or now more affordable or poorer. They'll see more of that infill and redevelopment. And what would the impact of that be? Would it change neighborhood character? And would it displace people who are currently in sort of what we call naturally occurring affordable housing? So both in terms of what does it look like and in terms of what does it do? And then we balance that out with a sustainability concern. Hey, do we have enough green space in the urban areas, right? If we're adding more housing, are we giving people access to parks and open space? Do they have that place where they can go just stand in the sun or the rain, however the day is going? And are we filling in all those spaces? We're talking about updates to the city's stormwater management requirements, including low impact development standards. Again, something that may work better in a suburban setting than in an urban setting. And so how do we want to account for those different approaches? Adding stream buffer standards, the tension between allowing the infill and redevelopment housing and parking. So if someone puts in that fourplex next to me, is it going to be filled with students, and are they all going to have their own car? That is pretty verbatim how we hear that comment. And the thing is that students are part of the community. And so without students, Lawrence would be a different place. So how are we talking about and thinking about parking? We have a side question to that, the consultant team. Is parking a zoning question? Because there are other ways to manage parking other than limiting the structure and the amount of parking. Many communities use parking districts and parking stickers, so you can only park in the area for which you have a sticker. There's an older parking study in Lawrence that recommends that. I know it's a complete pain. I live in a neighborhood that does that, but it also means I can typically find a parking space when I get home. So we want to make sure we're regulating with the code things that are best regulated by the code. Some of these things aren't. There's tension between providing affordable housing and neighborhood amenities. We hear from the development community that because you're requiring me to put in the sidewalks and you really want me to donate some open space and this is all costing me money and all of a sudden my project is not affordable anymore. So, how do we balance that? How do we say, hey, if there's already a park there, we're not going to encourage you to do open space, or, we'll reduce your parking requirement. We've kind of done that, so that should go towards making housing more affordable. That's one of the reasons that we've done that. So there's these trade-off categories. As we get further into the code, they become more clear. We've talked about incorporating renewable energy facilities as a neighborhood use. Gary led us in this discussion with our student committee last night. If we are doing a panel set up with batteries to do renewable energy storage, and we want to do it at a larger scale, is that allowed in a neighborhood instead of doing it on a house-by-house basis? So that's something to talk about as we're looking forward in terms of energy use. Back to the balancing idea, we got into the beginning of a discussion about the cost of providing public infrastructure. And so we can think about that in terms of bike infrastructure. If we want to provide a multi-use bike trail, right? So I'm not on a street, I'm going from my property into the next neighborhood and maybe downtown. So who pays for that? If there's a new subdivision going in, is it reasonable to ask them to build part of it? Should the city be building part of it to address existing deficiencies? If we require this now, are we impacting the cost of housing? And I have to say that the cost of housing discussion gets boiled down to a really simple discussion of one-for-one cost of housing. So if you make me put in a bike path, it's going to impact the cost of housing. Housing is not actually a one-for-one. Any of you can conceive of this, I can conceive of it. The housing goes to the price the market will bear. So it might have cost you $1,000 to put the bikeway in, but the housing market, being where it is right now, might have increased your profit by, tens of thousands of dollars. So one place we don't want to get stuck is that one-to-one discussion. We do want to understand what makes housing more affordable. That's primarily the cost of the lot, it's the cost of the land, and in some cases it's the cost of the infrastructure. But we also want to bear in mind making a development pay their own way is equitable. Everyone who already lives in Lawrence has somehow, some way paid for the infrastructure that's already there. So when you're putting in new development, asking them to pay for new infrastructure, it is equitable, and the courts uphold it for the most part. Finally, we have had a side discussion about narrow street widths. There's some studies out recently showing that narrow street widths are safer for pedestrians and bicyclists. They're safer for pretty much everybody because they slow speed. But we sometimes have problems with emergency service vehicles, primarily fire trucks, on narrower streets. And so it's a big, small discussion that we're going to go into in more detail. So those are some of the bigger issues that are coming out of this. Here are our next steps. We are working on drafting Module 3. This is administration and procedures. This will start bringing the whole code together. It will have commonly applicable procedures. It will have specifically applicable procedures. We'll update the nonconformity section. We will make sure violations and enforcement still reflect Kansas law. We'll update the general provisions section. What will be interesting in here is how we write up the transition between the current code and the new code. And then we will do a final cleanup on measurements and definitions. We've been drafting those along the way, and we clean them up as we get to the end. We will be done reviewing that module in March. In March, we'll turn right back around and put a consolidated draft out, so that will include all the previous drafting, plus the new administration and procedures. If you've checked out the draft on the project website, we're already doing that. We're just drafting it sequentially and keeping the older stuff in with the newer stuff. So sometimes you might see a comment box on something, hey, we reviewed this already. Don't let that stop you. If you want to dive in and do some more review, please feel free. So we'll do the consolidated draft. We'll get steering committee input. We'll make the draft public. We'll do community discussion and review. And we'll create the adoption version, and we'll go through adoption. It'll be super simple. We'll just do it like in a couple months. Nobody will have anything they want to say about it in Lawrence. You won't even know what happened. Easier than getting a flu shot. Or alternatively, people will start paying attention, which is usually about the time they pay attention when you start saying, hey, we're going to update the zoning map and your district is now called X. And people who weren't paying attention just say, oh no, what does that mean? And they look at the code and they decide they have issues. And that's great. We want them to have issues. We'd love for them to have issues earlier, but we'll take their issues later and we're going to keep the community conversation going. And working with Planning Commission and City Commission to figure out what gets addressed in this draft and what gets saved for later. You'll start hearing from us that this is a living document. It is reorganized and updated to address the issues we're seeing now. You're going to see more issues, and we want you to be able to use this document to write new standards to address those issues. It should not become set in stone the day after it becomes adopted. So you will be sick of hearing that from me, but we want to be able to take that concept to identify things that come up at the last minute that really need more community discussion. If we're going to talk about how we make changes within the code to create transitional housing for people experiencing homelessness, we don't want to do that at the public hearing. We want to take that out for discussion. So as we go into public hearing, if we come into bigger subjects, it will be your prerogative to say, hey, we didn't really air that out during discussion. Or, all right, we beat that thing to death. Let's put something in and move it forward. We can always pick it up after we've had this code in place for a year. So those are some of the things we'll try to think about and give you some feedback about for your decision-making process. So I think that is it. So I can leave the PowerPoint up if you want to go back to anything. I think I went over my time. I'm sorry about that. But you're all completely up to speed at this point. So a couple questions. Becky and Jeff, you want to cut me off? What's your preference?
Well, you're good, Elizabeth. Thank you for that excellent presentation, by the way. But we have you scheduled until 11:45. So yeah, you're perfect.
Okay. Questions?
What is the URL for the website?
It is lawrenceks.org/LDC.
Perfect.
Hey, Elizabeth, sorry, go ahead.
Good.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Sharon.
Just a quick question about putting all this together and on highlighting certain features. I know we've had discussions in the past, especially when we did Plan 2040, about the language used, and I think it might be beneficial if certain things were highlighted. We've had a lot of discussion about shall and should and whatnot, so it highlighting what might be required, that's newly required, what might be considered optional, and what might be considered incentivized, in terms of highlighting those features as we look at the new language. So I'm wondering if that's a possibility.
Actually, the steering committee had a really good discussion about incentives last night. Incentivized. And to boil down, what was probably a 30, 45-minute discussion into just short terms, we looked at what our bucket of potential incentives could be. Code incentives are pretty blunt instruments. We can incentivize by adding density or adding height or allowing more development, all of which have a cost trade-off at some point in time. So when we add more height, as soon as your building goes over a certain height, you actually have increased construction costs based on the structure of your building. I think the general consensus that we got from steering committee was that we want to draft the code wide open to start with. We don't want to need to necessarily incentivize applicants to do the things the city wants to see. And so we I think we put that conversation aside. As we get into the final drafting of the standards, we'll probably come back to it. And we'll certainly do what you're asking for here, identifying what's new, what's optional, and anything that ends up getting incentivized. Knowing that going with that, we will have a drafting rule and make it easy to accomplish the things the city wants to see. Does that make sense, what I'm explaining?
I think so. Just, yeah, at least at first having that highlighted as we review the documents and as the public reviews the documents, to be able to see what is now going to be required. What is an option? At least physically, visually highlighted.
We can
have further discussion.
It's not quite that simple because of the different permutations of development that could take place, right? Because we're writing for, you can do 7 different things on your site. And so something might be optional if you pick one layout, and it might be required if you pick a different layout. So it does make it challenging. We can do it in categories, and we can show people, hey, you know, we made substantial changes to parking. Like, we really rewrote it. So we, you know, if you're curious about what's different, here's how parking has changed. Here's essentially what it means. But we can definitely get that out there. I like doing that as a good way to jumpstart conversation for people who haven't tuned in yet.
Commissioner Broder?
Yeah, something else we do in that category is tell them why. Why did we make this change? Why did we do this new thing? You know, we did it because it follows Plan 2040. We did it because it follows, you know, Transportation 2050. So they know that we're implementing the things that the city as a community has asked to see.
Yeah, the question I wanted to raise was regarding affordable houses. And I don't know if this is something that the, you know, Planning Commission has something that they can change, or basically I'm trying to find out if there any way to further explain what affordable housing is, other than that 30% of the income of the person, of the
Yes.
household. Just because I'm trying to figure it out how myself make a decision on an application based on affordable rentals. Because they, you know, some applicants come and say, yeah, I want to build this in the name of affordable housing, but that is not a house. That's an apartment complex. That is affordable rent. That has nothing to do with single-family homes. And we, you know, I heard discussions of, you know, how can we bring the cost down of the buildings? How can we bring the cost down of houses? Well, is there any possibility we could, you know, further dissect or explain what affordable housing is, so, you know, at least I can make a better decision on the application.
The code addresses both affordable owner housing, affordable for sale housing, and affordable for rent housing. So both categories will be in there. And to your question a second ago of someone coming in and saying, oh, it's super affordable, but it's just affordable because that applicant thought, you know, if I can sell it for $400,000 instead of $600,000, I can call it affordable. There will be definitions of what qualifies as affordable housing, and the fact that it has to be held as affordable for an extended period of time. But we'll add more information. Certainly if one of our planning commissioners is asking, you're probably representing a whole bunch of people who haven't stepped up to ask the question, so we'll go a little deeper on that. Okay. Thank you.
There's also some information that'll be coming out from the Housing Initiative Division inside of PDS that'll have more, I'll say kind of bullet pointed, but it effectively kind of boils it down so it's really digestible about what is affordable housing, what does it look like, what does that actually mean in the context of both the Affordable Housing Advisory Board and the city strategic plan. So we're going to have a lot of information for you on that one pretty soon, I hope.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carter?
Actually,
I have a question that's related to that, and that has to do with what is a neighborhood? Does a neighborhood consist of more than one ownership? And that relates to what's affordable housing. Is it a neighborhood if on a 9-acre lot, you simply have owner-controlled housing that may look like single families or duplex or something else, but it is really only controlled by one person?
That's true.
So the zoning code doesn't address ownership for the most part. It doesn't matter to the code. if I own it or I rent it, if you own it as a condo, if you own it as a townhouse, if you own it in fee simple, if you own it with 800 co-tenants, we stay away from that. We also use the term neighborhood because that's how people think of neighborhood, think of where they live, but we tend to work more in scale within the zoning code. So maybe to what you were asking, if it's a neighborhood of single-family detached units, maybe it's like a bunch of Cape Cods from the 30s or 40s, and someone wants to come in and do that, 6-story, residential development where they're condoed or they're townhomes, so they're technically owner-occupied, but their scale is very different than the surrounding neighborhood. The code would say, hey, you have to transition that differently, or you need to pull it down and break it up across the lot. It's possible you can get to the density you want to get to, but you may not be able to get to it in a one tall building. You might want to look at different ways to do that, which is why we come up with some of the smaller lot approaches. So that's how the code would do this, because we aren't drafting code neighborhood by neighborhood. So Oriad has its own development standards. That's completely cool. We are not getting in the way of that. But we need some of these regulations to apply across different neighborhood types.
And I have another question. May I have a copy of your slides, please?
Yeah, I'm going to send those over to Becky after the presentation, and she can get them out to everybody.
Okay. Elizabeth, I have a question about, I think this intersects with sustainability, parking, also traffic engineering, but I think it is fundamentally a land use question. We see it emerging, over the past 5-7 years. And that is the identification of specific areas for like rideshare pickups and drop-offs and like to your home delivery. And so, for example, I live on Tennessee Street, where increasingly we see delivery trucks stopping in the left lane and causing real traffic hazards and super inconvenience. And I think as we try to increase density and also decrease parking, how do we deal with what would be, I think, a positive outcome, and that's the increasing use of ride shares, but also the negatives, which is, what do you do with big delivery vehicles that need to get in and out of an area with increasing frequency?
That's a question we haven't addressed in the draft. And I used to live on Tennessee Street, but of course I was a student, so my level of caring was pretty small. We have, for other communities, done curb usage standards and dealt with home delivery and rideshare, drop-off and pickup. So that is something that we can recommend some standards for and let you guys talk about it and see if this is something that'll work in Lawrence.
Thanks. I think that's something that would really, it would be a great trade-off as we decrease parking to, acknowledge that reality.
I think so. Until we get to drones for everything, right? And we'll have to think 3D, but we'll start here.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, no, I already went. Go again.
No, I just had a question about, you said that you're looking at renewable energy, and you kind of talked about at a neighborhood scale, and I was just curious as to the thoughts about incorporating larger scale utility renewable energy, as that's something that seems to be for discussion at the moment, and we have regulations being drafted in front of us, and I'm hearing a lot from the county and the county residents, and really I'm curious as to what we're thinking about with the land development code to encourage that kind of thing in the city as well, to kind of share that burden. I'm just curious if that's being discussed or how that's being addressed.
It's so fresh. We talked about it last night. And this was a conversation that Gary brought to the steering committee. This idea of, is it only the county's responsibility to hold these larger uses that can make people grumpy? It can really get that neighborhood turnout going. And where are we going with it? At the moment, since it's a fresh conversation, there's nothing in the code. We had some feedback that because of the way Kansas Corporation Commission and Evergy work and how the regulations work, at this point, if I understand it correctly, and Gary, if you're there, jump in and correct me if I'm totally wrong on this. It's not that one-to-one connection. So if we put utility scale energy in a neighborhood, if we get someone who's like, yeah, we can do a solar farm here, great, let's do that. It doesn't necessarily support that neighborhood. It goes out to the grid and somebody gets credit for it. So the example that came up last night was Bowersock Dam. I think that Wyandotte County, our unified government, is getting credit for that energy. So I think at this point we're pulling the issue apart and we're trying to understand the pieces of it we need to resolve. I think the question that you've raised came up, and it goes in the category of stuff we need to think about. We have seen in other communities this, if we're going carbon neutral, if we want our own grid, where do we go with this? How does it work? And we need to have space. I think the next question, as I was framing it to myself last night, is do we treat renewable energy production as infrastructure the same as roads and sewer and storm sewer and storm water? And does it get treated that way, in which case, or I think about it more like schools, right? Do we need like a school site? Do we need an energy site? And is that part of the process? So that's kind of where we are. I would be interested in Planning Commission's feedback. And I think we'll take information wherever it comes from at this point.
Great. And are there any, talking about the incentivized things, are you incentivizing at any scale renewable energy in building of the homes and building in neighborhoods? And how is that being incentivized?
So we haven't incentivized it. We have made it a permitted use by right. So you can have accessory energy production on your lot. You can have it on your house. Where our line is with the land development code is a lot of what we would incentivize is actually properly a building code issue. So if we want to tell people they need to build like solar ready housing or solar ready structures, it's a building code question. And so we can put in here, it's a great idea, you should do it. We can put like stars around it and exclamation points, but we can't actually make anyone do that within the code. But I'll do it if you want to. Stars and exclamation points, just let me know. I'm in on that one.
Yeah, just to piggyback.
We have added solar orientation for lots. So that is one place we can get to some of that. So we've got that going in there. Sorry, go ahead.
When I think about piggybacking on that, when I think about having some of the burden put on our urban centers, I think a lot about the big box stores, the Walmarts, the Targets. I think about parking lots. I think about roads. So when I think about urban energy production, I don't know where that falls in terms of whether that's a building code thing or that's something we can put in the code, but I'm thinking about these larger structures, the school district, the university, those bigger areas that we have available that are not essentially setting land aside, but are using the land that's already built that's available for larger arrays. So that's what I'm thinking. So I don't know where that fits in that. The other thing that popped up, what Commissioner Carter brought up, when I think of consequences, when I think of bike lanes and pedestrian structures, one of the things that I jump to is thinking about future use of these e-bikes. Sometimes e-bikes and regular bikes don't mix on a same lane, so how is that incorporated as we see our transportation options widen? The little wheelie things. There's that gentleman that rides around in the pink and that's going super fast. He's fun to watch, but I wonder about how that works. And then my original question for this is probably a little more for staff as I'm looking at, you had in there March for adoption. And I'm just wondering about the process of getting this adopted. And so there's a lot of this change that's happening that's really beneficial in terms of the outlay of the document, how people use the document. something that's going to benefit staff, the public, planning commission, in terms of how this interpret, and then there's the things we're going to get hung up on. The parking, they're putting more residential develop, and I'd hate to see losing some of that real advantageous change to getting hung up on the really sticky issues. So I don't know, I want to understand a little more of the process of adoption, what we're looking at.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the steering committee kind of touched on that a little bit last night too, because they're actually going to, they were kind of in an ad hoc position of meeting. They're going to start meeting every month to start having kind of digesting these and having these conversations. I think you're going to see it probably start coming up when we start having module 3 conversations about what does the administration and procedures look like, but then also just, you know, as we start plugging in those revisions and comments that we've seen in 1 and 2, I think that's going to kind of naturally come up at the steering committee level. I think they're going to have a lot of that conversation that you're all envisioning will also happen at planning commission, but I think they may have that and have that kind of aligned at that different level. So if you kind of, I can't say this anymore, most of you probably don't remember Plan 2040's process, but there was a steering committee for it at those early stages. It did a lot of that work so that when it landed at planning commission, there was a lot of already answered questions, and the things that were on there were really that cream of the crop questions that we wanted to have the answers to. And my expectation, I think that's what you will see is some of those, you know, not the in the weeds bits, but that high level conversation questions that'll be coming up. So, you know, Elizabeth, correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, we've been having kind of these conversations running for over a year now, and a lot of the things that we're seeing put into the code and the conversation we have are being driven by the comments that we're receiving. It's not a steering committee ask, or it's not just purely a derivative of 2040. It's really the conversations we're having in the community. People saying, this makes a difference. This would change where we want to be. This is going to move the needle on what we think we want to be going forward as a community. And quite truthfully, some of the stuff that we're saying as staff in those meetings is coming from you all during the meetings when you hear an application or you're bringing these up into discussions that you have is maybe we need to adjust the parking. We don't like how the floodplain is reacting based on the development code versus what we see in 2040. So we're seeing those conversations and we're bringing them back to have those as staff too, is saying, hey, if this is what we're saying in 2040 and the commission has rightfully noted this as being something, let's have this as a discussion point with our counterparts at MSO or anybody, the other entities. So I think we're going to have a lot of that just kind of naturally coming back in the process as we do it. That's the hope. I do my best. I can't promise it, but I'm going to hope for that as we're going forward. So.
Hey, Elizabeth, before we break, can I ask one last question?
Absolutely.
So have you been, I don't know how much you pay attention to what the Planning Commission does, but as far as lowercase affordable or uppercase affordable, have we been helping or hurting, or should we be, can you tell us how we're doing when it comes to that subject?
I don't have that insight.
Okay.
So, you know, what I would say is we've been working with representatives from AHAB, with Leah from the city's affordable housing, and Becky and Jeff, and we haven't heard any reports back. Like Jeff was just saying that this, you know, Planning Commission can't make heads or tails of what's going on here because the, you know, the code makes everything not make sense. But I think as you raise the question, that's probably something I'm going to put on the top of our agenda for our next meeting with staff. You know, is there anything that you guys have learned from experience that would make it easier for Planning Commission to work with and through affordable housing? Because it is its own thing, it's its own language, and you know, sometimes it can be like, wow, I'm already doing zoning and you're throwing affordable housing on top of this, thank you. So let's make sure that you guys have whatever you need in terms of background or you know, description in the code, or even, you know, a work session on what the affordable housing section in the code do, so you're confident and comfortable with it. And so sometimes you can push back and say, you know, you're using affordable pretty loosely here. I don't think you're there yet. Would that help?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Thank you.
With,
I think we're breaking this.
yeah, I would say with that, if you don't mind, we'll take a break so we can set the room for the City and County Commission to join us. But Elizabeth, thank you for joining and giving us an overview, and we really appreciate that.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you.
It was my pleasure. Thank you, guys. Have a great Friday.
I thought she
Fantastic. I could have, the reason I spoke so little is because I wanted to speak so much. This is so much I would like to.
officially.
Right, yeah, 'cause nobody could build.
Folks, we're gonna restart the meeting.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
So welcome to our Lawrence Douglas County Planning Commission lunch portion of our meeting. It's a public meeting, just a reminder, and so the public are welcome to listen, but we don't take any comments. In this session, we'd like to get feedback from the City Commission and the County Commission as to how best to work with them, give us any feedback you guys have for us. And before we do that, we're just gonna go around the room and kind of introduce ourselves. I'll start. And I just want to start with a comment that I remember from last year's orientation. And I think Lisa last year mentioned that the most useful part of the Planning Commission meetings was our deliberation. And I took that to heart, and I tried to remember that. I remember being fairly quiet before that orientation, and after that, I just tried to remind myself that, hey, this is important. So any feedback you guys have like that would be very welcome. With that said, I'm Prashant. I'm still a freshman. I'm still learning, enjoying being on the commission, and it's great to serve. And Chelsea, go ahead. You're next. Sorry.
I'm Chelsea Hayden, and I'm about a year in, and I too just still really learning. I'm excited about this and having this conversation again because it has so much more context a year later. So thank you.
I'm Brad Finkeldine, City Commissioner, but served on the Planning Commission from 2006 to 2012, I think. I'm trying to remember. I think that was the time. I know I served before the recession, during the recession, and after the recession, because those were three different time frames on the time on the commission. And then I've been on the City Commission for the last 4 years.
I'm David Carter. I am in my 6th year on the Planning Commission. I was chair about 3 years ago. Learned so much through that process, and I'm honored to be among a lot of former planning commissioners who were excellent leaders, and I'm looking forward to this conversation.
I'm Karen Willie, and I did serve for 6 years on the Planning Commission, was really proud of the work there, and understand how incredibly hard it is to put yourselves out there in the way that you do to do that job well. I'm currently serving on the County Commission, and I'm really excited to be here for the conversation.
And I'm Charlie Thomas, a county appointee, and I think I've been here 2.5 years maybe.
Mike Kelso, county appointee, still in my first year.
Steve Munch, I've been on the commission for just over a year.
Sharon Ashworth. This is my 5th year, and one of the things that I'm really excited about with so many people who are basically newly appointed is all the conversations that are happening now, and then very talkative, very inquisitive, and it's just great because there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of new stuff, and we continue to learn as we go, and so we'll never get it all done. So even after year 6, there's still more to learn.
I'm Jane Elphick, and I'm 2 or 3 months into it. I just can't tell you how impressed I am with all the members of the Planning Commission. It's the best thing I've done since I retired.
We're doing all that. Yeah, my name is Pedro Moroto. I've been at the Planning Commission for a year and a half now. Learning a lot, still a lot more to learn, but I'm really enjoying it.
Sorry I was late, folks. My schedule was getting a little bit busier back to back. So I'm Bart Littlejohn, and I guess City Commission acting mayor. So
I'm Sarah Plinsky. I'm the county administrator for Douglas County. While having never served on Planning Commission, I was an interim planning director. So I feel like I have some affinity for how difficult and tough this work is. So.
Thank you. And with that, let's kick it off. Does anybody want to start with giving us any feedback you guys have for us? Go ahead.
Could I potentially pose a question? among the elected officials who are former planning commissioners, I'd be very interested in hearing kind of what the view is like from, different sides of the lens.
You want to start?
Well, I guess that's a good question. I feel like bring still a little bit of insight from what you guys are going through, but also like every planning commission, because of the makeup of the members as they turn over, is so different, and the dynamic is so different. Like that's really interesting to kind of see within the group that I serve with, and of course that was changing also. But you kind of had an idea of who were different perspectives and who would kind of bring a counter argument to that. And it's a little bit like watching the play unfold, and I don't know what we're going to hear, what's going to happen. So. I don't know that I have a real solid answer to that question. One of the differences being that I only have to watch your county items now.
And I don't have to watch the county items.
That's right. So between the three of us here, we are watching all of your work, and I think that's something that when I was on the planning commission, I don't think I realized until kind of later on that. Gosh, the city and county commission not only take the vote that we have here, but they really do listen to the deliberations, like you said, and how valuable those are, because that's 10 years, 10 sets of years, hopefully, out in the community that we can't bring just the three of us on the county commission. And so that's valuable, because each of you have an outreach into the community that is unique and capturing some of those additional voices and perspectives.
I guess I would say, and maybe leads to larger comments later. And one of the things that I sometimes found frustrating on the planning commission is, at the planning commission, I felt like my job was to look at the planning item from a planning perspective. And I might want to say, well, gosh, why, if we do that, we're gonna have to build a new street. I don't want to spend money on a new street. Well, but as a planning commissioner, the idea wasn't out. I mean, my job wasn't to decide if we're going to spend money on a new street. It was if this was a good planning item in that location. And that's for someone else to decide whether or not there should be a street. That's not in my wheelhouse. Well, now on the city commission, that's in my wheelhouse. I can say, well, that's great, but I'm not going to pay for that street, or I am going to pay for that street. Well, I'm going to pay for two streets, and so I think that's, there's a lot more I look at when I see an item as a city commissioner than I did when I was a planning commissioner. And, again, that kind of leads to what I look for when I read the planning commission meeting, minutes. I mean, to deviate from your question, and, what I look for, yes, I listen for the deliberations, but a lot of what I'm looking for is, all those planning items. I mean, sometimes, not necessarily you guys, I've been doing this for a while, someone says, well, I vote against it because that's, too expensive. Well, that's going to raise my taxes or whatever. That's not really all that useful to me, because that's, we can make those decisions. What I'm looking for is, from the planning side, and the other way I describe it, of course, I'm a lawyer, and probably all of you know, I also do the county, sometimes the county legal work, so I'm on the legal side of the county. And, occasionally, when you guys, deny something, or, let's say this planning staff recommends it, and you go against it, that goes to the county commission, and let's say the county commission agrees with you and they want to deny it. Well, the first thing they do is we have to write findings of fact and conclusions of law that, findings of fact that are different from the planning staff. The planning staff has recommended approval, and absent, we need to lay out the reasons why the county commission and the planning commission said, we disagree with that finding. And if it's, and we need something more than arbitrary and capricious, I don't like it. We need to go through those planning items, those, the golden factors, and say, well, this is why, we'll vote against it. That way, when we get sued, we can defend the case. And so often I see, sometimes people will say, planning commission or county commission, will say, gosh, I agree with everything the staff says, but I'm going to vote against it. Okay, give me more. The staff has recommended approval. The staff has said these 6 6 items, oh, we comply, this is why they comply, they've given us a big staff report, and then you say you agree with it, but you're gonna vote against it? I need something else. That's arbitrary and capricious, to say I'm voting against it for no reason. Or if you say I'm voting against it because, you know, I'm a K-Stater, but, you know, the guy who owns it's a K-Stater, you know, I don't like K-Staters, I'm gonna vote against it. You know, that, again, arbitrary and capricious. So, you know, not only do I listen for what you say in the deliberations, but I'm also listening for what you're saying about, in particular, the golden factors. And, you know, and frankly, sometimes I watch all of you and I kind of think to myself before I start, all right, I think I'm against this. Now I have to figure out why. You know, I'm looking to you guys to say, you know, you picked something out and you said, well, it doesn't comply with the comprehensive plan, or it doesn't, it hasn't been vacant long enough, or it's detrimental to the neighbors. Well, you know, then I can grab onto that and during the public hearing, I can say, hey, staff, what do you think about this conformance with the comprehensive plan? And then they can respond, and I can say, well, I disagree with that. And that's my basis for saying no. So that's what I think is helpful, is really looking at those criteria and then saying, this is what I disagree with. Almost like if you had to defend the thing. You know, if you had to write the report, how would you write it? That's what I found in most of it.
I'd say there are plenty of votes that I made that you're uncomfortable with it. It's not what you wanted, but it's the right thing because it fits the community, or it fits the guidance that we have from the comprehensive plan or the neighborhood planners. So some of those times you do make a vote that you're not personally happy with, but you still have to make it. So like, there are no perfect projects in land use ever, and it's always a question of how are we weighing competing values. And not all of the values you bring to it are important, the values that people who come and speak and give public comment are important, but there's 120,000 people in our county that many of them didn't show up or weigh in, who also have to be valued every bit as much as the folks that came and spoke. And I always found it was powerful to kind of keep connections in the community, that I could seek someone out and say, hey, I know your voice would matter in this, but I haven't heard from you. What are your thoughts on it? And having the time to do that, of course, is really difficult. And even more so at the county commission, where things are coming up every week as opposed to every month. But just to recognize that you don't have to love every project for it to be close enough that it has to move forward. And there's so much power that you have and that we have between yes and no to say like, well, if I had X, Y, Z, then I would be able to vote yes. And I think developers especially are wanting to hear those things, like what would it take to get to a project that would have approval, as opposed to just an up and down vote. And that takes some kind of getting used to, or getting your legs into, about like how much say do we really have over what that ultimate project might be.
Probably anything I'd add to that is just, also just have faith in the process. I mean, there's a process outlined by, the planning staff for a project, and, what it has to go through to meet fruition. And, just to at least give us the room to go ahead and make that decision with more information available. So that's probably, Commissioner Willie and, Commissioner Finkeldye is like aptly stated, a lot of things that, I thought of mind as well. So that's the only thing I'd probably add.
Maybe I'll throw out one example I remember from when I was on the planning commission. We had a planning commissioner back in the day who believed we were overbuilt in apartments. Any project that had an apartment, they said, too many apartments, I vote no. That was the sole basis, was that they thought we had too many apartments. Didn't matter if it complied with the comprehensive plan or everything else, that was of no help to anybody. I mean, fine, you don't think we have too many apartments. That is, that's not one of the criteria. That's not something, and that's a judgment call, your opinion. And so every time that person voted no, it didn't really help the decision makers make a decision. Nor did it really elucidate any real discussion of, does this comply with our planning code? Does this comply with, what's in front of us? So that's just an example.
Any advice on how to deal with when we have controversial issues? We'll have 50, 100, 300, 400 people show up. Do you guys have any advice on things that you've run into that would be helpful for us to use?
Well, you can't run. And you can't
Yeah, we'll take your advice.
Yeah, it's, even though you want to, but yeah, it's, just, all I can probably say, just to, start us off, is just be patient, be attentive, and, just use active listening and, try to respond with questions. If it's pertinent, go ahead and respond with questions that, encapsulate something of what they're trying to get across, so to show that, whether you might not agree with them or you might not decide with them, that you understand exactly what they're trying to get across, and it's a part of your process to go ahead and determine where you're going to be. So
I do think it's different and it's harder than it was pre-pandemic. We could have a whole room full of people and they all came to bring an opinion, and yet it all seemed like there was some amount of respect for the process. I want to see trust in the process. That's a word, but that people just behaved differently, or were more willing to hear from each other or hear from other sides or other perspectives on the commission. And I see more people coming in with, this is all I will take away from this. What I brought in is all that I'll take away. And that didn't used to happen at the same level that it does now. I don't have a good way to handle it. I really love and respect the public process, and it's hard when the public part of the public process it feels so broken to people. It's hard to fix it without everybody participating in the fix.
I'd say that it is a challenge for all of us, and I think it's conversations that the city manager and I've had together about sort of the tone of meetings and public discourse, and I do think some things have sort of irrevocably changed, but I think it's important to remember that, as Commissioner Willie said, your job as planning commissioners is not necessarily to say, well, I heard 100 people say no and 3 people say yes, so that means I'm going with 100. That's not the role of the planning commission. You are to look at the whole community and to look at the regulations and to make recommendations. And so you're not going to make everybody happy all the time.
Yeah.
Just the way it's set up.
Right.
And I think if you can sort of compartmentalize some pieces of that you're not going to make everybody happy all the time, you can find a way through it. Most communities would, do backflips over the amount of public engagement we have here. So like many of my peers lament how much lack of public engagement they have here, and I'm like, well, we've got it in spades, So if you, which is a great thing, come on down, So I do think it is a good problem to have that we have a community that is so engaged in the work we do, and in the wise words of Leslie Knope, I just think that people are caring loudly at me about how much they care about their community.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes that perspective can really help put some of it there. But when you're there till 2 a.m, I know that that's real hard to do. So I'd say that, the best is just when you can, try to weigh those factors as the best you can without, letting it weigh you down too much.
Sure.
And something I might add to that too is, if you know that something's going to be a pertinent issue or something's going to be brought up, to go ahead and address it right off. To kind of take a little steam out of it and, make sure that you've heard people outside the room or, people that have come into contact with you, and that you want to go ahead and address it right away, so that, the people, as ground rules, that's been established. Okay, we're understanding that, and if people want to address something else or come to you with something else, they can always go ahead and do that. But I think that's probably a helpful tool as well.
Sure.
I think one of the most powerful things that we can offer back to the community is showing respect to each other on a governing body. because that models, like, this is how we disagree. And that is, apparently it's something that, the culture before I came on, at some point, on the planning commission, and I had been to meetings and kind of watched the planning commission at work. I don't know who else was on at the time. And people were, tearing each other down, talking over each other, all of that. And before I agreed to serve on it, I went and watched some of the meetings to make sure that it was a group I was willing to join. And somewhere in that process, the planning commission had kind of taken over that culture and made it extremely positive, extremely respectful, and that was how it was when I served. I think it's still the way it is. It's so imperative that we all be stewards of that culture as people turn over on any of our commissions, because that's the best thing we can do for each other. We're hearing from, sometimes very spicy people, to at least know that we will have differences among us, care about each other, respectful of each other, and that's how we show the community that those issues are valued, is that we value them in each other too. So that's any ways that we can kind of keep that forward or continually work on it, because it's a relationship thing. So I think that is kind of a key task of each of our commissions, is to steward that kind of a positive, respectful culture.
Other thoughts from commissioners?
I have a question.
Please go ahead, please.
Brad, when you were on the planning commission, I think there were printed minutes. Were you at the time of the printed minutes?
I was, supposedly.
And do you find the printed minutes more or less helpful than having the videos to watch?
Well, I think the videos are much more helpful. Much more helpful.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, I think, one, back in the printed minutes, I mean, again, they could be, they're always shortened, right? I mean, there's no way they were ever word for word. So, when you would say, Planning Commissioner Finkeldei, disagreed with the analysis of the comprehensive plan, therefore you voted no. I mean, that's all you got. Sometimes I gave great speeches that did not convey at all in the printed minute.
What are you talking about, Brad? You always make great.
So to be able to watch it is to me is great. I think the video is much better.
Well,
And we get an idea of what you went through for it too. We get that dynamic with each other, with the public, and that speaks volumes too.
Absolutely, because I would say some of you have poker faces and some of you don't. And it's all good. It's all right. And we can pick on those nonverbal cues and be like, oh, okay, all right.
Can we talk to you at some point?
Which one we are?
I also like 1.5, 2 times speed.
Yes.
Which I got from Lisa Larson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of you sound very different when you're at 1.5.
2 times speed than you do at regular speed.
And I know that we have hybrid options now that we didn't used to have. There is a lot of power with having people in the room and having that conversation. And it's hard for me to kind of know or hear from people who are available only on Zoom. And I know that people travel and have other things, but it's powerful to be together if at all possible.
Could I ask a follow-up question to that?
Mhm.
Because when we were on the commission together, during one of our orientations, we talked about who's in the room, who's not in the room. And I meant from the public standpoint. Who's represented in public comment, for example? And while, I agree with the comments about how the tone has changed through the pandemic, one thing that I value is that we can have people attending from Clinton or from from Lecompton, who wouldn't have been able to make it into the room. They've got kids, whatever. And I'm wondering, as elected officials, do you feel that the balance of who's being represented has changed? Not just the tone, but like who's speaking out?
And when I was talking about being in the room, I meant
the commission
commissioners,
itself.
yeah, for deliberation.
Sure.
But yeah, it's really valuable that people who otherwise would have to find a babysitter or bring the kids in, or it's mobility issues, or the weather, or long distance travel. Like, we get to hear from folks that otherwise had a barrier, and I think that is fabulous.
As part of that tone thing, what I'm afraid of and I'm fearful of are those folks that might have a louder voice drowning out those folks that you're talking about. They don't have the opportunity to go ahead and contribute as often as they might want to, or or able to, due to whatever's going on in their lives. That's what I'm more afraid of, is that we're losing that pertinent knowledge from those folks that might, quite frankly, just be intimidated by, somebody that has a more strident voice and, overpowering what they think they're able to contribute, because everybody's able to contribute something, and everybody has value, and everybody, brings something to the conversation. I don't want people to forget that or feel like, they're not part of that process.
And I think we've heard from folks that weighed in on Zoom because they were specifically uncomfortable being in the room if there was an opposing view that was strong and well represented. So it gave people a safe place. It is harder to hear as powerful of communication from the Zoom format, but otherwise they wouldn't feel safe to be there at all. And so that's another piece of it. And Commissioner Carter also got to be chair when we went to Zoom, and I was so glad it wasn't me.
It's an experience.
Yeah.
Took it in stride.
No, I do think it's a big, especially when you have long meetings like you guys often do and we do, to have people able to sit at home and chime in when they're ready, not decide they have to come at 6 and have no idea when they're getting home and all that. So I think it's something we'll never go back to. And I think it offers good things. But again, I guess bigger picture, as you said, the thing I often think about both, on the planning commission, the city commission, and really I think we've seen more now than we did before, was, again, kind of the silent folks. We used to hardly ever have anyone show up to say, I live across town, but this is affordable housing, and we need more affordable housing. When I was on the planning commission, very rarely, we would get someone just come in and say, we need affordable housing, vote yes. It was almost always the developer and the neighbors who were against it, or that would be about it. So we all start to get, I think, more people who come in and say, I don't live there, but we need this. Or I don't live there, we don't need it, but we all start to see more of that. And I think that is a good sign. And at least again hearing that a little bit from around the community.
I'm glad you said that, Commissioner, because I've been wondering, are we really seeing a little bit more variety in terms of the community, in terms of reaching all the people that have it? Or is it still the same people, they just can do it from home? So that's my question. There's still obviously there's still plenty of voices out there that we're not hearing from.
Yes.
But I'm glad to hear you say that you really do think that there are some different voices chiming in with this.
I feel like, for my time in the planning commission,
To go further on that, and I don't know what the solution is. I know we've talked about it. Here in town, if a notice goes out or the signs are there, people are driving around slow, they can see it, that's fine. But if it's something that's, let's say, on the edge of town or out in the county and it's only on big roads, if you're not one of those neighbors that got it in the mail, you can't stop and read a sign that's this big when you're driving 50 miles an hour. And it's those that we do hear all the time. It's like, I had no idea. I would have come and talked to you, but I have no idea. And how do we do better?
Well, I would argue that even in town, they're not reading those signs. And as somebody who works in a building with lots of signs that no one ever reads, I don't know that the signs are really effective methods of communication. And I think we have to evolve in our public notification processes in a way that is beyond, because frankly, that little yellow sign is unsafe to read at any speed as you're driving down a road. So I think we just need to, but you're right, in terms of how do we communicate with the broader public. and I would say that I think we can always improve on that, and how do we do better at that? But I will also tell you, you always have people who say, I didn't know. And I would, I'll get a town crier and a bell if that's what it takes. But like, it's very difficult to sort of reach people.
Well, it's harder and harder as.
Right, as more and more
print
information comes out.
media shrinks and shrinks.
Well, and people read print media.
Right.
So, we have social media, we do all our things, but still, like, there are times where folks are like, oh, I didn't know you were doing that. Well, I don't know how else to tell you, other than, there are 44,000 parcels in Douglas County. I can't send a letter, and honestly, you wouldn't read it if I sent it to you, every time.
But you're all right, David. When I was on the planning commission, back in the day when people read the Journal World, they actually, like the city commission, they ran a little thing every month that said, this is coming up in the planning commission. And people could see it, oh, this project, Now, every once in a while, you guys get a story at the end of the night, but, sometimes ahead, but they used to run the whole agenda pretty much in the paper.
There were, excuse me, there were suggestions made at one of the meetings we had about sending out emails that the city has, the county has, lists of emails for people that have contacted them, and an email is potentially a way to reach people that I don't think we have done yet.
Well, we have an email list, and we send it, you can sign up for the Douglas County newsletter and you'll get an email. But I also think that there's this impression that I have everyone in Douglas County's email address as some form of big brother, and I do not.
Right.
So I think it's somewhat beholden on people to opt into those processes to say, because we try to preview it, my communications person writes what's coming up in upcoming meetings that we know about in those newsletters. And, and you can sign up to get the county commission agenda in your inbox every week if you want. And the planning commission and the city commission, as well. So it's hard because I think people are like, well, just email me. I'm like, I don't have your email.
Do you, as the county administrator, or whoever's sending those emails out, same for somebody at the city, use the tools that are out there that says, okay, I sent it out to 10,000 people. I know that 6,000 people opened the email and 3,500 actually clicked on the attached newsletter to read it. Are any of those types of tools being used?
We can, but I don't know. Then that just depresses me about how many people and so I don't know how to really, we could. We do talk about hits on our website, hits on our YouTube channel. We are trying to say how many people actually have seen this. We do try to talk about those things, but it's we just don't have the reach that we wish we'd had.
Let me ask this, how many of you, do you go back and you go watch the county commission, after you voted an item, and do you go watch the county commission or the city commission, see how they deliberate?
You watch us.
What we're talking about, or you just say, forget it, I've done my part?
I watch. Yeah, I watch.
I don't know
Depending
how
on
to
issues.
do it. I am so technologically.
So from that, I guess I'd ask for the reverse feedback. Again, what we're focusing on being different from what you're focusing on, what will, I guess, what's your impression of that?
I would kind of parrot back what you said, is that it's very helpful if I know why, and I don't always get that, your rationale, for, especially if it was different than other bodies you've listened to. So it's kind of the same issue. It's always very helpful, not only for the public to understand, and I think that would be really helpful in terms of having people really engaged in the process, is if we, all these deliberating bodies, speak to why it is we're making this decision, that conversation helps the public understand how the process works and why the process does or doesn't work and why people are making their decision, what influences their decision, if they feel that they really kind of have a better understanding of it, I think that brings more people into participating in the process.
Well, at the end of every planning commission meeting, maybe we could say when these things will be on the next agenda. That, I think, would help, too.
Sometimes that's known.
We
I
have
don't
to
know
wait
that
so
it's a-
long, but
it's a
it's often up
direct-
to the developer, right? And our engineer.
Correct. It's more at the whims of things that we won't even know until probably a couple weeks after the meeting ends. So it's hard for us to project when something may land on an agenda because City Commission only meets 3 out of the 4 during a span of time, or they may have some other items that may press up. We may have a developer wants to hold for a minute. There's any number of things that affect that agenda management.
Yeah, and I'd say that I have that conversation with staff, like, I may not let Jeff put an item on my agenda because I have a really full meeting or I already have 4 other things and we put it off. So I would say at the end of your meeting, it's difficult to know exactly when it'll end up on one of our agendas.
Is there any point in time at which we can say it'll be on the website or it'll be?
The week before. The week before.
Well, maybe
Right.
that's a good end.
Yeah, and we do that, and we do that when it comes to us, like it's, we set our agenda a week in advance.
And I think we have started, or not started, I'm sure you guys always did, but I've noticed that we will sometimes try to say, these are the next steps. Like, we might not know a date, but like inform the public during the meeting or during the conversation of a project, like, you have an opportunity to weigh in again here or whatever. We try to, we could probably do more of that. I know it was certainly helpful for me as I was trying to learn the process, right? We haven't done as much of that maybe in the last few months because our meetings have been going for such a long time but I do think we could do better. I do talk a lot.
Right, well, and I should say, what I do, one of the things that I think that I've been talking with the county commission about is that, honestly, on bigger, more complicated items, we probably need more time, So I think what this week before isn't gonna work on some items for the county commission. And I try to keep it fast so that people can feel like they're moving through the process rapidly. And I think commissioners are under a lot of pressure to make it feel like we're not bogging things down in bureaucracy. But there are gonna be times here where we're like, I've gotta have that packet 3 weeks in advance, guys, because like, it's just too much for a county commission to read in a weekend. Or a city commission to read in a week.
Or the planning commission.
Or the planning commission. So I would just say, yeah, I think that's true for all of us, is that it's, we honor, take the time you need and then the commission needs the time it needs. So on bigger things, we can say like, we're gonna aim for something farther out, but that's a collaborative decision, I think, I know with me, on our end, it's a collaborative decision between the planner and planning staff and me and I, because I am pretty hands-on on managing the agenda.
And I'm always looking for more time. Like if I know you've had an issue come before you that I'm really interested in, I want to know as soon as that meeting has happened and I can get in and watch it as opposed to just waiting for it to hit our packet. So a lot of times I'm asking Sarah, like, when are we going to see? When are we going to see? When am I going to get that information? So I do try and keep a little bit ahead of some of those that I know will take not only time and energy to watch and read your packet and the watch the meetings, but also like, who else do I need to follow up with? Like, what other information came up in your meeting that I want to follow up with before my meeting? And the planning items mean a lot to me, but they're also highly impactful for individuals and neighborhoods and families, and I want to do justice by them. So I'm always kind of bugging for just a little bit more time.
Well, and when we talk about it, seemingly every meeting, whether the commission or a subcommittee or anybody and I don't know that this is ever solvable, is that so much of the general public doesn't understand the route, the process with which things go. It's like, no matter what we say here tonight, we're not the deciding body. It's them, or somebody else, or them, or who. But and because there's so much of, oh well, they approved it, recommended it tonight, we're done. And it's like, and I don't know how you can ever get beyond that with the majority of the public.
There's a lot of just basic civics 101 conversations that we have. But it is confusing too. I say that, but it's very confusing. Like, temporary business use permits come straight to the county commission, do not go to planning commission, but a CUP does. Like, we've made a lot of cumbersome rules that don't make sense to the general public. But I would say, like, staff, I think, and I don't have any problem explaining that to people. Like, that's an easy part for us to sort of help them walk beside the bureaucracy of what we do.
And
But it's-
hugely valuable
Yeah.
for the community. And however
Right.
many times we say it, it's
Right.
always important and valuable to, like, here's what the process is.
Right.
And sometimes there are unknowns within the process. It's, none of us at this table could probably name the flow chart that would happen with any guidance that might come before us. So it's not just the public who needs to know, we're also kind of letting ourselves know.
Yeah, I actually concur. That's, Commissioner Willie was chair in my first year on the Planning Commission, and that was one of the things that impressed me and kind of surprised me. As a new commissioner, I was, I needed time to figure out what was going on, and Commissioner Willie would often ask staff, so if we approve this, what is the next step, or things like that. And I think engaging in those conversations, I think commissioners, planning commissioners have a role in elucidating that to the public by engaging in conversation with staff. So thank you. And that was all part of that collegial environment, and basically informing each other and informing the public.
It's strange, and it goes back to how do we try and shorten some of the long meetings? But I know, like, when the Journal World or somebody has somebody here, they got a 10 p.m. deadline. And lately, when we hit the hot button topics, we're not even through public comment at that point, so they have no idea what we as the Planning Commission even say or what the next steps are, because they don't make it into that article. And I know the general public's not going to watch the 8-hour video, even at twice the speed.
If I can add one thing, I'll say is you've basically described what happens to planners after meetings. As we sit down and we have a lot of these conversations about this is what happened, here are the next steps. We'll give us your email, give us your phone number. We're going to let you know when this thing comes on the next agenda. So that's something that we do with the public with almost every application coming forward. And so when you see planners, and you may not notice this, but when a planner leaves the room and is having a conversation in the lobby, that's usually the conversation is PC makes the recommendation. This is going to the Board of County Commissioners. If you give me your email, we'll make sure you know that information coming up front, because even we know people that are seasoned and they come here every other month may still not know sometimes what that next step is, because sometimes the rezoning is a little different than a CUP, or a comprehensive plan amendment is different than a special use. And so we have those discussions pretty much every day after a planning commission meeting with the applicants and the public to come in and talk with us.
It might be something that's nice at our meeting to say that next steps will be provided, or at the beginning of the meetings, even though sometimes we do try to do it, because that just, you have to happen to catch the right person at the right time, or the person has to reach out to you. Might be worth it for the planning commission to say, next, you can find out the next steps right after the meeting by talking to staff or something, because I do think there are some people who probably leave not knowing if we haven't mentioned it, or we've forgotten, or we got, it's 3 a.m. So that everyone knows that, versus just the people who like stay late or that you happen to catch in the lobby.
Yeah, I would say, like, I don't rely on the paper for that. And I wouldn't, as staff, I think, and he's at least got staff. I don't have staff to run out of the room. So it's even harder in our world to sort of catch up with people. So that's back to Bart's point, I think, or Commissioner Littlejohn's point about.
It's all right. It's all good.
Sorry. So sorry.
I wear many titles. It's okay. It's all right. Hey, you there. It's all good.
That kind of, oh God, now you.
I do that as well.
But I think, oh God, I think it was just this notion of what you can, if you know something's going to be controversial, or like, hey, I know this is an issue, if you can say it up front before public comment, like, I think that is helpful, because you see how many people just leave the room the minute they're done speaking. Yeah. And it's so, I know it's frustrating to you, it's frustrating to staff, where I'm like, wait, if you, like, I'll get back to you, but you're gone, and it's so hard. But so I think as much as we can put on that up front, I think the better off we are.
Yeah, I wish we had a way to catch up with people before they're leaving, or if stayed at the end of the meeting, which ours are not so terribly long, but
Yeah.
that's always kind of heartbreaking when somebody brings something forward, possibly in public comment or something, and I want to follow up with that person. How do I find them? Because they leave before I can get down there.
And now they don't even really want to give us their name at public comment, because they're like, I don't have to tell you.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but I can't get back with you if I could even try to find you, so.
Well, people used to have to sign in.
We've done, I know, and we have email address on there, and most people don't fill it out, so it's hard.
Sometimes we just get a first name and they live
If that.
in Lawrence or in Douglas.
Yeah, Douglas County.
Yeah.
When, excuse me, when we know there might be big topics that come up that many, many people are going to show up for, are there other places that we can meet to accommodate where we have had very large meetings with overflow, people can't get in, no place to sit? Are there other places
The answer
that we can meet?
The answer is no, but because of the way we put everything online and Zoom, to have those options, all that technology, we can't just pick up and move someplace else. And it's in our plan to do something with City Hall to change, to change that configuration, figure out another way to have a bigger place, or another way. We of course run into the same problems. In the old days, back when I was on the commission, you'd go out to, before you had Zoom and stuff, you'd go out to the Floyd Hall or
Fairgrounds.
something, you go to the fairgrounds, and we would have big meetings out at the fairgrounds or whatever. But now, we've told our people you can watch on TV, we're gonna record everything, and you just can't do that at the fairgrounds. So the options are very limited, but we're gonna work on that, we're working on it, it's in our plan.
You keep pointing to me.
Just to follow on that, because one of the things I wrote down earlier, there's so many people that do live outside Lawrence that think this body or the county commission, they just care about Lawrence. I know it's not true, but that's their thought, is could, say, our meetings, or even your meetings, be taken on the road every once in a while. And and I know to find a room that's set up like this would be difficult, but I know, say like, Eudora does it with their school district meetings. I'm sure Baldwin does it with their school district meetings. Those are bigger rooms than this one. Could it be done elsewhere to show people that aren't physically in Lawrence that we do represent the county as well? That's just a thought.
It is surprising, you'd be surprised. I mean, I think it is, this process, I had a work session that was delayed 20 minutes in the county commission chambers because of technological difficulties last Wednesday. It is really hard to do all of this on the road. I think we want to try to do that, but, when we traveled, we did not have to deal with this kind of technology. And it's expensive. It's really, really expensive.
I thought it was interesting what a subcommittee of yours, whatever, when, I know Gary and some of the others went to the different places and had those meetings.
It helps.
And since it wasn't a public meeting, it didn't have to all be, but that, you got out to the other communities, I thought that was pretty cool to do, to get that input.
I used to have people who would just pull in my driveway to ask about
Okay.
county issues. When I was on the planning commission, it happened a lot. Now that I'm on the county commission, it happens less. I don't know what's up with that, but yeah, people would pull in, neighbors that kind of knew, and they actually thought I was on the county commission, I was on the planning commission, so that's kind of another messaging piece there. I don't know if that ever happens to folks that, your neighbors that, they can get a hold
No,
of you.
they haven't. I might get a phone call, but nobody's ever just pulled up. Well,
No, I
helps
do have people that show up.
I have neighbors that ask me about things that I haven't, like, can you fix that sidewalk right there? No, not something.
I had two little things I wanted, I really appreciate the value and your all's work with staff on this, on all of your items, and the work that this team and some folks on my team put into what you see every month. is tremendous. You know, it's a lot of work. And I think I want to thank you all for your respect and appreciation of staff in this place. It's not like that every place. I've worked in organizations that don't treat staff with respect. And so I just want to encourage that behavior where you ask them tough questions. It doesn't mean you accept whatever they say. But I think we have a group of professionals working for us that try really, really hard to bring you the best information. And they like the challenge. I like the challenge as staff, being challenged in that space. So I want to thank you from that on the behalf of them and staff. And then also I think you should know that I appreciate the work you all put into this. This is the hardest, I say next to Fair Board, it's the hardest job at the county, is Planning Commission. And the amount of time and energy you put into this, to the point where I'm a little worried about you as a body. Just in terms of you've all volunteered your time for public service in a way that is so important. And I don't want to burn you all out. I don't want people quitting because they can't handle the load. And as staff, I feel responsible to you all in that sense. So please also talk to us about how we can help manage your load and sustain your engagement as citizen volunteers in your community. You guys more and more see the difficulty that comes with being elected, and you didn't even get your name on a sign in someone's yard. So I say it's the toughest job you'll ever run for, and you don't even run for it. So I think please reach out to staff, to me, to Jeff's team, to Craig, his team. How can we make your lives easier? How can we help sustain your engagement? Because the work you do is so important and valuable, and it's hard, and we totally see how hard this is. And I want you all, it's great that we've got elected officials that, came to Planning Commission as a training ground to learn how to do this, but you all won't want to do that if you get so burnt out and so disillusioned, or you're not supported in the way that you really should be as citizen volunteers. So please communicate with us on that.
I actually have a question about, or play off of that kind of, same kind of thing. So hopefully one of the things we're going to talk about later today is our schedule and just the agenda and things like that. And something that has been really on the front of my mind for a while is what can we do to help county staff be able to weigh in, have the time, because as a resident of the unincorporated Douglas County, it's really important to me that all voices are heard, being the township, the fire districts, the zoning and codes, whatever on the county side that needs to be heard. So what time-wise, ability to comment, for us to be able to engage with them at that level, what can we do to allow them, because they have an incredibly high workload, particularly on the county side, just because there's a lot fewer planners. So how can we help with that process?
Well, I'd say, knowing that it's important to you as a commission is helpful for Jeff and I. I think those are things that Jeff and I have had those conversations, and I think we're working at how can we do that? You got to give me another week, Jeff. It's just some of this stuff is that we're going to have to push with timing to do. So I think knowing that it might delay some things and knowing that it's important to the commission is helpful. Staff is constantly really worried about making sure you get things promptly. The city, why is this taking so long? Is a hard vibe for staff to sort of push back against. And I would say it is different from a county perspective than it sometimes is for a city perspective. So that's where this staff gets extra kudos, because they have to balance two different systems, in terms of, a pressure to keep things moving, where in the county side, there's maybe less pressure to make things move faster. So I don't know that you specifically can do anything, and Jeff, unless you have some ideas, but knowing that it's important for the commission that we get all those voices. We've talked about even changing the way the packet's laid out or the staff memorandum, so we've thought about some of those things too.
Yeah, and we've also done what's, excuse me, we talk with staff is like, be honest, we just simply say, be honest with us, what is it going to take to get this review done? And if it's not within whatever weeks it is in the normal process, let us know what it will take. And so we've actually held applications back so people would have time to do a thoughtful and thorough review of an application. And that may put someone off a month on an agenda, but if we're not giving you that really thorough review that you and the public expect, we're not going to bring it. And so we have those discussions quite frequently. Tanya and I have talked about that quite a bit with applications is like if you've got a big workload and then, you're already on a 9-hour day, another 5 hours is not going to be good. So what can we do to rebalance that? And I think the same conversation with the planning staff that you see at your commission. If I'll pick on Luke since he's down the road here, but if Luke goes, it's not happening this month because we're just not getting this in, that's okay. And we'll let the applicants know, hey, we just couldn't get it in. We just don't have the staffing to get something this big or this complex through the hurdles. And so we do that. You also see planners do a lot of times is they will reach out constantly and sometimes not get responses back from individuals. So they sometimes will try their best and just can't get an engagement on something. But I've seen them go until the absolute last minute on trying to get those comments. So there's a lot of things that we do, and we try to make sure that we're not slowing down the applicants, but we're also aware that we don't burn you and staff out at the same time trying to get to a product.
Yeah, that's just really helpful. Definitely, I felt like I still have more questions. I feel like there's some stuff I'd like to hear from the county on a lot of the things we've been seeing recently. And sometimes it's just a matter of the way the staff report is actually laid out, right? So how do I know that those entities have been contacted and are comfortable with some of this stuff? Because being in the township, being a part of the township board, enforcement is really hard if we don't have things done correctly, if things aren't written correctly. And so it seems like, okay, no big deal at this level. But then when you're actually trying to be no, who's going to pay to get my road fixed, right? It's just a different conversation. And so I think having county staff or county enforcement involved in the process at this stage is actually very helpful for me when I'm thinking about what is the impact on the neighborhood and things like that. So that's why I was just curious as to how I can reach out or how I can get those things answered before the last minute or feeling like I'm the one raising it at 10:30 at night, right? That's not anything, but at the same time, it's important enough to me that I will raise it at 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure I'm striking the balance.
We're trying. I'd say we've done great sometimes and we've not done great sometimes, but it's an area of constant improvement that we're trying to get better at. It is just harder because they're not down the hall from me, so it's harder.
I'd only add two things going forward for the city side, which, as obviously Elizabeth was on just before I got here, but I don't know what she talked about, and we don't know what it's going to look like. But, those of you who are going to be here, later this year, it might look incredibly different. We were talking at the code committee the other night that the Boston Commons, there's 7, under the new code, there'd probably only be 2 zoning categories, not 7. You could do all that in 2 zoning categories. Some of the stuff you look like now might be done by right. But then also the procedure, if it's by right, you might not be seeing some things you currently see now. You might be seeing other things. And again, we haven't seen what the procedures are going to recommend, don't know what they'll look like, but I've been looking at a lot of other procedures from all over. Some places, the county, the planning commission has to hear certain things, but you guys hear things you don't have to hear. And in some places, if the planning commission only has 60 days, so you can't defer it. Unpermissible to defer it. In other places, you hear it before there's a traffic study, before there's a stormwater study, before all that, because that's all technical. That's not, planning. So some places have you hear the planning side and all that stuff only comes after the planning. There's lots of ways. I'm not saying any of that's going to happen here. I'm not suggesting it or supporting it. I'm just saying there's lots of ways this could look at the end. And so from the city point of view, it could change a lot. for those of you who are going to be around into next year.
A question, is there,
I was just going to add one thing. I think what you hear both from when you see a county item or a city item come forward is, I'll just lay it on the line here, we write dissertations sometimes that don't need to be written. We could cover it in 5 instead of 15 pages. And that's some of the stuff I'm going to ask staff to look at is are we giving the public so much paper that they don't read it and they can't engage with it? So we need to write for the audience, write it for the grounds we need to write it for. We have a conversation about are we writing it for the correct audience at that point in time, not just planning commission and the governing bodies, but the general public as well to understand it. And Commissioner Thomas, I'm sorry about that.
no. Is there still any talk about separating the planning commission into a county planning commission and a city planning commission?
Even still.
I think it always gets talked about.
Yeah, I'd say it's something that comes up from time to time, but it's not an issue we're
Okay.
currently exploring.
Okay.
And I would say that, it's a conversation that I have with county commissioners, that they actually have far more influence on what happens inside the city of Lawrence with the joint city planning commission than they would if there was a separate body. And that's an advantage for us as a county. And it also it's more expensive. It'd be more expensive if the county had its own set of planners and its own management of that. And I really don't know that it would serve us well as a community as a whole. And I certainly feel like the county pays the city for that portion, and I certainly feel like we're getting our fair share of dollars these days on county planning items. So it's I think ultimately it's a good thing for the whole community, because it's good for everybody to see those sides of it. We are more related than I think we are. And as you know, I think in the county side, but I also deal with the Eudora Planning Commission if there's a quarry, in my world, it's not weird that there's lots of different bodies that all have jurisdiction. We just get used to it. So it's not hard for us.
Wait, just say something. Oh, sorry. I was surprised today, actually. It was the first time I learned that really there only has to be 2 people from the unincorporated Douglas County on the 10-member planning commission. That came up earlier. And I have to say that I was rather surprised by that. So I do think that part of having the joint, and then part of what Mr. Kelso was saying about how some of the times the county isn't feeling like they're being represented, that's not a very high percentage of actual unincorporated county people on a 10-member board, which I didn't know until
today.
today.
They are actually far more represented than they think they are.
I think Commissioner Carter could speak to a little.
Well, that is an issue that came up when Commissioner Willie, as Commissioner Willie's term was expiring. How do we maintain the very valuable input, not just representation, but representation by people who are super informed and engaged? Because 2 people doesn't guarantee they're 2 people who can speak articulately about what's going on in the county. And so, that did come up as a possible request to the county commission to consider increasing the quota. I drafted a letter as chair that I think some commissioners found inadequate, but because it wasn't something I personally, I wrote it. I worked with staff to draft a letter. Personally, I think once we start talking about quotas, it's not just where you live. And this is the point I raised, are you a renter or a homeowner? There are lots of different ways in which the work of the commission directly impacts the lives of people that I personally was really uncomfortable with. But it ultimately ends up being a county commission issue, what rules they set for how they make the appointments. I think one thing I would say is going into a 5-district county commission, I would be surprised if the representation didn't increase, because I think the way commissioners are chosen, planning commissioners are chosen, is different at the county level than at the city level, right? I mean, at the city level, the mayor makes an appointment, but in the county level, it's more of a consensual approach. Yeah. So I think my expectation is that will change.
Yeah, I was just surprised to learn that today.
Yeah, well, it's definitely something that has been discussed.
And I remember that discussion, I'll say, when I was on the commission back in '06, '07, '08, when, like I said, things were going like gangbusters. You know, this is when you were still building Albemarle, and you were still building, there was nothing going on in the county. I mean, there was, I mean, if you wanted a new house, you weren't going out to the county to build a house, I mean, because you could build in West Lawrence. And there was this, I mean, there was this real feel back then. I mean, there was only, I think, 2, maybe 3 that lived in the unincorporated area. And that's when they thought 2 was enough. You know, we'd rather have more city people on there. And then it kind of switched and changed. And then there was this whole issue about all of a sudden everything in the city slowed down. Now everyone's building in the county. And now let's look at how the county, and that's when it really started to change that, you know, we've, you know, see that, well, how's that affecting the unincorporated areas, so.
And everyone we've been appointing have been from the unincorporated
Yeah,
area.
but that's,
Or the
that
last
wasn't always the
one.
case.
It was not. There was a time when I was the only one, so that's why I think
Yeah.
that pendulum shifted to say this is really valuable. This is the only space where city and county issues get talked about by the same body, and it's so important because there are things that happen on the edges, there are things that impact each other that we won't have on our radar if you don't have it on your radar. So I've always felt that there was a lot of power in having that joint city-county planning commission. Even topics like you were talking about, like as if the city of Lawrence doesn't build houses, then it really impacts the county that can't handle those additional dwelling units. So that really there has to be somebody looking at that. And yeah, all that falls under the county commission also, but this body really gets to be up close and personal about what kinds of developments are happening, what do we need, and what's the opportunity cost. If we don't do this, then what are the implications for, you know, the other half of the areas that we're representing. So I've always thought it to be very valuable, and yes, we do have more say of what happens in the city without it.
Do you mind if I just add to that? I would say, I come up from a regional planning perspective, regional planning background, and you know, I lived in San Francisco for many years where you had all of these discrete planning concerns of municipalities bumping up against each other, and regional planning was super weak. It was difficult to coordinate services across the metro area. And so I think that, you know, having a single planning body really explicitly accounts for that interrelationship between the urban and the rural parts of the county.
So the answer is no.
Okay. For now. No. For now.
No.
Yeah.
It has been for a long time. It has been discussed at various places. That is what still meant.
Yeah.
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 I mean, I do think it is still being discussed by the public, and so I don't want to
Yeah.
it is still being discussed.
Yes.
And I think that more representation with actually appointing people from the unincorporated for those spots makes sense, and it will maybe be less discussed, but it hasn't completely gone away.
And now you've got me on a little bit of my hobby horse, and I apologize and all, but I think it's important for folks to remember that county commissioners that live in the city limits, and planning commissioners that are appointed by the county that live inside the city limits of Lawrence can have a view of the whole community. And I see that every Wednesday when Commissioner Willie doesn't say, well, that happens in Lawrence, I don't care about it. Or that happens in Eudora and I don't care about it. Just because you come from a district doesn't mean that you can't speak to the community as a whole. And that's something you all can model. That's something the county commission models to me every week. They represent all of the community even though they were elected by a district. And so it's important that we model that too as well, that you can care and think and be deliberate about the entire community, not just where you live. It would be the same if every city planning person or city planning commissioner all lived on the same block. Well, you wouldn't be getting the representation from the city that you should be having. But yet at the same time, you can look for the community as a whole. And I think that's really, just because you live in the city doesn't mean you don't care about the county.
Well, I think that's why our
The unincorporated area, as
Yes.
Senator Francisco would say to us very frequently, doesn't mean you don't care about the unincorporated, because everybody lives in the county. as I
Which
like
is
to
why
say.
our discussions are important, because
Right.
because people who live in the city versus people who live in the county have different experiences. And so,
Right.
like, I mean, honestly, I haven't lived in the county all that long, and so, I mean, rural fire district, not something I would have been thinking about a year and a half ago, right? And so I do think that it's
Township?
or the decision. Yes, much to my chagrin. But I do think so. The conversations help, and like coming back to like the collegial aspect, I learned so much every time every meeting we have for that reason.
I would just say, I hear it from time to time, and certainly during Plan 2040, but even other votes since I've been on the commission, there's definitely people who notice and know where people are appointed from and say, well, that's interesting, that's a county project that, for the city people voted for, and, well, that's a city project, and, all the city people voted for it, but some of the county, why would they, because people are looking, trying to figure out, well, where's this coming from? What's the angle of this? And so I do hear that a lot. Some people think about that differently. Other people have no idea who appointed you, where you're from. Other people have no idea, nor do they care where you live. Some people do, some people don't.
And could I mention that they used to be distinct? It's not, and so when I didn't mean to be flip when I said still, because they used to be distinct and they were combined, for under a rationale. Jeff, can you remind us like when the county and the city planning commissions were combined?
1969.
Long time ago.
But my point is, it was done for a different set of reasons, But I'll tell you what, I'll look into it and we can talk about it next meeting. But I think there's going to be a constant tension between how you get representation in the rural and urban areas, but also how do you recognize the connectivity and the interdependence.
Yeah, I think it's that interdependence that I don't think people kind of give credence to when they're looking at, well, my neighborhood is the one that matters. Your neighborhood needs this neighborhood, that neighborhood needs you, and that's why it's important to have all those voices together, because each of our neighborhoods will carry a burden for the whole community. It'll be a different burden. So just because your neighborhood is burdened with this particular thing does not make that unfair. It means that this other neighborhood is burdened with something else, because we have a lot of needs as a community, and no one neighborhood will shoulder them all. Trying to kind of distribute that is important, but it's just good to remind neighborhoods that yes, you're being asked to carry this. You weren't asked to carry a landfill. You know what? We don't have one in Douglas County. Not proud. But so that each neighborhood has value, but also has a responsibility. And we hear people come in and talk about rights. We rarely hear people come forward and talk about responsibilities. And like, this is my neighborhood. I care about it. We have a responsibility to do this because we've been asked to, because it's important for the whole community. It's just a piece that we're not likely to hear, but we should always keep in mind.
I think that you all had a discussion that was really at the heart of the Plan 2040 and the steering committee. There was an intentionality that done in that plan to make sure that when something goes through at that level, it takes all three of you to sign off on it, because before it would only take two of the three sometimes. And sometimes that was at the detriment of the one that didn't participate. So there was an intentionality baked into it that when a comprehensive plan amendment or a discussion like that goes, all three have a say at that table for the kind of at the heart of that discussion you just had.
I just want to touch, going back to something Jeff said about the public participation and the documents that are produced for Planning Commission, how dense they can be, and maybe slimming them down for the public. But that made me think, that's also a lot of staff time. And just thinking about something for the decision-making bodies, city commission and county commission, is that when we think about wanting to make sure that the public understands what's going on, possibly by rejiggering the packet and not burdening volunteer commissions with all this decision-making, that goes back to staffing.
Yeah.
How much this community invests in planning staff. And that would take an extra person to do that job. And so that's something I think about a lot in terms of what the community's goals are and what we want and what we means prioritizing that, and means hiring those individuals to make that happen. so.
Along the same line, we were talking about the packet and like what we get and don't get. And maybe we're gonna talk about this later today, I don't know. But it also made me think too about like the broader things, like yes, it's dense and there's a lot of information, but I also feel like there's a lot of stuff I want to know that happened in the process that it's not in there, that I don't know if it's happening and whatnot. And so the balance of striking, I'm not saying I want them to be bigger packages, but like sometimes what is addressed or the way that it's presented doesn't necessarily always show the whole like concerns that were addressed and things like that. And that would be something that might be an interesting, I mean, we can have those conversations at the public and maybe that's the only place for them, but I do sometimes miss out on, okay, but what was the thought process behind why this doesn't have a financial impact or something along those lines?
And I don't know that it's an either or. I guess I want to say here, like, I think at the county level, you know, it's something that I've taken on as a challenge. It's the same, you know, I want commissioners to have access to the full, every detail. If you've seen our budget books, it's over 1,000 pages. You know, but I also have a responsibility if I have a commissioner who's like, I'm not reading all that, give me a summary. So I think some of it is on us as staff to do for the public but that doesn't mean you guys are gonna get less. So I don't think it has to be an either or situation. It's just, how do we help the public consume? And so that's what I've sort of wondered, like, if I had more time to just like take that packet or have staff on my team take that packet and summarize it, or ask the planner to summarize it just for the public piece, I think that's what we're talking about. And I know it's in addition to, and it's more work, but at a certain level, I think, as our community demands more of us, we need to sort of try to respond to that the best we can.
Well, and that's why I said, to the decision-making bodies, that's a budget consideration.
It is.
About
It is.
hiring more.
Yeah, it is.
planning.
Yeah.
And circling back to where I started, I would say, though, the golden factors plus
Yeah.
all other relevant factors, sometimes, I think to myself, when I was on the commission, that's not in my packet, and I'm kind of interested in the answer, but is it relevant for my decision?
Agreed.
Do I need to know that answer? I mean, staff didn't put it in the report, it's not that it's not there, but is it, and sometimes, of course, the public is very concerned about something, right? Example, often back in the day, before we had the very fine landscaping design plans, we'd sit in the planning commission arguing about the types of trees, we should put in, and adding conditions that at least 50% of the trees must be, all this stuff.
Right.
And we finally said, we kind of took that out and said, the staff will handle the trees later, we'll handle the trees. I mean, but people would get into that, or, sometimes it's a stoplight. Of course, neighbors are very concerned whether or not there's going to be a stoplight there or not. Well, that's something for MSO and for the city or the county, well, not the county, but the city commission to consider. The question is this, planning there, and we don't have all the analysis of the traffic light yet. Well, that's because maybe that's not really in the purview that you're considering. So I'm not saying you don't need information, I'm just saying sometimes think to yourself, is that what do I really need that to make this decision? Is that within my area that I'm recommending?
So we're close to our 1:30 end. This has been really helpful. And so from this year's meeting, I'm going to take away that when we deliberate, I'm going to be thinking about Golden more. And I'm going to say, why I'm saying what I'm saying based on Golden. So that's my takeaway. I hope each of you have a takeaway. Thanks for your time. Really appreciate you guys. And I guess see you next year. First time here.
Thank you for inviting us to this.
Thank you.
I think it is
Great.
really,
Thank you.
commissioners love that we get this opportunity. So thank you for inviting us all in.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Thank you for all you do.
Yeah, and thank you for all the work and hours that you guys, put into and what you do. We listen and we look, and it helps us. So thank you.
So you were asking what else could be done? Treats are always, always accepted at our planning commission meetings.
We say the same at the county commission,
I think it was.
Cookies might help, you know?
All right, welcome back to the Lawrence Douglas County Planning Commission orientation meeting. This is a public meeting. We welcome the public to participate, to watch, but we are not taking any public comment. And to go over the rules of this meeting, Ellie Mullins will. Do we do that again, or is it just one time?
No, I think we're good.
We're good? Okay. All right, sorry. We'll skip we'll skip that. And so with that said, we're going to turn it over to Randy, who is going to walk us through legal issues regarding planning.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Many of you know me from past, those of you who now don't. I've been here for about 12 years. Prior to that, I was in private practice and pretty much represented the city in litigation prior to that. So 12 years with the city, so this is the 12th or 13th one of these I've done. And they've always done it right before lunch, so you guys have something to look forward to get through this, because I have to tell you, as an attorney, there's a lot of dry things we do. There's really not too many things more dry than COMA and conflicts of interest. But at the same time, they are very important, which is why we do it. It's to help keep yourselves out of trouble, help keep the city out of trouble, and give you an idea of what the framework is and what the baselines and rules are as we go forward. So I'm going to go over COMA, conflicts of interest, and if we have time, which we never have in the past, we'll go through it, get into the bylaws a little bit, but that's easy reading. You guys can do that on your own if we don't get to it. As we go along, if you have any questions, comments, interactive would make this go a little bit quicker for everybody, because I know we are just after lunch. So we'll jump right into the Open Meetings Act. The Kansas Open Meetings Act was enacted in 1972. It was part of a wave of government reform that was going on at that time. Kansas was kind of ahead of the curve in Open Meetings Acts. They enacted it, they were in the top half. It wasn't for another 12 years they did the Open Records Act, and they were a little bit behind the curve on open records, but a little bit ahead on open meetings. The purpose really is so that, that the business of the people is done in front of the people. So transparency makes for a better electorate, so that decisions aren't being made in back rooms by a bunch of old guys smoking cigars. So that the decisions are being made, votes are being made public, so that we have an informed electorate, and that way a better electorate. So basically, the Open Meetings Act applies when two things are met. There has to be a governmental entity that is a covered entity under the statute, and you have to have a meeting. So a covered entity is basically any governmental body that receives public funds. The Lawrence Douglas County Planning Commission receives public funds from the city and the county through the state, is a covered entity, so that's usually it's not an issue. The usual question comes into effect is whether or not there is a meeting and what constitutes a meeting. So that's what we always are concerned about. So there are three things that creates a meeting. There has to be some type of gathering or assembly or communications, could be through electronics or telephones, by a majority of the membership of the planning commission, and for the purposes of discussing the business of the planning commission. So if you're discussing the Jayhawk basketball game, that's not a problem, but when you're talking about stuff that's before the planning commission, that's the problem. So that is a gathering or assembly for communications, a majority of the members, and for the purposes of discussing the business or affairs of the body. Now, yes?
Are you going to get into the purpose, the business of the body? Because when you're talking about the Jayhawk example, that makes sense to me, but then you said something that is pending before. So what if it's, what's pending? Like, right, anything that
Just
could
business,
potentially come
right,
before,
things
or
that can
something
come,
that is
potential,
technically
things that
pending?
just recently been before you as well. So those are the things that we want to refrain from talking about, things that have the potential coming before you, things that are coming before you, and things that have come before you in the recent past. We extend it beyond that. Now, if it was something that was done 2-3 years ago, it's not going to be an issue.
When you say things, is it projects or
Projects,
is it policy? Like,
things,
what if it's just like not any,
substantive matters.
Yeah,
where
what
you
if it's just
making
like
a
what you think
decision.
about
Right, yeah.
affordable housing? Like, you couldn't have a conversation about different people's points of view on that.
We're really not talking about legislative decisions. You don't really make legislative decisions, but we're talking about these types of things that you would make decisions or recommendations regarding. So if you're talking about what time the meetings are, or how the minutes should be kept, those aren't really problems. But if you're talking about, what we really need is, we need more student housing, we need less student housing, we need more of the types of, these are the types of things that, if you're just talking concepts, it's not a problem, but if you're talking about specific things that may or may not come before you, or that just recently came before you, then that's where we get into, that's what we're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So again, we'll just talk about, again, it's a gathering of commissioners, more than half of the members, and you're talking about the business of the body. So we're talking about the members, and that's in physical presence of each other. That's what we have here. Could be by Zoom. That's also a meeting or a gathering. You can have a gathering by telephone conference, any type of electronic communications where it's interactive. You could have that same type of deal. Video conferencing, emails, those are all the types of things that come into effect that can cause a gathering. One thing to be aware of is emails. A lot of times there'll be emails sent back and forth. Be very wary of hitting reply all and that type of deal, because that could create a situation. We've had that come up in other communities, not here. We had one that kind of came up, but it wasn't a problem. It was a city commission type of deal. So you might get an email regarding, we're going to start this particular portion of the meeting at 7. Someone back replies, "Oh, well, I don't like that project." Well, then that would be a problem, because that could constitute a meeting. So never hit reply all, and it's best not to send your opinions through emails. Anyway, a majority, that's pretty easy. There's 10 members, so a majority is one more than half. So a majority of the membership is 6. So 5 of you meet someplace and talk about planning commission stuff, that's not a problem. It has to involve 6. So 6 is the number. And then the more difficult question is, what is exactly the business? And again, that's anything that is coming before you, that is going on an agenda, or anything that you've talked about recently in the past that you've decided. Those are the types of things, because you never know if it's going to come back to you, and then if you've talked about it afterward. So we like to give you a little bit of a leeway afterward to just don't get involved in discussions of those types of things that would implicate a violation of COMA.
Randy,
Yes.
excuse me, Mr. Larkin, what about issues that don't come before the Planning Commission and yet are related to planning?
Just general concepts are fine, because, you could just talk about things that the community may need or that type of deal. And I think that's part of the purpose, and that's what we're doing here today, although we have made this an open a meeting, and it is open and people can watch and people can come and attend. But when you're talking about various things that affect the city or impact planning, that's fine, just as long as it's not something that is coming up or suspect is coming before the board or is scheduled to be before the board.
Oh, I was thinking of site plans that don't come to the Planning Commission but go to the City Commission.
That would be fine. That's not really the business of the board. If it doesn't come before you, that's not the business of the board. So you can talk about site plans among yourselves if you want to, yes.
Okay.
So that's not the business of the board. All right, so those are the 3 things. Again, there has to be a gathering or meeting, and that can be done electronically or in person, by a majority of the membership, that's 6, and talking about the business of the meeting. Now, one thing to be aware of, and a number of communities have gotten into trouble doing this, and it's a serial meeting. And a serial meeting is basically a chain of emails or communications between commissioners to get to 6. There was it was a advisory board somewhere out west, and they were making all their decisions by sending emails. We're going to vote this way, and boom, 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 boom. So it's a serial meeting as soon as it gets to 6. So don't engage in that type of behavior, like where, I don't like this project, I'm going to vote against it, and you send that to somebody else, another commissioner sends that to Commissioner B, and so on. That would constitute a violation of the Open Meetings Act.
And to clarify there, that also would involve, or could involve, in-person meetings?
Oh, yeah.
If I meet with 2 commissioners and then
Yes.
3 more come in after?
Absolutely right. It could be in person, it could be, we have a face-to-face conversation, you take, and said, well, Commissioner Larkin said he's gonna do this, what do you think about that? I'm gonna do this, and it could create a chain that way, yes. Telephone, any type of interactive, things like that. So that's basically what the Open Meetings Act is about, that's what it protects. Public meetings also have to be publicly noticed, which is what the planning office does. They notice them, they put it on the website, they send out the notice for it. They have to be open to the meeting, so you have to have access. So when we had COVID and couldn't do anything in person, we did it through Zoom. Has to be a room like this. You can't put it someplace where it's inaccessible to people, then you're in violation of COMA. So that's the things that we talk about. Agendas, if they're made, there's no requirement that agendas are made, but if you do make an agenda, then they have to be made available to those who ask for them. You don't have to give them, but if they ask for them, then you have to give out an agenda. And of course, agendas can be altered and amended during the course of the meeting based on the discretion or the needs of the body. So then, the most important part is what happens if there is a violation. So any person that's aggrieved by a decision can bring an action to enforce COMA in district court. The district attorney can also bring an action to enforce COMA, and the attorney general also is empowered to bring an action. Remedies would include an injunction against the city or the board, a mandamus, there's civil penalties that would apply, the payment of costs for the action, the appropriate orders, and that does not permit damages, but there's a civil penalty that could go along with it. Now, if an action is brought to enforce COMA, and this is just to enforce how important this is to the legislature and to the state, it will take precedence over other actions that are pending. A judge will have to move his schedule to have a hearing and get Open Meetings Act case heard as soon as possible. And the burden of proof is switched. The burden would be on the city to establish that there was no violation. So that's just to show you what they think. Show you how important it is to the state of public policy. So what happens if there is a violation? Any action taken by the body could be voidable. So that means it would be wiped out. Civil penalty for up to $500 for each violation could be assessed against each of you, could be assessed against the city. And it only has to be knowingly. You don't have to have a specific intent to violate the statute. All you have to do is knowingly engage in the communication, basically. So if you know that you're talking to somebody about this, then that's all that needs to be established. The court may also issue an injunction, a writ of mandamus requiring certain things to be done, or an injunction prohibiting actions from being taken. The cost of the action then will be assessed to the city, could be assessed to you individually. But most likely what will happen is that you will get your name in the paper and you will have to go to training. That's what typically happens. So we try to avoid getting your names in the newspaper and having to go to extra COMA training because I think this is bad enough. So are there any questions?
So I could have 4 of these people out to my place.
You could have 4 of these people out to your place, yes.
But we better not talk about.
You could have 4 of them out there and you can talk about whatever you wanted to. As soon as any of that is communicated to a 5th one, you might have a serial meeting, so it's kind of dangerous to get close to that number. But yes, theoretically you could do that. As soon as 5 people are engaged in the conversation, then or 6 people are engaged in the conversation, that's the problem.
You probably saw that all of us are invited to a meeting on the 18th, 19th.
January 19th. It's a dinner at Gary's house. It's like post orientation.
That's absolutely fine. They've had social events in the past. Just don't talk about the business of the body.
And it's also on the agenda.
It's listed as a meeting, and you can't exclude anybody. It has to be open to the public. But again, even then, if it's a social event, which is not a problem, and I would just not talk about anything that's coming up before the board.
Sure. So Randy, 4 of us were on a subcommittee for wind regulations.
Right.
And we've sort of brought it back to the larger body. Can we now, is it okay for the 4 of us to talk about some of those deliberations, or is it not okay still?
Once you're in an open meeting, if it was an open meeting and you're discussing what went on between the 4 of you, then you're discussing it in front of the public.
Okay.
That's perfectly fine.
I
Now,
see.
had the 4 of you just sent an email here and an email there, or send an email to everyone that this is what we're going to do, or this is what's happening, then that's a trickier question.
I see. So like if I met with coffee with a 5th commissioner and we spoke about it, that would be a violation because that's not an open meeting at that point.
Well, 6.
Six,
yes.
I see.
Well,
Okay.
we only have 9 now. on
It's
that
still
particular
6, yeah.
Oh.
It's the number. Yeah, it's the number of the membership.
But if the 4 of that group didn't know that any one of them was knowingly going to talk to somebody else about it, how does it become a secret?
Right, then that would be a difficulty of proof for somebody
You have
else,
to prove
or
it,
to
yeah.
prove perhaps the other people who were not involved would not get in trouble most likely. I couldn't guarantee what would happen, but there would be difficulty in proving that that person violated anything because it was a subcommittee and they had no idea that the 5th person was then communicating that information or that to 3 other people. The city would get in trouble and probably the person who communicated would get in trouble.
But because we are still an ad hoc committee, it has not been dissolved,
Yes.
I can still not go talk to one of the others, is that correct? That was not on the ad hoc committee?
That would be my recommendation, not to do that except for in a public
Okay.
setting. I mean, I suppose you could talk to one more person, but once you leak beyond that 5th person, it gets kind of dicey. So I think it'd be better to play it a little safe on that.
And it wouldn't be just about the committee, right? Even if the committee was the ad hoc committee was
Right.
disbanded, it would still be in
Yeah.
effect because it's conversations,
Right.
nothing to do with necessarily being on the committee.
Right, it's not necessarily the committee, it's the 4 people talking about the business of the body, whether or not if there's a committee established or not, whether it's official or ad hoc or whatever. All right, so then we'll slide into the next portion, which is conflict of interest laws. Now, the purpose of the Kansas conflict of interest laws is to make sure that nobody uses public office for personal gain. So that's just the gist of the whole act. So if you have a substantial interest in anything that appears before the Planning Commission, then there's 2 things that you have to do. One, either abstain from participating in that deal, which you've seen other commissioners where they have a conflict, where they've abstained. The other thing that you can do is you file a statement of substantial interest with the election official, which is the county election official. So you can file a statement of substantial interest prior to hearing that, and then you can participate. So if you have a substantial interest in any entity that appears before the Planning Commission and you filed a statement of substantial interest, you can participate and vote and do that type of thing. If you have not done the filing, then you have to abstain or you're in violation of the act. So what is a substantial interest? I think there's 5 of them. Yes, 5 of them. The first one is if you or spouse, individually or collectively within 12 months previously have owned or had a legal or equitable interest that equals 5% of the business or $5,000, then you have a substantial interest in that business. So if AT&T comes in and has a project and you have $5,000 of shares in AT&T, you have a substantial interest. Yes.
5,001 or?
Yeah, it is 5,000, yes. Once it's exceeding 5,000, so it'd be 5,001 penny.
Okay, very good.
So if you have 4,999, you're good.
Keep all my holdings right at that.
Yes, right. Keep them all right. So, or if it's, if you have an ownership interest, an equitable interest in a business that's appearing before the board or the commission that has something that they want to rezoning or whatever, you have a substantial interest in that business, and you either need to abstain or you have needed to report that to the Kansas election official.
What if you happen to own, say, mutual funds that have That substantial.
That's something that comes up with the city commissioners all the time. You should check to make sure what it is that your mutual fund has invested it in and what that is.
Wow.
Yeah.
Would the person have to declare that they had gone to Jamie Shu and said, I've filled out this?
Once it's on file, you don't have to declare that you filed it. It's just on file and it's there. So if someone then were to make a claim or charge that, hey, that person owns half that business, but they voted, that's not fair. They're violated the conflict of interest law. So then they would poll to see whether you have filed a statement of substantial interest, and if your ownership in that business is listed, then it's not a problem. So
logically, what is the justification for that? Because if the idea is being open and transparent, that's being kind of translated.
those are public records. Those are public records, and we get, as city commissioners, whenever they get theirs pulled all the time. People go in and ask for what it is that they have in their substantial interest. So we answer open records on that quite a bit. So those are open records.
Okay.
Second one is if you earn $2,000, so you had to report on your taxable income. So if you're employed by an entity and you made more than $2,000 from that entity last year, whether you're working for AT&T or if you work for Dillon's or Kroger's or whatever, and they come in and have a project, then you have a substantial interest. You need to list that as your
Spouse also?
Spouse also, yes. So if you work for whatever and they come before the city commission or planning commission, you need to report that on your statement of substantial interest or withdrawal. For example, we had a commissioner that was with the school district. And so he would abstain, is how he did. He didn't want to get into a situation where he was acting contrary to his employer's wishes. So Commissioner Kelly, he would abstain from those types of deals. But he could have participated and acted on those if he had filed a statement of substantial interest.
Is there any length of time? If you'd earned $2,000?
Has to be within the previous 12 months.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, missed that.
Question. So in your examples, you're referring to AT&T, Dillon's, et cetera.
Right.
And sometimes it's those types of businesses that come before the planning commission, but more often it's a planner or a landowner that then might turn around and lease to businesses like that. How tight does the nexus need to be for this to be triggered?
It's the applicant.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the applicant that you're going for. Yeah.
Okay.
If there's an option to purchase or some other type of deal, which sometimes down the road there is, if you're aware of it, we try to be as transparent as we could, and we'd probably say, well, you work for AT&T, and AT&T has an option to purchase it, and they're going to put a tower there. Probably, we would recommend for transparency's sake and to avoid the appearance of impropriety that somebody abstain at that point.
Right. Okay.
The other one is if you own, or if you serve on the board of directors of anything other than a not-for-profit corporation, then you have a substantial interest in that corporation or that entity. So if you're on the Boys and Girls Club, that's not a problem because they're a not-for-profit registered. But if you're on the board of directors of, say, a local corporation or some other type of entity that appears before the planning commission, then you have a substantial interest in that corporation or that entity. And then the final one is not the final one, I skipped over one. If you have received something worth $500 or more in the previous year, whether you gave consideration or not for it, and the example I always give, if you go to Dillon's and you win a $500 shopping spree, which they used to do, I think, when I was younger. I don't know if they do that kind of stuff anymore. You would have a substantial interest in Dillon. So that's just something to be aware of. So if you receive a gift or you win a prize and it equals $500 or more, then you have a substantial interest in that entity. And then the final one is a commission. So if you're a real estate agent or you're an insurance broker or you do stocks and bonds and you sell things and you get more than $2,000 in interest from or in commissions from an entity, then you have a substantial interest in that entity. And again, that applies to you or your spouse. So those are the 5 things to do. So if you do have a conflict or if something does rise, abstain or file a statement of substantial interest with the election officer. That's how you avoid getting in trouble. If you have issues, if there's a problem, and here's the reason why this is even more serious than, I don't know if it's more serious, but if you are convicted, this is a crime. So it's a Class A misdemeanor. So it's a little more serious than a civil penalty, but at the same time, they're both important. We don't want any violations of either. But if you are convicted of violating the statute, it's a Class A misdemeanor, which is, I think, fine not to, you can go to jail not to exceed 6 months, and the fine could be up to $1,000.
So if I received more than $2,000 as paid by an applicant within a 12-month period, I would need to file a statement of substantial.
Right.
But if it's over 12 months, then I have no substantial.
And you have no substantial interest, yes. It's
Okay.
12 months the cutoff. If you have any questions about any of this, you can come to our office, call me. I've answered questions for a number of you in the past on conflicts. So you can feel free to contact us, our office. I believe our number's in there. If not, if you're not feel comfortable, maybe you want to talk to somebody else, there is the Kansas Government Ethics Commission. It's a phone call. They will issue a written opinion if you have a question. And the beauty of that is if they are later proved wrong, you are immune because you followed their advice. So if you get a statement from them that say you have no conflict of interest, and it's later determined that they were wrong, you're protected. So it's some protection that way. So, but otherwise, you can call our office at any time and we'll help. You can go through the planning office. That happens quite a bit. So anyway, that's that. And then the city ethics policy, I think it kind of speaks for itself. If you violate the laws or the Constitution, that's a violation. If you violate any of those 8 or 9, 10 different things, then you're subject to removal or censure or something of that nature.
Several people have come to me and asked, say there was going to be a large project proposed in Douglas County. I don't know what it would be.
Sure.
And I vote for it, then after I voted for this, I somehow have a monetary gain. Didn't before, but do after. Are there any provisions about that?
There's not. That would be on its own type of situation legally. It wouldn't come under these types of deals, but it might come under some other type of, if it arose the level of being a bribe or something of that nature, you vote this way and you'll find some money in your account. That's a totally different matter, and that's probably even more serious.
I probably just need to be specific with you, not in this meeting.
Sure, okay, that's not a problem. And it's the thing about being on the planning commission, and the reason you're here, is because you all bring your own personal knowledge, your own personal opinions, the things that you know in your life, and that's why you're here. So we don't want, something happens in your neighborhood or, whatever, that's the reason you're here. That's not reasons to recuse yourself. We want you here to rule on those types of things that are in the community because you are members of the community, and that's what we want from the planning commission. That's why we have it set up the way it is. So if it happens down the street, that's not a conflict. If it's your brother, well, that might be a different situation. Yes.
You talked about,
Go ahead.
about receiving monetary or some from an organization that comes before. What if you're a donor to a particular organization that comes before?
That is not an issue. That's not covered.
Okay.
What if you're within the notification area of a zoning change? Is that in conflict or
It's
an
not a conflict.
ethics violation?
No. You could live right next door to the change that you do not have a conflict for that nature. You may not want to go against your neighbor perhaps, and so you might want to abstain so you didn't get into have any type of conflict with your neighbor, but otherwise, no, that is not a conflict and you may participate in it.
But if I wanted to, I could say whatever I wanted to say, and I could vote on the zoning?
Absolutely, yes, yes. As long as you're operating within your office as a commissioner, yes. You can say, I'm against this because I think this would be bad for the neighborhood that I live in. That's a perfectly valid reason to not. I mean, as long as you're following the rules, the golden factors or whatever, that's a perfectly valid reason.
Hey, Randy, during our planning commission meetings, when is it okay to call on you? Like, what kinds of things will you help us resolve? Like, what are the appropriate things?
If there's a legal question, or what would the impact of this be, or could we do this? Is this legal? What does this mean? These are the types of questions that you can ask me at any time. I may not know the answer right away. I'll do the best I can, and sometimes I'll say, well, I'll have to get back to you on that. But otherwise, if it's a question on zoning or the law, hopefully I can find it quickly or know it already. Okay. So if there's any of those types of questions at any time that you feel that you have a question that you want to ask me, you can.
I'm curious, are you going to be here during our discussion of planning commission meetings and meeting structure? Because I know I had a couple of questions that might.
I have been asked to stay.
Okay.
Yeah, and my question actually, I'll pose it and you can tell me if it belongs now or later. But one of the things I've been wondering about lately is access to information. And so are we confined to just what is presented in the packet? Or can we, so some people have, now that I've been serving for a year, right, people are contacting me more frequently and wanting to have a meeting. And of course, I send it to staff and let them know that we're doing that. And then there's some people email us information, some people don't email us information. There's information out in the public that we don't have. So how does that work with what we can look at, when we can look at stuff? And I've tried to confine myself entirely to the packet, but now that some of these packets are getting to be so long, right? I looked at the wind regulation stuff over time, right? Because it was I can't. So I'm been curious about that.
The key is, this is a due process issue under the 14th Amendment. Everybody has a right to be heard, meeting, and then an impartial decision maker. And so if you go out and do investigations on your own, or if you get information from somebody outside of that room, then it's an ex parte communication. If you're going to be basing your decision, or actually, that doesn't even matter. You need to disclose that to everybody so that everybody has the same platform, or at least the same information from which they can make a decision. So if you know there's going to be a rezoning somewhere in the city, you can go visit. I wouldn't advise that, but you could do it if you wanted to say, hey.
See, we were encouraged to do that. And I think several commissioners do that regularly.
Well, and I don't have a problem with that. I would advise not to do it, but sometimes you need to go see it. There's been times when I'm going, I can't figure out what they're talking about here with projects, so I'll hop on Google or whatever, and I'll go, okay, now I understand what they're talking about. But if you do these things, and if you do talk to somebody, you've got to disclose that during the ex parte communications so that everybody has the same information to make the decision. And it's also, from your standpoint of making the same decision, but it also allows proponents and opponents of the project to have that same information too, that they can either rebut it, well, that's not the way that situation is, or they can say, yes, that's exactly right, you've hit it. So those are the types of things that, yes, you can do that, but if you do, disclose it.
And by disclose it, you mean send it early so it can be included in the packet, or you mean disclose it at the ex parte?
At the very latest, at the ex parte communications. If you receive communications from somebody, you should forward that to them.
You generally forward it on.
So that they can put it in the thing. If you get things a little bit later and you read it and you say, oh, that makes sense, you could bring it to the meeting. You could have them put it in the packet or whatever else. Those are the things that, and you can say, hey, I received an email that's not in the packet. Here it is. And let everybody look at it.
And if we have questions about stuff that's in the packet, we need to keep all of those for the meeting, or how,
as I'm working through, especially more particularly like the wind regulations and the stuff that's just huge, right? I'm just trying to figure out the
You
appropriate
can
way
communicate
to
with
interact
staff.
with that.
You can communicate
I
with
can
staff
communicate
at any
with staff.
time, yes.
Okay, that's what I wasn't sure about. I just didn't know how that.
Those are not ex parte communications, communications with staff, communications with us, communications among yourselves. Those do not have to be reported.
Okay, I've just been really limiting myself to what I look at, and I'm finding that not necessarily everyone, like, that maybe I don't have all the information sometimes, or I can't start as early as I'd like to, or as it seems like other people are. So I just want
To that question though, Jeff, how busy is staff? Are you guys, are you welcoming phone calls from commissioners prior to the meeting? Is it, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to bombard you, like, yeah.
We always welcome that, but we would always, if you want to get something, you probably want to send it to us in an email, because if we respond, we're going to respond to all of you typically, so that you all have the same information, and we'll probably put it in your packet if it's early enough too, so that people can see the response on that one. But if you ever run into that and you want to, and some of the planners are, pretty busy in advance of a meeting, as you might suspect there, you can give Becky and I a call, and we can kind of help filter that and make sure that we're getting it. Because what may happen is, and this has happened before, is one commissioner has asked the same question, then another commissioner calls and asks the same question, and then third commissioner calls and asks the same question. And so at that point, we know that we don't need three planners working on the same question. We can have one person do it and get that information back to you all. So we're happy to be that moderator to help make that work.
Yeah, and I'd also say too that if there's a question you have that might take, you might need to go back and research or pull some data, do something. It's better. It is helpful to have that question before the meeting, so we can have it for you. Either something we can provide before and provide it to everybody, or be able to do it and provide you accurate information at the meeting, as opposed to if it's a question that comes up at the meeting that we might not be able to address at that time.
Randy, I brought this up earlier. So I'm one of the election officials out in Marion Township, and there is interest in something going on perhaps out there.
Sure.
I had literally dozens of people talk to me, tell me, say to me, I go to church in that area.
Yeah.
Pardon me, Minister, I need to jot down what you're saying.
Yes.
Surely.
No. As difficult as that sounds, really what you should do is say, I'm on the planning commission, and I know you want to tell me this. I'd rather not talk about it. But if you do talk about it, you do have to disclose it. So you need to say, I talked to so-and-so, and they said they were against it because it's going to cause a diminution of value of the properties. Or they're against it because it's going to kill wildlife. And you need to report all that, yes.
And that is generally what we do in
Right.
ex parte.
As what ex parte do.
Somebody contacted me, they want to talk about an upcoming project. I am going to go meet with them, and at the meeting, I will say, I talked to such and such, and that information that person gave me is either already in the packet, so it's
Right.
available to everybody else, or here's the additional piece of information that I didn't see in the packet, and I need to.
That's what you need to disclose, because it's fine to say, I talked to 4 or 5 people at church on Sunday, and, they were generally against it, but they didn't say anything that's not in the packet.
Right.
That's covered, that everything's fine, so there's no additional information. But if one of them brings up, say, and they're gonna bring in this, and then they're gonna do this on top of that, and that's not in the packet, that's not any of the information, you can say, and then one of them told me that this project is going to evolve into this. Whether it's true or not, who knows, but just as long as everybody has the same information from which to make the decision.
And for the disclosure of those communications, what's relevant? Is it the substance of the communication, or is it the source of the communication?
Typically, it'd be better to tell, especially if it's a party that's involved or an opponent. I talked to the applicant, I talked to the neighborhood association, I talked to whomever, but they told me nothing more than what's in the packet already. Or they had some additional comments that they were against this project because they thought one thing or another, or they were for this project because they thought one thing or another.
But in Commissioner Thomas's example, he could make a broad
He could make a general, broader brush and say, I talked to a number of people.
Yeah, okay.
So it's always my advice, and I know this isn't possible because everybody's out in the community, is to avoid ex parte communications. Now, I know that's not possible, but that would be my advice.
Or try to have them in email so you could forward them on.
Yes, right. But if it happens, then disclose it and everything's fine.
That might be actually a piece of information that the public would be interested in, because we get emails all the time, and we all forward them on to staff, but we don't reply to the person.
Right.
And sometimes I feel bad about not replying, but I know that that's probably not advised, so I just forward.
And if you could say, I have forwarded that
Yeah,
to
that's
the
probably-
planning department, and that would cover it. At least they'll know that you are acknowledging receipt, and there would be no problem.
And I usually say for public comment so that they also know that they'll be included in the public comment.
Staff will typically respond to if it's been forwarded and it's for public comment. We will respond to you because we sent it to you to say that.
That's right, I have seen that.
So your advice is don't meet people that request meet.
It would, yeah, but I understand that that's probably not gonna, you're
Yeah.
going to meet with people, you're going to talk
Yeah.
to people, and
Yeah.
I understand that, but yeah.
Yeah.
In a perfect world, yes.
So Randy,
It makes for a great excuse to say, I'd really like to meet with you, but our legal department advises.
Here's Mr.
Here's Randy
Larkin.
Larkin's
Number. No problem with that, please.
But
talk
he's
to him.
usually not home till after 10, so wait for him to call him.
Absolutely. Didn't you have a question?
I did have a question. Is it always true then that information about any upcoming agenda item is not available until the publication date?
Typically,
That is?
yes, that would be how we've handled that, yes. So that, at least, and I know, especially on the city commission, that they don't, because what happens is if the information goes out earlier, then all of a sudden the city commissioners are inundated with stuff that they don't know anything about. They don't like that very much. So, yes, and the same thing with you guys, I would guess.
So that's a matter of local procedure, but not a statutory or code issue?
There's no statutory requirement that, other than to make sure that people have information from which they can make a presentation or they can appear. It's all due process requires is a proper notice of the hearing, an opportunity to be heard, and that you have an impartial decision maker. And that's really what drives everything. Whether or not the information goes out Wednesday or Thursday is just practice, custom. It can be changed, it can be done differently.
So what you're saying is we should walk around with noise canceling headphones on going, blah, 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 I can't hear you.
Yeah, no. And dangerous. So, that's really all I have. I'm not going to go over the bylaws. They're pretty straightforward.
We can discuss them too as part of our next.
Yeah.
Right.
And that gets into quasi-judicial and due process a little bit. So that's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Hopefully we can all stay out of trouble. And sorry, it's not the most exciting stuff.
It's useful, though.
It's important, yes, that's
Yeah.
why we do it.
So I guess we're on to the next topic. Planning Commission meetings. Are you staying for this one, Randy? Or you've been asked to stay. How do we kick this off, Jeff? Is there, do we have just kind of an open forum kind of thing, or do we?
Yeah. I guess I can help prompt this maybe a little bit. Over the years, we run into this every so often as commission kind of reboots, as new members come on and as it goes. And there's always a conversation about how the meetings are going. Do we like the flow and format of the meetings? What are we doing well? What are we not doing well? What are we want to strive for, or what do we want to avoid as part of that? And to kind of give you this, is like we want to be open and we want to hear public comment, but we don't want to have people cut each other off. We want to do this, but we don't want to do that as a board and a body. And a lot of that is governed by your bylaws and the way that you've got the public and the hearings and all that is the 10, 5, and 3 is definitely in there. But just a matter of how do you want the meetings to operate? What do you think is going really well? What do you think is not going really well? And, sometimes that is a question for staff and we can definitely chime in and tell you what we're seeing from our side of the show too, if that would help out too. But really, that's just kind of it. It's not really to talk about cases or anything like that. It's really talk about the performance and the operation of just the way that the body is meeting and working.
So I have one that I've been thinking about, if you guys are okay with that, I'm just bringing it up. So recently, groups have been coming to us and requesting to present. We'll have like 10 people, or I think one time we had 20 people prepare slides. And which is great, because I think it's a very effective way to communicate, and we get all the information. So I think it's useful that way, but I think it hurts people that are waiting to speak. So especially if you have like 100 people, and these 20 people have a presentation, the rest of everybody has to wait for them to finish. And I don't think that's fair, because why, right? Why are those 20 people given preference in terms of an order and that kind of thing? So I know there's nothing in the bylaws or anything about that. I'm guessing there isn't. But how do we deal with this, right? Like,
It's kind of a question.
I respectfully disagree with that. I've actually found that to be very, very, very helpful in the last, because it's kind of been a recent trend, and it actually is helpful, and it's 20 people who still would be speaking. You could say that presentation can't go first or something, but like the idea that everyone has 3 minutes, we were talking about earlier, 3 minutes just isn't that much time to actually communicate what people want to communicate. So instead of one person trying to communicate 20 minutes of an idea,
Right.
I mean, it actually seems to be actually very helpful. Where we place them, like I'm not saying that every group should get first. They must have worked it out ahead of time last time, because the chair kind of knew like that they were coming, that they were organized, and I don't know that we could maybe come up with a better way for that. I don't think people should feel like they're getting some kind of benefit by doing that, but by allowing people to
yeah,
get.
there were complaints, and there was some shoving. I don't know if you guys saw that, but in line there were people like, "Why are you getting to go ahead of me? I've been waiting for a long
I
time."
saw a state representative get shoved out of the way, so
But I mean,
or
at
get
least-
berated. So yeah.
Yeah, but we don't know, I mean, maybe you do, I don't, but we don't know that it's necessarily the people doing that presentation that was shoving or berating. Like it's hard, maybe you guys know who was and wasn't being shoved, but I don't know that it's necessarily the people who are participating in doing the shoving. It might be people impatient because they're not getting their turn doing the shoving, and like we should handle that. And maybe you have a limit to it or something, but back with what Charlie had raised with Sarah earlier, I think that that's a really great way to actually get helpful, and like public comment all of a sudden became much more helpful when I was like hearing the full argument for an entity or a group of people or whatever versus like hodgepodge kind of thing. And I found the visual slides to be helpful. So before we get into like dismantling it, I think the value of it should at least be on the table.
I have a couple of thoughts, if I may. One is, I've seen it now twice in 2 consecutive meetings. One, I found extremely helpful because clearly the group was very well organized in what they wanted to present, and there was like a narrative. The other one I found less helpful because it was basic. There was a lot of repetitive information, a lot of overlapping stuff. And in that respect, I mean, I think if somebody wants to do it, I mean, they can do it however they want, but if they're going to ask for permission, you want to request in advance that they organize their information in a way that's as efficient as possible for everybody.
Right.
It could very easily just be a group of people say, hey, there's 20 of us who want to talk, right all off at once.
And
And your bylaws do say the chairperson at their discretion may change the length of presentation or discussion to ensure the orderly conduct of the commission's business, provided that the decision of the chairperson may be overridden by a majority vote of those present. So,
And I think he did that. At least he said ahead of time, at least for one of them, that these 20 people would be going.
First, he said first.
First, and that there was kind of or it doesn't necessarily have to be first, but.
Right.
I also think in cases where the information is well organized, it does benefit the rest of the gathering, because it's likely that any one person in 3 minutes will not raise a perspective that is better organized than a team of people presenting information.
Commissioner Eldridge?
Oh, thank you.
Forgive me, I didn't see, I apologize.
That's all right.
I think we gotta go sit next to you. I always got my back to somebody.
I need that much supervision.
I'm
shoving over there.
I can see Jeff without, like, turning around.
Yeah, well, it used to be, and I don't know if it still is, but that a representative of a group had a certain amount of time. And the individuals in that group didn't have any time because you had the representative present everything. And it seems to me that one of the questions always came up, why is it the applicant gets so much extra time? And it would seem to me that if we had a group gets 20 minutes and the applicant gets 20 minutes, or if the applicant gets to sum up, then the group also gets a rebuttal comment. If we have the open process be equal, I think people will feel a lot more comfortable not having the need to have 20 of them say the same thing.
But I think that we don't have that currently, which is what Charlie was mentioning earlier, that he had been hearing complaints about, is that people aren't feeling like the 3 minutes are enough, and that, I mean, I don't disagree with you, it's just that I don't know that we're at that spot. And so the community's response, and the way I see it is the community's response has been to do it this way, which I think for where we're at right now, the last couple of presentations, seem to kind of work. I would agree. Some were more effective than others, right? And I'm not sure that the effectiveness is. They may have been just as ineffective, the one group, right, had they been broken up over space. So it wasn't necessarily the procedure that was the inefficiency or the ineffectiveness of that. I don't know. But I mean, I think that what we're seeing is the public responding to the current procedure. And so before telling them they can't do that, I'd like to have conversation then about, well, how are we going to address what they clearly see as a problem?
And that's the opportunity to have enough time to present their case.
I could say, is it a problem? We've only seen it twice. I mean, I guess that is is that a trend, or is that just something that happened a couple of times? I don't know. Who's been hearing, because I haven't heard any responses. Can somebody else share, like, some of the comments they've heard?
Yes, there was just a general complaint that this is supposed to be an equal opportunity, and if a large group of people have all been approved, essentially to speak for a certain length, you know, it's a length of time, that person who maybe is trying to get home to pick up somebody or to do something now has to wait for 20 people to finish the presentation.
Yeah, and I guess 20 people for 3 minutes each is an hour.
Right,
Yeah.
and so that was the issue. He felt that it just was not fair to the rest of the people. You know, everybody's busy, everybody's got a schedule, and so you take your chances. When you come to a public meeting and there's 100 people out there, you either stand in your line and make your go, but to have to show up and then say, oh, the first 20 slots have already been taken, and there's nothing you can do about it. So.
How much time do we give the applicant now?
You know, before lunch, I knew that off the top of my head. Applicant is 10 minutes to a maximum of 30 minutes. The members of the public representing themselves or a group is 3 minutes. Petitioner's response to public testimony is 5 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like, oh, go ahead.
Would it be unheard of to alleviate exactly what you're talking about? Even if we know, or the chair knows, because the chair's been approached, and maybe Jeff, you know, that we know we're gonna have a group tonight. Would it be unheard of or wrong to start at the beginning of public comment to say, we know we have this group, but we also know there might be people that have scheduled concerns. If you have that, could you please come forward now and we let them go first and then delay the group? Would that be wrong?
We saw that with little kids, right?
Right. Yeah. And I think if we do that, then we need to be doing that for every meeting.
Consistently,
right?
yeah.
Like that, because, and, yeah.
Really,
I think it can be confusing if you've got people who have little kids who are also part of that group, and who, then the group can't do their presentation because all the others have gone.
Well, and it's not that much different than who has to stay till 3 a.m, right? Like, so I think it all comes back to being a part of the process, and like the way that we're conducting the stuff might not be, and somebody is, you're always kind of here hanging out, waiting to see. And I think there are a lot of things that we could do better, and this might be one of the different ways we can do it. But it doesn't seem like we solve the problem by saying groups can't go or whatever, especially if it's 3 minutes. If a organized, and I don't even know what a group is, I assume it's something that's more of a technical group than just organized neighbors or something. But if you have 10 minutes up to 30 minutes for an applicant, and then a neighbor has 3 minutes, I don't know, and I don't know how you redefine group, to like group together or something, because I think some of these are very loosely knitted groups.
This is what worries me about
As a
the
heads
equity
up,
issue.
there was a period of time where someone speaking in behalf of a group would have 5 minutes, everybody else would have 3, and everybody was representing a group. So everybody was getting 5
Right,
minutes.
and everybody's
And
got a
what
kid
group
to
are you
pick up,
representing?
and everybody's got to
Human
get
fund,
dinner.
whatever, you know.
Right.
It was- So everybody was 5 minutes, and so that was taking up too much time, so they said, we're just gonna give everybody 3 minutes, group or not.
Yeah.
That decision was made 10 years ago, maybe,
Mhm.
8 years ago.
Yeah, and I mean, procedurally, maybe we do handle it differently. The only thing I think about when it comes to procedurally, if we handle it differently, then, like, so if they have slides that are together, that's a lot of downtime for up and down, changing slides, getting this slide. Like, you could definitely say, you know, we're gonna hear the group, but other people go in between, which is fine, but that's downtime, uptime for like the smoothness. So you're just adding time to getting it. So I don't have an answer for it, but I see pros and cons of both
Yeah.
ways to go about it.
I mean, the equity issue, right? I mean, it's like, it just seems, it could be unfair. I mean, you know, these 20 people, whether you want or not, are gonna have more of a voice than a random person saying something, right? So I don't know if that's fair, right?
Well, if it truly is at the chair's discretion.
Right.
I mean, it's going to become the chair's prerogative and kind of responsibility to decide, you know, how you want to moderate things. And you could find a practical limit that says, you know, you wouldn't entertain a team, you know, larger than 5 people. So you have a maximum of 15 minutes before somebody else can come in. But, you know, if you want to do this, you're welcome to do it, but please keep your team to no more than 4 or 5 people. You know, that way, if there are other people standing in line, they can get in between. My guess is, I mean, after 6 years, the past 2 months are the only time I've ever seen this.
Yeah, but once it works, I think it's gonna become funny. You know,
Yeah.
It's like, okay, this is effective,
Yeah.
so, you know.
But that's the point, is it's helpful.
It's hurtful, but it's hurtful for people that have the opposite point of view, right?
What-
I mean,
but-
like,
But no one's saying only a group that represents this side gets to communicate this way.
I know, but then which presentation goes first, and, you know, which, you know, like, I'm just saying, like, everybody decides to present now, right? You know what I mean? Like, so you have.
You're saying what if there's 2 groups, one on
Yeah,
each side?
yeah, exactly.
Each one wants an hour.
Yeah.
Who gets to go first?
Right, who gets to go first, right?
Whoever the chair recognizes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I
right,
mean,
exactly.
yeah.
I
But-
think that's why it's at simplest, and you don't have these problems if you just say, look, everybody's got 3 minutes
Yeah,
to talk.
yeah.
And if a whole bunch of people line up together, well, then
They line up, it just.
they line up, but
it just
they're
so
not
happened.
scheduled.
They're not guaranteed.
Yeah.
Well, whatever was said, Gary made the decision.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, he made the decision, and unless we want to change that rule, if
Yeah, I mean-
next year, if you were the chairperson, then you can make a decision that is
Yeah.
different than that.
Yeah. And
You said that a majority of the commission could overrule.
Could overrule.
If you disagree with it.
Absolutely,
that was
absolutely.
exactly my point. Is like, if there's enough of you and you have an opinion of it, you could put a point of order to motion to vote.
Yeah.
And that is within your bylaws.
With being on for 5.5 years now, and you say these are only the 2 times you've seen it, have there been cases where individuals come up and have slides, or is this the only time you've even seen slides?
Trying to remember. it
Individuals
seems-
have had slides.
Okay.
They have periodically, but
Yeah.
never anything
Do we-
like we've
Do we
seen.
have to allow slides?
We don't have to allow slides, but we typically do because we
Okay.
have the capability of doing it.
Okay,
And there have been a number of.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to see more involvement from the public and than less. So whether it's slides, I mean, that's a way to communicate. And so if there are other entities presenting with slides, then there's no reason the public shouldn't be able to have slides. I mean,
And I think it's in the chair's interest to lead a meeting that is informative and adds value overall. And so if you've, I mean, I think, you know, it's at your discretion if it's the kind of thing you want to allow. Where it gets difficult, though, I think, is if somebody just kind of shows up
Right.
as a team of 20.
Right.
You gotta, I mean, that's really problematic. But if they've informed you in advance, or staff in advance, then you can work out the terms in advance and say, hey, you know, just as long as it's only 5 people at a time, 3 people, whatever you want to do.
Right.
I would also highlight a continuity of equity between the meetings, because if you allow it at one meeting but not the next meeting, then that's a different item, is because you should have an assumed equity of when you come to the planning commission, this is the way that it operates, and your bylaws reflect how you will fundamentally operate. So if your bylaws are saying 10, 3, and 5, and you're varying amongst that without, you know, good reason, there are some applications that may require more than 10 minutes just because of scale and size, or that instance of it. There may be an instance where you all may want to choose to allow for a bit more of a response because of what is going on there. But there, you know, kind of to Commissioner Carter's point, though, is there needs to be a highlight of the equity among the running of the board as a whole that you should be mindful of in this discussion too.
And likewise, I think one other thing one could do in cases like we have seen, you know, how many times do we need to hear the same point of view brought up 20 times in a 3-minute presentation? It's also worth maybe reminding folks at the beginning that, you know, if you've heard someone express a position that you'd like to make, and they've done it really well, you can still stand up, but you might just take 15 seconds to remind everybody what that person said. Just say, think back what that person said, because, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so rare. I think, again, in 5.5 years, I think we've been past midnight twice. Once till 3, once till 2:30.
I think it all happened since Mike Kelso came on the board, as I recall. He had no sooner sat down than on we go.
I mean, my point, though, is that, you know, the wind issue in particular, and then there was this other thing with all the schedules and the cardiac arrest. I mean, just like a perfect storm of different things that forced a really awkward scheduling situation. I'm sure for you guys, I mean, you guys had to stay till 3. But I think it's the exception rather than the rule. I think it's almost like the exception that proves the rule, that meetings go late sometimes, but it's rarely past 11.
Just to put that all in perspective, when I first started with the city in 2011, almost every planning commission meeting went to midnight or later. Almost everyone without it. And there was usually Monday and Wednesday going to midnight or later.
Wow. The agendas were running almost about 22 items long, and we were splitting them amongst days before the development code was put in, and some of the things had gotten changed. So it is probably more the exception than the rule. I made a comment earlier in this week in another meeting about there was almost a day where I spent a full 24 hours awake in this building, and that was breaching on about, you know, close to 10 years ago at that point in time. It is the rarity, and I think it's but for a couple of quirks this year, you may not have ever run into that, and may not run into it again. Hopefully that's wood.
Would it be possible, because we have such long and well-defined staff reports, to cut down the length of the staff presentation and have the staff presentation primarily be questions?
That's probably a question for your fellow commissioners.
Yeah, well, I didn't know what you might think about that, if that would be helpful, because then it seems to me that we could say, okay, then we'll have people who agree with this, you get the next half hour, and people who disagree, you get the next half hour. Kind of work it out.
Returning to the point of collegiality, I think respectful disagreement is a hallmark of this commission. Because, no, I think the staff reports are my favorite part, really, because, like, I'll read everything, but then hearing the author of the report give the oral presentation, so we get to hear what are the elements that to them are most worth internalizing. I love the staff reports, but.
And then I'll
I
just
can too.
add to that is we all know that, people do not read. So most of the public that comes have not read the packet. And if the staff is not explaining the packet, I just can't imagine, that really, people just aren't reading the packet. And if the staff is not explaining the packet, then we've got a lot of lost people in the audience. There's a lot of information in that packet, and I think it's absolutely necessary that the staff go through that.
I thought if there wasn't a presentation, people would be a lot more inclined to read the packet. And then, okay.
I wish.
Yeah.
I really don't think so. It's just, part of an entity that sends out newsletters, sends out emails. I get so many questions in my office from people. If you just read a couple more sentences down from the email, you wouldn't have needed to call me. That happens all the time.
I can probably share an insight that I can probably better say as a director than I could as a planner too, because there's less repercussions at this point in time. But when I would do a staff report for the Planning Commission and I would do a presentation, I would go for, like, if I'm up there more than 5 minutes, I've done you all wrong, because you should be able to take away the highlights, the big key features, and then I need to get out of your way so you can have the discussion and deliberation and be available for the questions. And so for the longest time, I would try to be up there as little as possible, because I need to give you the highlights, the big topics, and then let you have that time to discuss. And I think you see a lot of staff and planners doing right now is the same thing, is they're going to try and thin those things down very much, because you probably don't want to hear from us. You want to hear from the public and have that discussion, and we don't want to be in the way of a good discussion. We want to be available to help and answer questions, but not be the point of the show.
Well, I think one of the takeaways, Hassan said, what are you going to take away from this? Generally, we are hearing, not from everybody, that 3 minutes is an issue. Either it's too long, it's too short. It is an issue that needs to be looked at. Groups don't happen very often, and there were issues, and I won't say who it was with, but there were issues with the crowd here and that came in. So to look at that, to look at the length of our meetings, whether it's midnight it used to be or it's 11 o'clock, there needs to be a limit. I think we see an issue now. Is that limit 3 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock? But I think these are issues we have to in some way look at and try and come up with a resolution to these. And it may not be that we resolve it today, but I think to think about these issues, whether it is some like to hear everything that the planners are saying, some might think that if the planners go over 5 minutes, they've wasted our time, Jeff. Some might think just having the packet to read and we get to ask questions. But I think if we have an opportunity to think about this collectively and try and come up with some resolution, I don't think any of us are real satisfied with some of the things that I've mentioned. So maybe we can't resolve them today, but I think we really need to look at it. And I think it was last time somebody said, well, it takes a long time to change the rules, and maybe it was David that said that at the meeting. It's a long process. And somebody said, me, even the longest journey starts with a single step. I think we need to take a single step today and start looking at some of this. So we have to do
set it for mid-month?
That's, as I say to my wife periodically, were I the king of the world, here's what, boom, this would be done. But I am not the king of the world. So coming up with whenever it is, I think is great. I think we need to look at it seriously. David's gone. The next one that's going to drop off is Sharon is gone, and then Gary is gone, then, we need to think of the future of the planning commission and what will be best for them. And I hope we're not in rank order here. Ella, bless your heart. You'll be here for the next 100 years. We need to think of you. So anyway, I think it involves all of us in some way, but if we put our heads together collectively, we would never ask the legal person what they think.
But actually, Charlie, I was just going to say, based on what you're saying, it might be good to have what are our legal parameters, like the guardrails.
I should not have joked, but yes.
Because I just know in my younger days and being in IT, I pulled all kinds of all-nighters, and you just dealt with it. You came back to work the next day. But
you were drinking a lot then, too.
If we have a Monday meeting that goes till sometime after midnight, I know it's gonna take me a day or two now to recover from that. And if we go to, say, 1 or 2 on Monday, I guarantee you I'm not ready or of sound mind, as I used that quote before, even on Wednesday's meeting at that point. And I know that's not serving our interest, it's not serving the public's interest.
Yeah, no good decisions have been made after midnight.
But Randy, are there legal sort of guardrails for this? Because I know when one of these meetings went late, I remember, Jeff saying a very wise thing, well, no, we can't cut this off because people came here to talk.
Yeah.
And if you suddenly say, okay, it's 2 a.m., those people and the next project who have been waiting for 6 hours
Right.
now don't have an opportunity. So what are our legal?
Again, it's the due process. The situation is notice, opportunity to be heard, and a fair and impartial decision maker. Now, at some point in time, do you slide beyond where you can do any of that at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning? And would someone be disadvantaged if you did slide something over to another day or set a special meeting? That's been recommended. I don't know that there would necessarily be a problem, but you'd have to coordinate so that everybody could make it there. You wouldn't want to set up a meeting so that you would exclude a particular proponent or a particular opponent. And so there are some logistical issues with it, but it could be done.
Yeah. But there's some people that have come from out of town. If
Right.
they're out-of-town consultants, out-of-town business people.
Right.
People, even if it's something that's, that somebody's got to drive back to Eudora or Baldwin at that hour.
And then they've got to come back.
Right.
Well, the commission used to have an 11 o'clock rule where you have to vote to extend beyond 11 o'clock. But the problem with that is that if you were only on item 2 of 7 and you didn't get the vote, then you had 5 items that got deferred, and they got deferred by potentially months. And so that's why the planning commission pulled that out of there, was because they didn't want to have that implication of, if we didn't get to you, now you're deferred till March because of just the way it works. I can remember one instance where we had that happen. The commission didn't extend, or I can't remember if it was the reason is, but the applicant wasn't available again until August, and that was in February. And so that was a problem for them to have to kind of consider and work through on their side. So, it's, as much as we're talking about the operations and the running of the meeting, it cuts both ways. It's, you all have to be of a good spot to do it. And I will tell you is that next day when we come into the building, it's rough on our side. And I will tell you, if 3 a.m. we ended that meeting, I think at 3 a.m. on Tuesday, I was in the building at 7:45 a.m. on Tuesday to get going for the rest of the day that I had ahead of me, because I was not braced for that. And there's a lot of planners that thankfully did not follow my lead in that regard. But that's a realization, is there's even some of us, and I'll even say this is, the unspoken gentleman in the room that makes this whole show work, Kurt, is here with us beyond the time that we're here. So, there's a resource there that we've got to be mindful of too. And you can do a special call meeting. That is a possibility. But again, you have a lot more logistics to do it. We have a lot more checking to do. Is this room available? Is staff available at that point in time? What is the noticing procedures we need to be mindful of? So sometimes by the time we even get to a special call, we might just be better off waiting to get to the next meeting. So it just depends on the details that go around it. So,
has there ever been a thought, and not that I'm a proponent of more meetings, is 2 a month enough?
Or in the alternative, do we go to just Mondays and Wednesday is the de facto? It ran too long on Monday, so we pick it up on Wednesday.
We do some divisional breaks in your agenda for by cause. We don't put county items on Wednesday because county commission is running, so some of that staff is unavailable. So that's why you see most of your county items load up on a Monday, is because they would be available. So what we try to do then is we also will then put city items on Monday, where we will lose that staff person to a county presentation that Wednesday. So because you run contrary to counter, we do a lot of meeting logistics. And if you ever see that graphic of the guy with the string and the sticky notes in the room that's got like all the spider web of things, that's Becky trying to get an agenda put together, is trying to figure out like all the details of like which planner is going to county, who's got this, where am I going with that, is this deferred, how long is this going to take? So there's a lot of stuff. And so believe it or not, your agendas are almost finely tuned Swiss watches of a schedule, and we get down to it. It's unbelievable things that we have to go through and think about, because we also try not to make staff come to a Monday and a Wednesday, because we try to give that differential in there. And again, that's all governed by your bylaws. How we kind of govern and set your agendas is in your bylaw structure.
And I also would add too, one, I want to say Denny helps a lot with that too. So I want to put credit where credit is deserved. But if I'm correct, I think that Mondays used to be our the day that we would have a meeting, and then Wednesday was our, if we needed to split it up because it was a long agenda. We switched at some point because commissioners wanted more time to be able to review the packet. So now Wednesday is your day, that is you should have your meeting. If the agenda's looking long, then we program on the Monday. So that's why we made that switch.
Yep.
So throw that one in also with, if we get the things at 10 o'clock Monday and we're supposed to look at them Monday night. So there are issues that commissioners have brought up that, where Mike is saying, thinking out of the box somehow. Is there a time that we can sit down and think out of the box, see what we need to do? But I will tell you, I don't have a solution for it at 3 o'clock today.
We can.
I think these topics, in my opinion, deserve to be looked at, dealt with, and maybe it's just, hey, tough guys, you signed up for it, rain on you. Maybe that's what we're going to come up with. I don't know.
I think you got a couple different avenues to pursue. And one I may put out there is we can put this on a mid-month and we can kind of continue this discussion, but there's two real big things out there that may change the calculus in all of this. The land development code may absolutely change how much stuff you get routed to you at the end of the day. I mean, that is really the unknown quantity in this, because things you see now you might not see going forward based upon how that code gets rewritten. The other thing is a consent agenda. If we can sort that detail out, some of those things that may not need to go there, we may be able to position them into that other bucket.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of different variables in play here that we might be able to take a look at and get to it. And, we are exploring a lot of different options, but, the large unknown element is probably, what does that code update look like? We'll tell you, we just did a presentation to County Commission not too long ago about conditional use permits and how the amounts of those dramatically changed after 2020 when the new code was adopted, because a lot of that got moved to administrative or things that didn't need to be there, and so that CUP workload dipped off dramatically. So that's a potential in land development code too.
I feel like that it would be a more productive discussion once we have a better idea of where this is
Cool.
going, because right now this is really being driven by one issue.
I'm sorry, by
For the
what?
most part, by one issue.
Yeah, I agree.
Is ours.
But as
The other late nights have been oddities. The really late nights have been sort of oddities of scheduling. But I think it's driven by mostly just the one issue, and I'd hate to make a decision based on that one topic that will eventually be resolved in one way or another. And then we have all these new features coming on. Maybe it's, once we have the consent agenda, what's on it, and once we have the development code, we can then readjust.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been on long enough to really know, so your background's very helpful, having you guys have been on it for a long time, because it does seem, having only been on it a year, it seems like, well, this is just not like the early mornings after midnight is just not really a very good idea. But you're right, we've had some very odd things happen that may have caused that. So it just seems like it for the newest people. But outside of it just being like, well, we volunteered for this, we signed up for it, and so that's what you know, we get. Like, I actually don't have much of a problem with that, except for twofold. One, that really then limits who can volunteer for this, because not everybody can be on a schedule that allows the meetings to quite go. They might not have a flexible schedule like some of us might be able to have. And then also the public comment, like who has to stay until 3 a.m, and even somewhat about like what projects get rushed or don't get the full amount of attention, may get approved or recommended denial, when it has more to do with where they fell in the agenda and how things went. So I think it's really important that we continue to think about this and to see if any of those things are being affected. But it may be earlier, or maybe too early to decide, just because of some of the very bizarre things that happened this past year.
I have a question about, I mean, getting to this issue of when the meetings do run super late. I do think it's an aberration. But for those folks who are limited, what is the rule about, like, can people just retire from the meeting as long as we maintain quorum? Is that still an okay thing?
Theoretically, yes.
Because, I mean, one of the problems
People get
with this-
sick.
Yeah.
And have left. We've had
Yeah.
other issues where, you know, someone said, I have to go to the airport and pick up my daughter or something, so they left at like 8.
Mm.
It was like, okay, well, it'd be better not to start this thing, leave after the first item, that kind of thing. So that happens from time to time.
But I mean, if somebody has to leave at midnight,
Yeah.
but I mean, is that okay as long as we continue the meeting?
You know, I don't know that we can legally keep them here.
You
cannot leave.
I'm raising this in seriousness.
No, I know.
But to Chelsea's point, I agree that it is a bad idea to build a structure that prohibits people or preempts people from participating for whatever reason on a regular basis. However, that said, you know, from time to time, stuff is just going to happen. And is it okay that people know if they have to leave, it's okay? Because I think people who really, for whatever reason, for whatever personal reasons, can't stay beyond a certain unreasonable time, it should be all right.
Are you talking of this group?
Yes. I'm talking this group, as long as we maintain 6 people at a meeting. If somebody's got to go, they got to go.
Kind of to my point of who gets to serve, right?
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
like the idea is that some people might be limited by it, but we could say it's okay if you are limited by, you can still participate and volunteer and be on the board, on the planning commission.
It would be better if they start an item, that they finish the item.
Oh, finish the item, yes, but I'm talking about you get to item 7 in a 12-item agenda or something, and, you know, is it?
But even if it was in the middle of an item and somebody became ill, or if something happened of that nature, there'd be an emergency situation, and that person would be able to leave. But otherwise, if it's not an emergency, it'd be better if they wait until at least the end of an item. And people have left during meetings. People have come late to meetings.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Do you have to maintain a quorum? Or as long as you start with a quorum, can you?
you do have to maintain a quorum. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, if people abstain, that's one thing. So that doesn't count against the quorum. But if you have 6 members here at a meeting and then 2 leave, you no longer have a quorum.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if they go to the back room because they've abstained, you do have a quorum. But if they walk out that door, then the quorum goes away. At that point in time, you can't do any more business.
Yeah, and Commissioner Thomas, that's just my one thought I have to deal with this situation. Because I don't think in my experience, it hasn't been a chronic situation, and any correction we make that is like a hard and fast rule change is likely to have some sort of other consequence that isn't necessarily going to be any better.
And that's in part, I certainly have to think about what you have said, and I will. But in part, I say, this is something we need to look at and come up with other ideas good, bad, or indifferent as a group. I just hear discontent about some things that we are currently doing or have done. And I think all of those issues that I brought up and others have brought up need to be looked at by everyone and whoever is outside of here to bring in ideas.
May we leave this in staff's hand as to when we get back to this topic and maybe look at some of the other questions we started the day with?
If we do that, can I just make one other point? I'm sorry. And that is just, we all have some control over how long the meetings are. Everything outside of public comment. You know, how many, perspectives we raise that don't have to be raised as long as they've been raised before. Or from the chair's perspective, just move, and I'm not saying that's any particular chair's past practice, but it is control we have over keeping the meeting running, you can, we don't have to beat a dead horse before we move on to the next item.
Yeah, but you can't say don't speak though, right?
No, that's what I'm saying, that's why I say to the extent we're beyond public comment.
Right, oh yeah, to the extent we're,
We all have control over
Right,
how
that's
fast
true.
the meeting moves.
That's true.
But it is also difficult, though, then when people come and say, oh, we actually listened to your deliberations, and certainly we don't have to go on and on about a point, but I think sometimes I'll just be like, oh, so-and-so said what I had to say. But then sometimes I'm like, well, is that really being as effective? Maybe I need to explain why I see that a little bit different. Because when I first started, partly for that reason, and also because I had no idea what I was doing, I didn't talk very much, right? But then hearing that it is important that the discussions and the points of view come out and the questions that we have. So it's a really hard balance of I don't want to be here till 3 a.m, but if we need to have this discussion, then I want to listen to what everyone has to say.
Yeah.
And if I could just jump in, I think that's a really good point. And I think that, we heard at lunch today that the commissioners want to hear what you're deliberating about. I think that if you've gone down and pretty much what you would say is pretty similar to what someone else would say, I think you can just say that. I think what they want to hear is if it's something different that hasn't been considered yet, or if it's an item, let's say the majority is going to vote for it and you're going to vote you're in opposition of it, but you haven't really given any thought on what that is about. I think that's a good time to provide that input.
The surprise no vote, the stealth no vote.
Right.
Thank you. To that point, recently we've gone to everybody say aye or nay. I felt like it was more valuable when we actually said how we're voting. Like when you call for, I don't know how much more time that would take, but I feel like it's a chance for a commissioner to, the no or the yes conveys information, like the way you say the no and the yes, Is it like a half-hearted yes? I don't know, I just feel like the yay takes something away from the process, right? I don't know.
Well,
That's just...
I will tell you from the roll call voting from the COVID times, I got really good with the alphabetical order of the body there.
I always had to go.
That was so...
And I always went last.
Yeah. So, there's pluses and minuses to that voting as much as anything.
Probably saving 30 minutes right there.
I was going to say, I think it took me about 2 minutes to go down the roll and then record them all. But there's any number of ways that you could go through with it. I'd have to brush up on my alphabetical order once more, but not a problem.
But we could call for a roll call or move for a roll call vote on any particular item, correct? If there was something that was particularly charged and it might be useful to go through the one by one, that would be within the chairs.
If it's a close.
Right.
It appears to be a close vote.
No.
Absolutely, you guys could always ask for a roll call. We instituted that because it was required to meet the COMA rules when we were doing meetings by Zoom under the Attorney General's directions. So that's why we went to the roll call. Previously, they hadn't done that. But, there might have been a situation where it was done, but it could be done at a request.
And I can think of a couple instances where the chair called for a roll call because there was a lot of, there was just stuff everywhere all over the board, and it was just an easier and cleaner way to do it. So it's not out of the realm. It's just more of a prerogative has always been that the board just, all in favor say aye, and we do the vote. But again, that's more of a function of the planning commission and bylaws than anything else, and more of a practice.
I think that that's quite in the realm of the chair, sort of getting the feel of the room. If it's going to be a close vote, then it's a voice, individual voice vote. But if it's, one of these variances and right-of-ways and very easy things, you got to feel for the room, like, let's get this done, then it can be so that's just part of the chair role. The coming up chair is.
So, back to what Jane said, is that something that is even in your purview with all the expertise you can call on from other places to say, guys, here are the issues you've brought up, here's some things we thought about it, and at our next mid-month or special called meeting, whatever the options are, that we come and talk about it.
Yeah, we can do some work and get something for a mid-month and have some discussions and see what's possible. Absolutely.
Great with me.
Yeah, I agree.
I
We
feel-
need a roll call vote?
I also just want to highlight, knowing that you got about 15 minutes left in this topic and we've not really touched on some of the other items listed there, I just wanted to make some space in case somebody wanted to bring one of those up.
Do we technically follow, I think I've asked you this before, Robert's Rules of Order or just generically parliamentary procedure?
You follow your bylaws. So it's that structure of your bylaws that is there, and it's not, we don't really follow a true Robert's rules necessarily.
Okay, all right, okay.
But we borrow from it from time to time.
Are you always up with this? Were you up at 2:30?
I was not on county things. I only participate in city items.
Oh, Randy.
Represent the city.
That actually is a question I had. Is county staff usually on Zoom? Sometimes it's hard for me to see who all is on Zoom and who isn't on Zoom, so sometimes I ask who's there and who isn't.
Yeah.
But is somebody from like zoning and codes or public works or usually on the county issue calls?
Yep. Usually, if we have staff, they're always available on the Zoom calls. We also have county council available if we know in advance that we may need that, and so we have them available sometimes in the room, sometimes on Zoom. But very typically, we have them on a Zoom call if we, if like we know there's going to be a question about an engineering item or whatever it happens to be. We do try to, again, that's why we kind of program for the Monday so that staff is available.
So you were calling attention to other items on did anybody have any comments about meeting preparation? I guess, several people have raised this question about the time between the final communication and the meeting time.
Right.
Did anybody
think
want
that's
to?
our number
Is that
one
something
issue.
else that could be brought up during mid-month, or do we have any creative ideas coming from this group that?
And that is, again, that's a function of your bylaws is when we go to that thing. So if you could theoretically change your bylaws and have that out there, but the question would be is you would have to then probably elongate a longer timeline in there, because if the packet's not out, how could you have comment? And so, so that would elongate potentially the timeline between when an application comes in and when it comes to you, because if there isn't an elongated period there, that may not still be enough time for someone to reasonably get a comment to you, because now you've asked for it so soon that they might not be able to respond and have time to digest the packet. So there was a fine tuning of that a couple of years ago about when we shifted from the Monday being your primary business night to Wednesday. So you would have that time between 10 a.m. on Monday to that time on Wednesday to read those comments.
Mm-hmm.
So just a kind of a backstory on that. That's how we got to that 10 a.m. on Monday, and then you meet on a Wednesday as part of that process. So there is timeline implications just to be mindful.
So if we just changed it for the Monday meeting, only the Monday meeting, the packets go out on Tuesday and people have an opportunity to respond by 10 a.m. on Thursday, then don't we have the same amount of time for everybody to do it? It elongates it perhaps by 2 days, but only for the Monday meeting, and then Wednesday meeting packet stays the same. So the packet goes
Monday
out
and
on
Wednesday tends
Thursday?
to come out at the same time, right?
Yeah, we issue the full packet on the same moment. So
Just saying, what if we did it at 2 different times? Would that help staff some, so that it wouldn't have to all be done at once? There'd be 2 days to
So
send
you
it
have
out?
to determine which, I guess you have to determine which communications correspond to which items anyway.
we do. The thing would be is that the process to go from no packet to full packet, to go to the packet coming online is a big undertaking, and undertaking it twice may not be as efficient as undertaking it once in that process. Not that it can't be done, but it's a pretty Herculean lift to get your packet online. And in fact, by the time it hits online, it's already been in the works for about 7 days to get in the process of getting online. So it takes us about a week to prepare it to make it available online. So there's some timeline things. We can definitely work with that, but there are some implications that may elongate some different periods in there.
Or just, may sound crazy, but from Monday at 10 a.m., moving it up to Friday at 5 p.m. So that you have Monday morning to incorporate any communications from Friday and release extra communications on Monday. I guess either way, for the Monday meeting, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yes, and part of that is most of the times we get the communications over that weekend is because that's when the public's taking a look at it. So then we're even curtailing that on the other end. So this is something we've kind of always mulled around with over the years, and there's no good run in that one that doesn't kind of have a jeopardy issue. So. But again, your bylaws are what governs when we go to the 10 a.m. and we calendarize the 10 a.m. public comment on your annual calendar. So that's why we have that in that structure.
Well, anytime I get 500 pages,
Yeah, again, I think that's kind of like the 3 a.m. meetings. It's like something that's super, super rare. I mean, it's usually you might get 2 or 3 to 5 additional letters or something on your. Yeah.
Yeah. I personally appreciate that the staff report generally doesn't change on Monday. Obviously I'm going to look at the other communications, but the core, the substance of my review is already there. I've already received it the previous week, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, see, that's actually the hardest part of the packet is when knowing what's been changed and what hasn't been changed, and things aren't changed. But that is a huge help, knowing that this hasn't been changed and maybe this stuff has been added. Because there was a couple weeks back where I was trying to figure out, there's a red line version and a regular version, and trying to figure out when things have been changed in something can be a really difficult way, especially if you're looking at it online. And so I think it's really helpful that part doesn't change. We get that kind of early, and then the few things we can incorporate, we at least know where to focus our time.
Yeah. And if you look in iCompass, you'll notice sometimes they'll have asterisks next to the items. That's to give away that something has been added to it. And what Denny will always do is put, communications added as of, and then that link's just available there. But yeah, once we publish a staff report, that is locked. We will not be going back to that for that period of time. The other thing is I think Denny does a really great job, and all credit, she's invented this, I think, a little bit on her own, is when you get those emails, it'll say this has been added, and it'll color code it a little bit, and that kind of really catches my eye, and I'm like, oh, I need to go look at this again because I've seen it. So we try to find some ways to make that and try to streamline that so you don't have to kind of do the guessing game of which one got what now, and you can just kind of pull that and see. But again, not the idealist kind of things there. And if I will, I'll take this moment, because I think one of the items on the list here is the question about financials and how we calculate the statement in the packet about the financial bit there. That's a standard thing that we put in there because the software requires us to have that box is just always there when we make an agenda item. So that's just a standard response that we give because we can't get that box off of your items. So it always pops up and says, what is the fiscal impact? Well, we can't get it out of there, so we always say there isn't one because there really isn't one. So
we have the same issue in our office. We can't get rid of those either. It's like there's no impact either whether this gets passed or it doesn't.
Yep. So that's what it is. It's us just recycling the same thing, is because we just can't get that out of the software. So that's why it pops up there.
You don't have your own little OMB?
No, we don't.
So is that Jane's strong, welcoming neighborhood also?
Yes, that is also the same thing. It's a self-generated thing. Is when you plug into our agenda thing, you have to give it to one of the city's strategic plan groups. planning and development services is in strong, welcoming neighborhoods. I'm the champion of that outcome, and so staff just lumps it under my thing, and it goes out in that direction there. So that's why it's always says there is no fiscal impact, and it's always under strong, welcoming neighborhoods, is because we can't fight the software to get that changed, so.
A lot simpler explanation.
You don't have an explanation for why it's a strong and welcoming neighborhood?
There's an explanation on the city's strategic plan, and I could do a 45-minute presentation that none of you'd want to sit through at this point in the day about it, but essentially, it is the outcome group that I lead and chair as part of the city of what that looks like on different indicators, such as, housing and homelessness and affordable housing and infrastructure costs and development things. Exactly. So it's like the yawns kick in immediately there. So that's why you see it always popped up there. It's why it's always, there's that fiscal, that same statement there, and why it's always strong, welcoming neighborhoods is because it's easier to just agree with the software than try to figure out a way of getting it out of it. So that's all it is. Sorry to ruin the magic on that. I was
Didn't want to see behind the curtain.
Yeah,
Yeah. And just to really, I mean, the amount that a packet changes is mostly communications, and it's usually 2 or 3 letters on Monday morning, maybe. It was such an unusual thing
Yeah.
to have happen.
Okay.
It really was.
And at the same time, we tried to push right through it and ignore 500 pages.
Yeah. I have a question that came up that occurred to me like during the city and county commission discussion. When this commission votes in opposition to the recommendation from staff, I'm curious what the repercussions are for staff and the consequent report to the elected body.
The consequence to staff is not.
Yeah, I mean, does anything change? It's still the same report that goes to the.
You might need to have heard what he said.
Okay, that answers my question. Well, I was curious, or then also a presentation gets made to the commission. Does it inform the presentation that gets made? Any sort of like, the planning commission voted this way because there was this perspective. I mean, in what way does it change how, aside from they're looking at the recording of our meeting, how does it change the way the issue is presented to the elected body?
We don't necessarily change the way your staff report, what you see is what gets carried forward. We don't make a change in that one. What planners will do though is they will try to convey what you have given them at the meeting and say the planning commission recommended denial of this, and some of the reasons they highlighted were this, and the vote was that. That's really where we get to.
Yeah,
What
the cover memo that you were talking about where it has the check boxes, that changes.
Yes.
So that's where we give them the update, that it changes per.
Now,
okay.
But none of the reporting changes.
right, but your vote, if you vote to recommend denial and they want to overturn you, changes the amount of commissioners necessary to override the vote, and that is in the code. So it's you basically go to the 4 out of the 5 have to be in the affirmative to overturn the item there. And as you've all heard me say over the years, voting contrary to staff does not hurt our feelings at all. That does not ruffle our feathers or anything like that. We understand it. So it doesn't really do much on our side of things. It just changes that vote as the item proceeds to both governing bodies, because they both have very similar provisions about needing a majority to counter your recommendations.
Sure.
It is your vote, your decision. So whatever staff recommends, they're just making the recommendation, and it's,
Sure.
it's your
Well, no, that's helpful because I think I want to follow up with Commissioner Finkeldye and, in ways that do not violate COMA, get more information on his perspective that, something that's not helpful when a vote seems to be capricious in some way. Because I think, Jeff, you were saying earlier in the day that it wasn't your impression that the conduct of the commission was unsubstantiated, that we tended to follow professional conduct, we tended to make our votes with generally defensible positions. So I'm just I'm concerned that maybe the output of our efforts in some way may not be always what we intend. And I just wanted to make sure that in some way, I wanted to be informed about how that intersected with your work and make sure that it wasn't impacting your work in some overtly negative way.
No, I know it really doesn't impact our work at all, because what we'll do is we're just going to give you that rundown of your decision-making criteria. We're going to be looking through the code and giving you those details and trying to glean that key information that we think is applicable to that application. And we're always going to be doing that, no matter what. What we do is sometimes we come away as, you will have said something during a meeting, and we'll be like, oh, we should make sure that's in the staff reports from here on out, because that might be something that's a good piece of information that we hadn't thought of. There was a question, probably a year or two ago, about public comment and what that is in the code. And so we changed our section in the staff report so you would see that the totality of that comment. You probably, it used to be maybe a sentence or two, now it's maybe 3 or 4 sentences, but here's what's occurred, here's what the statute requires, here's the process that goes through. So we usually, when you have those comments and questions, or you're noting something in there, we're definitely paying attention to see about, like, how can we get better and get you the information you need at that point in time. And we evolve as the commission evolves. So as commissioners come and go, we evolve to kind of match that expectation and that trend. So that's why you see, if you looked at a report that, was in 2013 and you saw one today, they're going to be generally the same, but there's going to be a lot of differences underneath the hood. We're going to have different ways that we say things, or the sentences may have changed a little bit because we've added and subtracted, because that's what the commission is looking for to make those decisions.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
David, I would say I would have asked the commissioner, other than that we can't talk about specific things. I've never heard anybody give where he was just, I just don't like it. It was pink, it was blue, it was capricious. Never have I heard, now I might have said it, or people might have thought I said it, but I've never heard that. And I thought, I could just ask you, give me an example where that's actually occurred, but we can't talk about specific things. Never had I heard, but I thought, I probably said enough.
I think he was talking to you about way back in the past, not anything recent.
Okay.
So,
You mean back when David was on?
No,
That far back?
Ancient times.
way back.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think your discussions have been excellent over the last number of years. So I think you guys do a very good job.
Yeah.
You guys do.
Great.
Even when Jeff has had to say, can't go there.
Well, no, that's really helpful. I mean,
Very good.
Yeah, yeah.
well, I do have to say, getting back to a comment I made about Karen Willie as chair,
We came to the meeting, knew the answer, but he wanted me to say it because that's important. It's a moment of educating, is that, you're not the final decision makers. There is a process that goes beyond this. And so I think when some new commissioners come on, Commissioner Carpenter always would make that comment, like, I'm going to ask something I already know. Mm-hmm. And that was why. And so I think there is some of that to that. And it's okay to ask me questions for that reason. That is not
A lot of his questions to me were for that reason.
Yeah.
Well, and there's also questions that are asked where the answer is there, but once again, going back to people can't digest that whole packet. So I hear commissioners, myself, asking something that the answer because it's in the packet, but the room doesn't know because they haven't delved into page 193. So it's on page 193, but they don't. So you just ask staff that question to make sure that the public knows that the staff has already considered that issue. It doesn't need to be debated.
And we don't mind those questions at all. That is what we're here to do.
Well, and not only for the staff, I found it to be really helpful as a new, I didn't join the planning commission because I have a planning degree, right? So, just being able to ask questions that are just really show my ignorance of planning and things like that have been very helpful, because I learn a lot, but then I'm also much more informed when I go to make my decision, because we really are just a representation of the community, not of people with degrees in the issues that we're necessarily addressing. So I really always appreciate that.
And not once have I seen any planner roll their eyes at any
You guys are very
question.
restrained in that.
Not once.
Now I feel like I got to
Although
like
the
this.
screen, sometimes did go blank.
Well, knowing a little bit of Vice Chair had to step out for a minute there, knowing that we're about 5 minutes past our time, I did want to honor the wrap-up portion here a little bit. You know, a little bit of those upfront questions that we haven't addressed, or, you know, experiences and advice from the veteran planning commissioners. If there's the veterans would like to share anything, or if there's any of these that I can't see that we haven't touched on that you want to highlight, we can definitely work on those too.
I think the answer is no, but having you here might help this. It's been brought up, we know the county commission's going to 5. Can this body say, okay, yeah, we agree with this, we want to send it on to the county commission, but we don't really want them to talk about it or vote on it until there's 5 of them?
We don't really have any control over what they do at their
Right.
agenda. They're
Okay.
gonna do it, whatever. When they send it to them and take a vote on it, that's up to the county.
I'm not sure that was his question.
Oh.
No, it was.
Oh.
Kind of, sort of, yeah.
Randy, I have my hearing aids in, but I can't hear what you're saying.
I'm sorry, I just said that the county controls its agenda. So once the decision's made here, we don't really have any control over it. Same thing as when it goes before the city commission. It goes to the city commission when they put it on the agenda, and when it goes to the county, it goes on the county, and we can't, even if we put conditions, it would not have any effect on it.
But is it out of line for this body to say, vote, we would like, based upon what we hear, the county commissioners to not vote until there are 5? Is it out of line for this body?
You can always ask, that's, yeah, I mean, you can ask for that, but whether they are going
Right.
to follow it or not.
I was only talking about us,
Yeah.
not what they would do.
We could not direct that, you can always ask that.
Yeah, okay.
Could we vote to defer that item?
You could vote to defer as, yeah, that's within your authority.
So, but could you vote to defer for that reason?
You don't have to have a reason.
You
to
don't
defer.
necessarily have to have a reason.
And that's a year. That's a year away.
I'm just.
No, I'm sorry, I don't mean, I'm not talking at you, I'm just saying that.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Well, and do remember your bylaws. Your bylaws do say that, you know, you're responding to an issue raised, you're gathering adequate information to make a well-informed recommendation. So there is a little bit of guidance in your bylaws about why you would want to choose the deferral route.
Right. And, I mean, speaking only for myself, I don't think that's my place to make that recommendation. Others may disagree, but I don't, you know, I can't see myself voting to defer because of a concern for representation or the structure of the commission. That's not my business.
I wonder if it'll ever be before us within the next year.
Is there any other questions, or otherwise I'll impose upon the veteran
Might
commissioners?
help, deciphering what that says.
Extrajudicial, like quasi-judicials.
Materials reviewed, what if packet materials can't be, implications of the 5 on the commission, creation of staff reports and how to consider projects that have different components that interact.
That was your point, right, about?
Yeah, that was your question.
That was Chelsea's.
And I think given where that would stem from, we may want to put a pin in that for a little bit, because there would be items pending around that one.
Okay. Fiscal impact, out that box, that's a software issue. The history of planning commission litigation.
Oh, have we been sued?
Has the planning commission been sued? No. Have planning commissioners been deposed because of previous litigation? Yes. That's been quite a while. Mainly because the only thing that you guys make a decision on is the comprehensive plan. And of course, there's 2 other bodies that have to approve that, but that's also a legislative action as opposed to quasi-judicial. And so the standard there to have a legislative decision overturned, it has to be just outside the realm of reliability. I mean, it's an impossible standard. On the other matters, you're making recommendations to the city commission. They make the decision, so that's where it rests at. So you're pretty much insulated from any type of issue or liability that comes out of a zoning decision or SUP or CUP, because the city commission is the final arbiter of that. So there, the city would bear the responsibility or the liability or whatever would happen. Now, is there possible things that could have happened here or comments? And I do remember a case from, the late 90s, early 2000s, where planning commissioners were deposed in a case. But that has not happened since I've been with the city.
I just had a question. You said that other item we couldn't talk about because there was something pending. I don't think we need to talk about just time constraints and whatnot, but the one that where I had asked about the different things connecting to projects, I can't remember I don't see how it's
How they interact.
But you said we should put a pin in it because there's pending things.
I think I may be blending two things at the hour here.
Because I don't, in my mind, my issue was not something that was.
Yeah, I think I'm blurring the line there. So I think that
But we don't need to talk about it today. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't inappropriate for me to have raised it. Or
No. My caffeine level has dipped, and we're running low on brain power there. That's my bad. I'm sorry.
So the next one we haven't covered is what is a work plan and what is the work plan update?
So the work plan is a 3-year plan that we typically will set, and we bring before the Planning Commission, County Commission, and the City Commission to kind of, guide the planning division's work in the next 3 years. We've made I'm just going to be honest, we've not made a lot of progress on that one because we've got a couple of other large projects that are currently ongoing that we didn't anticipate. One being, we're getting a new software system that is eating up a lot of calendar time for staff, and the other one is we didn't anticipate the land development code update coming around like it did, so that's taken us a lot of time out of sync on that one. The other thing is we've also had some pretty large text amendments that have come through that we did not anticipate that have taken a lot of staff offline for quite a while. So there's not been a lot of traction on your work plan. It is available online, and it is a link that we can share with everybody. I think it's 21 through 24. 20, maybe 25, I can't remember the exact detail. But it outlines the neighborhood plans and the studies we'd like to get done, and those big kind of items in Plan 2040 that we would like to have staff working on during the course of the year to kind of carry those out. So 2 of the projects we've got undertaken right now is an update of the East Lawrence plan and revising the West of K10 plan, which is going under a bit of a new name. I think you saw it about a couple months back at your mid-month meeting. So that's the kind of the work plan that we do, is we kind of set that parameter of here's the plans we're going to work on, here are the big tasking items we're going to work on, and we're going to try our best to stick to it. But because of some of the other things, all good plans are subject to space and time, and we haven't had a lot of those lately to kind of carry those through. So we haven't brought back an update to the work plan because we haven't felt like we've sufficiently made enough traction to really deviate. We just need to change the years and still do those things in the order that they're on there. So a lot more to come on that one. We're going to hopefully, once we get through some of these big items here in 24, we're going to come out full speed on the other ones and make a lot of traction is our hope.
Then the next question that we haven't dealt with is the format of the minutes.
Yeah, then typically we use the videos as more of the minutes. What you end up voting on is really the action summaries of just confirming, did we get the votes in the right columns? Did we get the conditions and details in there right? And that was a very deliberate action that not just the Planning Commission, but all of the city's governing and advisory boards went to because of the video recordings. There was a lot more in the video recordings that people wanted to see. And the staff time it takes to generate the minutes was pretty considerable. And so instead of having staff working on minutes when the videos would suffice, there was a very deliberate choice to go that pivot.
That was my question, and I think Brad answered.
Okay.
So that's the kind of that's why you see the way you do those things.
I would mention, Zoom now has an AI function that allows for conversations to be summarized. I've never tried it. But if anybody were interested in, if it were capable, I wouldn't want to ask staff to mobilize more resources they don't have. But I wonder if any commissioners were particularly interested in that functionality. we can find a way, bless you.
Bless you.
To gain access to a summary, to generate a summary with the help of a staff member and review it for accuracy and just see if that's even an attractive option. Because it's the kind of application for AI that will increasingly get used.
I would predict that the way this room works with its microphones, like particularly the people that
Inaudible.
sit right by that post, everything they say is going to end up in that transcription. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but whoever sits in those 3 chairs right there,
Yeah.
I hear every word they say over the speakers.
Really?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I hadn't noticed, but that's my only thought, that, you know, if not now, then at some time in the future, that could be.
I think it'd be worth a shot, if it's not difficult to do.
I'm so glad to hear you say that, because if it's technology, I go, and I just really have a problem.
Actually, it used to be in the US Capitol. There's a spot in the rotunda where you can stand
Well,
up.
so if you're in a perfect dome, I mean, there's a place at K-State that it's whatever the top of the science building that you can walk all the way around and whisper into it, and the person over here can hear it. Yeah, it's perfect. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, this room didn't come with that, unfortunately.
I believe that is all the questions unless anybody sees anything.
I had the specific conditions and enforcement issue.
Yep.
over there, But both of mine are longer, probably discussions. I'm happy to chat about those another time.
Well, I think we can put those for some mid-month topics and bring those back for some discussion, because I feel like those warrant more than what we may have time for, but also maybe a good 90-minute discussion and have some of that dialogue at those meetings. I think we've got some good mid-month topics to bring back throughout the course of the year, and of course, we're always open to more as the year goes on. So.
And I think thank you for bringing the county administrator here. That was really helpful to have some conversations with her too, because I always ask you questions, so it was nice to be able to, I know you guys are always in communication, but when we do talk about like specific conditions and enforcements, and some of the stuff about how a project operates and the multiple things going on, at least at the county level, I'd be interested in hearing from the county's perspective as well, like the people who are doing the enforcement, when it comes to like TVUs, for instance, go directly to county. So just kind of how that interplays. It'd be nice to, when we do have those conversations, to think about who's at the table.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I have another question, and that is, I think this has been a terrific day, and there are so many of us that are new. I would hope that we might do this on a semi-annual basis rather than on an annual basis.
I think we did one year. We did that because of COVID. I can't remember the exact details to it, but yeah, it's at your discretion on that. Because what we simply would do is eliminate a mid-month and try to find time where we would have this room available, and then make staffing available to kind of let that go. I will just again hazard is that this is a pretty hefty undertaking to get this day off the ground here, and then Kurt's back there doing all the magic behind the scenes, so we got to make sure he's available too. So, so there's a lot to do, but yeah, if it's a possibility if the commission would like to, have this or have a half day. Because there's been an instance where I think we did a half day one time for, I think it's just because we had so many new commissioners come on. So there's all kinds of different options that we can explore and do. So.
My only problem with that would be burning yet another day of vacation.
I'm thinking a day too.
So.
That's what I have to do too, another day.
Yeah, so.
My wife always tells me when I do a prayer, I forget to thank the people for the food and the candy and the thank you, whoever did that.
But
Denny may not be here.
Denny's probably watching, and it is all to Denny.
Denny, thank you.
Yes. Really does do it.
Yeah.
Well, just kind of last one there is the experience and advice of the veteran commissioners. Anything that the veterans would like to share?
Oh, I'm sure there's a lot that I'd like to share, but would you like to say anything?
No, I just really appreciate actually most of this body, a lot of it being new, because, there's certain questions that come up there's lots of things I would have never even considered after having been here even 5 years. even after 6 years. I mean, it takes such a long time to get up and running and figure it all out, and then by the time you figure it out, you're like, well, I'm done. But I was telling Commissioner DeVere earlier that, I mean, just the number, the commission in my time has gone from there being more quiet in our debate up there, where we would have votes with no reasoning behind it. And in the last couple of years, the Planning Commission has gotten much more chatty and much more deliberative and much more willing to share their viewpoints. And I really appreciated that because you know that there are more perspectives out there, and I feel like this body has increasingly expressed those perspectives, and I really appreciate that.
So since this is my last orientation, I'll have to confess I'm feeling kind of emotional about this, because this has been a really profoundly affecting experience for me, working with staff and with this incredibly organically evolving commission. You know, we all start as the junior member, and now I'm the person who's been on the commission longest, and it's like, how the heck did that happen? And, I have to say, as people have left, I've gotten more and more terrified that I was going to be exposed for being a fraud, because, I'd studied planning. I did join the Planning Commission because I studied planning, but one thing that I learned when I was on the commission was that I studied in a program that was not a practical program, it was very much a theoretical program. So every time we start talking about like urban form, I'm on it. But when you talk about like actual statutes, I'm still lost, and I'm so grateful that we've got attorneys, that we've got folks with ecology backgrounds, people who work with school board or on county administration, because it is the synthesis of all these different roles that make the commission work as a whole. And then staff makes it all possible. Kurt, working his magic, and. So I just have two things that are on my mind that, three things about, I would, even if I could, I don't think I would sign up for a third term. But if I did, it would be for these three reasons. One, the Land Development Code. I think it is, I'm kind of envious of the rest of you to be able to deliberate about this and to take responsibility for promoting the final Land Development Code to the elected bodies, because that's so, when we started talking about Plan 2040, it was, it's a beautiful document, but we would often talk about, well, how is this going to get traction? How is it going to become, how are people going to begin following it? And of course, it's the code that follows the plan. So I may actually be showing up at some of these public sessions just to watch you guys do that, because I think it's phenomenal. Second, one of the reasons I asked about the work plan is my only disappointment about these past 6 years is we never got to see a 23rd Street area plan. That was, I think, the thing that I used to talk about with Stuart Bowley before he ever went for the city commission. 20 years ago, we would talk about how I thought, especially with the construction of the South Lawrence Traffic Way, it was diverting essential traffic off of 23rd Street, so only destination traffic would make it there. So you needed land uses there that would attract population, or you needed to settle population there in order to keep it a vibrant neighborhood. And so I care deeply about 23rd Street as it, we get like self-storage facilities popping up, and I just feel like to take advantage of its prime location with respect to the university, and also the mandate for infill development. I think that mixed use, multifamily and commercial development on 23rd Street would be magical. And that's why I was so excited when the proxy came up. I hadn't even talked to anybody about it, but then suddenly it came up and I was super excited. So I'd love to see that take shape at some point. The third thing is, and we've had conversations how it's actually outside the planning purview, but I'm really concerned about the disconnect between USD 497 boundaries and our urban growth area. I feel like the projects that are coming up in Northwest Lawrence are going to continue to be problematic because it's a disconnect. These things go to our elected bodies for final approval, but what does the city commission have to gain from housing that's sending kids to Compton? Or and I'm speaking as a Lawrence resident. I'm speaking about issues that will go to the city commission. So I want to make that clear. So I'm not conflating the planning commission with Lawrence, but I do think that is an issue for Lawrence annexation, and it concerns me. So anyway, I don't know if there's any way. I know that's beyond the planning commission's purview, but I think it's going to come up over and over and over again until maybe our elected bodies find some way to reconcile that. So that's what's on my mind. And I'm super grateful to everybody for what's been an incredible experience.
And I think you still hold the title of being the only chair to run all your meetings, not in the room. So.
And boy, when I get in the room, it's a high. So yeah, thanks. And we still have 5 minutes. Mr. Chair.
No, thanks to staff especially, because none of this is possible without you guys, and you guys work very hard, and all of you. So thank you. And yeah, I take a lot away from this meeting. I think there's a lot of unresolved issues, maybe good mid-month topics. We start that in January?
Yeah, be prepared.
Yeah, okay.
We're talking.
So, but really appreciate you guys. Thank you. And thanks to all the commissioners. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Adjourn?
At your discretion.
Yeah, let's adjourn. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
What a good day.
Isn't that a great day?
Ellie, Catherine, thank you.